organized a musical concert for inmates, the prisoners there. He brought like a lot of other artists. See, I don't want to talk too much. I want us to watch these videos that I saw on social media yesterday. Then we'll talk about these things later. Also, we'll talk about Lagos traffic. Hey, see, I need to keep you guys updated on what is going on in Lagos right now. So watch this video to the end, okay?
What you are seeing right behind me is a concert taking place in this correctional center, an actual dirty December in the prison. Outside the walls of this prison, Nigerians, Lagosians are having a swell time. And it is also the reason why today an artist brought this celebration to inmates for them to pause for a moment from the harsh realities of being inmates and to enjoy, to dance, to laugh, to celebrate, and have their own dirty December in their own style. And so from all the inmates and back to you, it is a happy dirty December.
I love you now. Today, no condition is permanent. Let me hear you say no condition is permanent. You know that God never forgets you. If you behave well, you don't say you become a yes, and you don't say you still become somebody, sir. Say you don't say I should play like this to be somebody, sir. Say you don't say president will come up for yes, sir. You don't say governor will come up for yes. You don't say billionaire will come up for yes. You don't say millionaire will come up for yes. You don't say for yes. You don't say doctor will come up for yes. I believe in you. I believe in you. I believe in you. Do you believe in yourself? Me, I come up from my house to come support you for you today. If you don't say you are special. If you don't say you are special. The world never forgets you. Your family never forgets you. And you are not rejected. Are you ready? If you are ready, let me hear you say.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to
Nigerians, let me tell you something. I'll be joining you in this traffic every December, every year from now on. The way I enjoyed Lagos, I said, the way I enjoyed, I'll be seeing you again this year. I'll be seeing you again next year. I'll be joining you in that traffic again the year after, the year after.
I can never relate to people when they complain about traffic in Lagos. I can never relate because you see, to me, that traffic is where the enjoyment begins. That is the preamble of the enjoyment. You see how you people that drink do pre-drinks. That's how I see traffic. That traffic is the preamble towards the enjoyment that we're about to experience in the night. You know, when you have sat down inside one car for over 1 hour, listening to all the songs, thinking about the enjoyment that you want to go and have inside that place. My dear, when you enter into that venue, nobody is going to tell you that you're going to have a great time.
I just heard that if you go for Dirty December in Niger, you will not pay for your food expenses. If you go out now, guys will be the ones paying for the girls. They basically split the bill among themselves. I say, what? They don't need to know you. I just heard that from one TikTok creator. He's talking about, as a guy going to Lagos, you're the one paying for everything. Like, literally, you're paying for everything. The only thing that a girl needs to pay is for her ticket and her apartment where she's staying. And sometimes you can squat with other girls. I said, whoa, Lagos, you're going to see me. You'll see me very soon because I'll stay in the Asaba area because I hear Victoria is a little expensive and Banana Island is a little $15,000 just to stay for a few days, enjoy life, chop life, and then come back home. It's that much. Even the best hotels here in America are not that expensive. Y'all really are rich because I don't know.
What?
Is that why all of you keep going to Nigeria in December for Dirty December? The Nigerian men have money. I've just seen a video of Don Jazzy saying that when he produced the song Baby Calm Down, Calm Down, you know that song with Rima that's gone like global? When he produced it, he spent like $5 million promoting it.
A song like Calm Down now, we probably spent close to $4 or $5 million to get it to where it is.
Guess how much he got back? 500 million. He made 500 million in profits from one song. Is that why all of you are going to the nightclubs in Nigeria to meet the producers? I get it now. Do you, girl? Get it how you can. Get it how you can. Girl, go and collect the coins. I applaud it. I welcome it. Go and get the money. 400 million for one song. Is that why everybody's going home? Ha, 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 ha. I never understood the link between Naomi Campbell and Wizkid back in the day when I saw them hanging around together. I think it was like 4 or 5 years ago, and I was confused because I was like, they're too far apart in age. They're not in the same circles and all of this stuff. Naomi goes where the money's at. Do you remember the Blood Diamonds? Naomi was there. Do you remember all the controversies over the years with the presidents and stuff? Naomi was there. Naomi's only where the money is. Now I get it. I get it. There's money in Nigeria, not salaried money, real income. Girls, if you're going home, get as much as you can. Make me proud. Woo! Yeah.
Guys, I just can't believe it. Like, Nigeria has to be the best holiday I've ever been on. And bear in mind, I've been to Miami Spring Break. I've been to Dubai in September. I've been to all these party holidays, DLT Malta, the list goes on. But nothing comes close to Nigeria. And that's me being honest. Because I'm thinking to myself, why has every country I've been to not given me this sort of experience? Someone needs to answer that question for me. Because I'm thinking to myself, this place is not a real place. Like, if you come for a week, I promise you'll leave, in that week, you'll leave satisfied. You'll leave thinking that you've done a holiday. You don't even need to travel anymore. The day of December has to be the best place. Lagos, I promise you right now, you need to start making this a bigger place. Because the amount of traffic there is, I'm not even surprised. Everyone wants to come right now to Lagos, Nigeria, because we're #1 trending when it comes to the holidays. #1. People, I think, might as well just move here right now. People might as well experience this type of life all year round. Because I can't just be here for day of December and then go back to UK and then that's it. I need to make this an actual permanent stay. Because day of December, as I've said, you owe me nothing.
Despite the rough start to Dirty December, I'm so happy that people are having fun and still posting their content. Because for me, I'm still living through y'all content. Like, I'm enjoying it. I'm happy to see people happy.
Lani Olatono has assured Nigerians that the new federal tax law, scheduled to take effect in January, is designed to... Bola Tinubu-led federal government's efforts to modernize the tax system, improve revenue generation, and promote fairness in tax administration across the country. Mr. Olatono allayed fears among members of the public that the new tax law would lead to arbitrary deductions from personal bank accounts, stressing that the law does not grant tax authorities the power to withdraw funds from individuals' account without due process. The EKIRS chairman also dismissed rumors suggesting that Nigerians without tax identification number (TIN) would be penalized or have their account frozen under the new tax reform.
We have to agree on some of the sharing mechanisms so that they won't feel cheated in one way or the other. So once that law now comes into effect, it's hopeful that some of these menaces will reduce. They are also looking for a way of making more money, but again, many of the local government or SCDAs they don't have professionals managing their revenue services. And it's not supposed to be any blockage of any road by anybody, nothing like enforcement of stickers by anybody. And law enforcement agents have been called upon to arrest anybody that is fan of that.
Good evening. Thank you all for joining me. Merry Christmas, everyone. Anybody that is actually celebrating Christmas, Merry Christmas to you. I hope you celebrate and get what you wish out of it. I'm sure presents are exchanging hands and family members are getting reacquainted with their cousins and distant family members. And yeah, the food is also, you know, in Nigeria, they really do celebrate Christmas. Yeah, you really get the Christmas feeling in Nigeria because they really do like to party and have that festive atmosphere. Here in the UK, it's mostly about family. People go and see their family members and exchange gifts and spend the day watching movies and, you know, just spending time with family. And this live stream is just meant to cover some of the positive things that are happening, you know, towards Christmas and towards the end of the year, because this is what we, you know, is going to be, we are going to be covering more and more, trying to cover the events of the year, the highlights, in how some people will put it, of the year. But this one is focusing on the positives, and I'm not going to be, you know, I've talked about the negatives yesterday. So, like some of the positive is a tax reform bill. Some people may not see it exactly the same way, but I think overall, it's a good thing that Nigeria is able to collect its tax efficiently. I'm not going to talk about the negative things. We know there are negative stuff, so we're not going to talk about that today. That is not for it today. So I'm going to go now to showing this other video so that we cover another positive that happened for the year 2025. Let me get the video on now.
Just a few years ago, he made a shocking attention when he told Nigerians and indeed the world that he will be building the world's largest single-train refinery in Lagos. Today, right at the outskirts of town, columns, complex instrumentations, boilers, control room, and many other infrastructure now stand well in place, functioning and delivering refined petroleum products. This is the abridged story of what we have today at the Dangote refinery, plus a petrochemical plant, all in one complex, set to be 7 times the size of Victoria Island.
The key announcement today is that we're expanding the Dangote refinery. We're announcing it officially. We're expanding the Dangote refinery from 650,000 barrels per day to 1.4 million barrels per day. Yes.
Just when it did appear a perfect time to take a breather, the man behind this massive infrastructure shakes himself up and says it's time to get back to more work. This time it will be more than twice.
This will make it the largest refinery in the world ever. That is surpassing the Jamnagar Reliance refinery in India. This expansion reflects our confidence in Nigeria's future, our belief in Africa's potential, and our commitment to building energy independence for our continent and the world.
He's quick to heap the inspiration of his expansion drive on President Tinubu's energy policies.
Of course, it is the dream of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, for Nigeria to emerge as one of the major suppliers of petroleum products in Africa and part of the world. And with his strong backing through previous stated policies, we are now taking this challenge to make this happen.
The refinery's polypropylene production capacity will also be increased by 900,000 metric tons annually, boosting the supply of raw materials. The refinery facility will produce Euro 6 standards fuel, meeting the highest global environmental benchmark. And according to him, over 85% of the workforce will be Nigerians. The expansion is expected to create 65,000 jobs during construction, attract major investment in crude sourcing and financing, and further strengthen Nigeria's energy security. Olu Phillips, Channels Television News.
Represented by AIG Victor Laya, the passing out parade of 370 constables in Mina. The IDP revealed that 70% of the new recruits will be deployed to Niger State to boost security across a large territory. He also reaffirmed President Tinubu's commitment to addressing security challenges by providing manpower and logistic support to security agencies nationwide.
So that is the 30,000 extra police officers that are due to be recruited into the police force. There is also Dangote refinery that is also boosting production up to 1.4 million barrels per day. That is quite significant boost, and it will mean a significant shift in the way Nigeria exports, the way Nigeria exports goods, because now it will involve that extra capacity is basically addition to our national exports. That is quite significant change, something that we've not seen. I don't know when we've seen anything like that in our history, actually, where Nigeria does such massive exports. So that is quite a massive step forward. Funny enough, I guess you can always give the credit to the current president, but he wasn't the one that did all this, the groundwork. From what I gather, it was Jonathan that started it, and then Buhari was the core of it, because it was under Buhari the construction started and completed. That refinery is single-handedly one of the most significant development in Nigeria for the last 2 to 3 years. Without that refinery, I don't know what Nigerians will be doing right now. I really don't know what they will be doing right now. They will probably be losing it on President Tinubu right now, because things would have been very, very dire. Imagine the queues this December. The 30th December would have been something else. Who knows what they would describe it at then, stagnant December or whatever they want to call it. People will be frustrated, let's put it that way, without the Dangote refinery coming on stream. But that said, that is a good thing for Nigeria. The other one that I played was the tax reform bill, which was also a great bill that came, that was done this year. I don't know what I would call it great, but in the absence of anything that was there before, there was nothing really there before. So you can say at least it's a step forward. I don't want to say anything negative. I'm trying to be disciplined and stay positive. And so that is a good thing for Nigeria. If there's anything that I've missed, because there must be something, I'm trying to find more things that are positive. The Lagos, okay, let me play this one. I think I've not played one other positive for the year yet. Let me see if I can find it. Let me play that now, because that too is something. Even if, let's see if I can get that on now. Yeah, let's play this.
Stated that the project must meet the President's directive to ensure that the carriageway from Channel 0 to Channel 47 and up to Channel 50 is open to the public by December. He added that the contractor has been clearly instructed to comply with this directive. The minister further explained that the opening of the first section of the road will not disrupt ongoing construction. He noted that April next year has been set as the target for completing Section 1.5 of Section 2 full commissioning, excluding the bridges which form part of Section 2 contract.
I've always been imagining from Channel 0 to Channel 750, and we have this kind of route. That will be a revolution in terms of, the economic growth in this country. Not to talk about 1,068 kilometers of, Sokoto Badagry. Not to talk about 465 of the Trans-Sahara from Calabar to Ebonyi down to Abuja. Not to talk about 439, of Akwanga, Jos, Bauchi, Gombe.
The newly appointed Federal Controller of Works for Lagos State, Engineer Olufemi Dari, commended the minister and President Bola Tinubu for the attention given to the coastal highway and other road and bridge projects across the state. Speaking on the prolonged dispute involving Win Homes, Engineer Umahi clarified that the Federal High Court ruled that Mrs. Okeum and Win Homes Global Services Limited lacked the local standing to initiate the legal action, having admitted through their court filings that they no longer possesses any proprietary interest in the land.
Where is the investment of 250 million US dollars? How did they pay? Where is the bank account? Where did you keep the money? So it's a fraud.
From Lagos, Agbuji Korea, ITV News.
That is the Lagos Calabar highway that is being constructed. That is wholly a project of this government. If it succeeds, the government will be given credit for it, and if it fails, the government will be blamed for it. So that's wholly. That's one of the few things one can say totally belongs to this government. The tax reform bill is that of this government. The Lagos Calabar highway is that of this government, and the tuition fees is that of this government. And it's funny because nobody talks a lot about the tuition fees anymore. Maybe because it's just functional. So let's give credit where credit is due. The tuition fee scheme seems to be working. The universities have not gone on strike. I think it's going to the third year now. So, there is still a quarter of, at least a third of his term remaining. So we still have to keep our fingers crossed. So the universities have not gone on strike. Student loan scheme is working. So there are some positives, and one can take other positives from what Trump did. Trump threatening Nigeria may have forced the government to start doing some recruitment into our security forces. Like the recruitment into the police force, they are looking at about 50,000. Question is whether they are actually going to deliver on it. And in the military, they are looking at 20,000 in the military security forces. There is also the talk of state police that President Tinubu has, he seems to be talking to the Europeans and the Americans that he was going to succeed in bringing that to fruition. So it's something we have to look forward to. So there are not that many, I have to say. There are not that many, except I'm missing something. If there's something that I'm missing, somebody can show, point it out, the positives. And one other positive I would say is corruption. And the way Dangote was able to point Farouk out, and action seems to have been taken relatively quickly. So it's something that is positive. So some of the conversation we are going to have today is going to involve how to make those positives, amplify them so that we can get more of such outcomes. Hasvaliant, welcome. Thank you for joining us, Hasvaliant, and for the 2,000 naira. You see, this is quite a significant contribution. 2,000 naira is not a joke. The naira is a very, very strong currency. I hear the sound of silence. What do you mean you hear the sound of silence? Do you mean that what does that mean? 50K, I hear the sound of silence. What does that mean? I don't know what you mean. Okay, I think Papa says 50K. Yeah. I said 50K. They just said 30,000. Yeah, that is true. But there was 20,000 that was already due to be recruited. So plus the 30,000 makes it 50K. So just to be clear, you know how I like to produce evidence for what I'm saying. So I need to look for it and produce evidence before I go and get myself in another wahala. So yes, it's actually 50K police. Nigeria police recruitment. So yeah, that's what we are looking to take on. Police recruitment. Let me see if I can get the headlines out so that we can see 30K. Let me see 30K. Recruit 30,000. Yeah, 30,000 personnel. In addition to the 20,000 personnel, recruiting 20,000. So let's see if I can find that. So yeah, there are some positive stuff. Those are the few that I can pick out. If you guys can find anything else, you can let me know. I don't know how many positive things that has happened. Any other ones? I mean, so the ones I can find, I've managed to pull them up. I think some people talk about exports, that our exports have increased. I guess that too is a positive because Dangote Refinery is doing quite a lot of value added exports going on right now. So that too is a good thing. Let me see. I want to get these figures out. Makes 50K. Let me find the 50K figure. 50. It does it not exist here? Where is it? Where is it now? This Ojoro 50. I don't like it. Me no like at all. Boom. What do you mean boom? What do you mean by that, pants out? Hey, my goodness, pants out has come in here. What? Of all days, why did you choose today to come in here? Is it because I mentioned Dangote? Is it because I mentioned? I think it's because I mentioned Dangote. That's what got you here. Because you don't like to hear that name at all. Dangote, 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 Dangote. No, Dangote, pants out. You have to admit, Dangote is a hero. He pointed at Farouk. That got his son, his children $5 million education in overseas. Dangote did that, and he's doing value added manufacturing for Nigerians, and he's brought the price of petrol down. You have to admit he's doing some good here, isn't he? Yeah.
Well, yeah, and that was a good thing that he did. The reason is, why did he do it? Now, I brought a data that is an indirect data. I want you to make an interpretation for me. I wanted to see where I could post a link for you here. See, I'm looking at Nigeria has been exporting crude oil to United States at record. Nigeria holds a record for Africa right now. If you combine all African countries, right? Nigeria has been exporting oil to the United States, crude oil. So now, as a thinking person, as a rational person, which I believe that you are, because you try to use ChatGTP, I wanted to post a website. Or you could go ahead and Google it yourself. What is the record for exportation of oil from Africa or from Nigeria to the United States? You're gonna say we're at a record year, billions, $4 billion worth already. So now I'm putting one and two together. What is responsible for that? What I'm thinking, right, is that instead of refining crude oil, Dangote is exporting crude oil and maybe getting back refined petroleum to Nigeria. Because it shouldn't be that you have the same thing happening at the same time. Where we are, we have a big refinery, the capacity of, say, 650,000 or even half of that. Because I know he lies a lot, this Dangote. When you have billions of dollars for people who worship money, you get away with lying. But with somebody who doesn't care about money like myself, I have my own. I have to hold you accountable. How can you be refining that much crude oil, have that kind of capacity, and then that's when we are exporting a lot, right? You chose your location to where you're outside of Nigeria pretty much. It's like Lekki, it's a trade zone where you have ships coming in. To me, now, because I put the onus now on him to show why I'm wrong. I believe that he's exporting oil and he's having a fight with our regulators and removing them. He's removed two now who are supposed to regulate him, right? So a guy like you who like to kiss ass, right? You're impressed with whatever Dangote does, such as removing this regulator, even if you accuse somebody of corruption. That's what military people did. In essence, when Buhari did a military coup, he would say corruption. The first military coup in Nigeria that led to the war is corruption. So Nigerians are wired to be against corruption. So once you accuse somebody of corruption,
your audio has gone away.
And you want, right? But so what I want you to do now, you use your own, because you like to talk about this stuff. Tell me why Nigeria built one of the largest refineries, but then we have a record year of exporting our crude to United States, and then Dangote claims that he imports crude from the United States, right? That the Nigerian government is not giving me enough. Because of that, he slashed our equity from 20% to 7.2%. You follow me?
Yes.
So I've given you the data. So now try to let me understand, how is that possible?
I think if it was clear that there was an agreement with the Nigerian government to supply crude, I think of the value of about $1 billion, and the government didn't supply it when it was due, and Dangote needed that crude to be able to produce petroleum. In other words, get the refinery working.
Okay, hold on there. Let's just do a dialogue, and AY could come in. When you go into an agreement with a second party or a third party, but especially with a government, and the government does not fulfill an obligation, what you have to do, first of all, you're smaller than the government. Somebody could come in tomorrow and take over that government. If you had an agreement, let's say with Nigeria or your Dangote, they're supposed to fund you or give you whatever to get 20% equity, and they fail on their side to meet an obligation. The first thing you will do then is to go to court. Right? You cannot, because government is stronger than you. You cannot on your own, use the tail to start wagging the dog. In essence, you cannot say to the government, I'm going to cut you down from 20% to 7.2%. The first thing you do when there's a breach of a contract is you go to court. And then you first of all, you're going to try to get the government to meet their obligation, right? Because they've already given you $1 billion in cash. So you're going to go to court, and then that court it's an arbiter is going to enforce the law and say, hey, look, government, you made this arrangement, you have to fulfill that obligation, pay that money. It's when the government fails to do that, then the court would give a judgment. And it's not automatic. That's the first thing the court would do, is to give you the judgment. Say, okay,
did
you
you
won.
know that though?
Then you're going to go to collect. That'll be where
But did you know
let me
that
just round up with that sentence, then you continue, because
okay,
it's good for me to be short, but I want you to be short.
Yeah,
so if then the government, you receive a judgment from the, can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
A little bit delayed, but I think it's fine. Go ahead. I will let you
Can
finish.
you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'll finish with one sentence. So it's after you get a judgment, it's not automatic. Then you go back and get the writ of execution to where you can then have the courts aid you. You cannot tell the government, I'm going to cut you down from 20% to 7.2%. That's illegal. That's fraud. We're Nigeria, so that it's a tripartite thing. You have our regulators, you have the government, then you have the people who own those oil, those resources. Then you have Dangote. Dangote cannot go and collude with the government like Buhari when they're leaving and say, okay, you know what, once you leave, I'm going to take a lot of that percentage, maybe give to your family. So because then it costs out the Nigerian people. So that's what I want to tell you. But more importantly to me, though, is how can we be exporting record crude oil to the United States and then have Dangote import some of that crude back to Nigeria? Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think some of the points you made, especially regarding the equity reduction, from what Dangote said, that it was the Nigerian government that opted for it, that they probably sold fuel to the IOCs, so they didn't have crude oil to IOC, so they didn't have crude oil to supply to Dangote, so they opted to renege on that obligation, or even giving Dangote the money to go and get the crude oil himself. They didn't do that. And to be fair, Tinubu had the funds. Tinubu was borrowing a lot of money during that time, billions upon billions of dollars. He could have just borrowed $1.something billion and given it to Dangote, and Nigeria would be 20% equity holder in the refinery now. And now the refinery is also looking to even go to 1.4 million barrels per day. That is a lot of money that Nigeria could have been making. But Tinubu went and this is positive day. It turns out you want to make me become a little bit negative. This is positive.
No.
Dangote is doing very well.
No. What Pastor said, probably this is the first time I'm gonna I agree with Passat. Congratulations, Passat. What Passat said is true. I agree with him. I think the deal was not transparent enough. The manner in which Dangote actually announced the end of that deal, I think it was really, really bad. I think Dangote was not smart about that deal as well. If I were Dangote, I would make sure government have percentage of that refinery. That would also protect that refinery. At least 20% was a good number. But when it came up, I said, you know what? The government have reneged, blah, blah, blah. They don't have any part of the refinery again. That was really surprising, you know. What Mr. Passat said, the right way to go about that was to go to court. Go to court. I said they've defaulted on the agreement. For this reason, there are terms of agreement, right? Provide if they can't make so amount of payment by so time, then we're gonna cut them off from the refinery. It make a very, very strong point. So I think the first time was reduction of the 20% to whatever percent. Then finally, I think there were some foul play there. I think these are kind of stuff like the people need to start up for, you know. If ordinary people can sue Dangote for that. The other thing is, like you rightly said, for what reason, even if Buhari is not there, Tinubu cannot make sure he retain that deal because it's for the benefit of Nigeria as well. So it's win-win for both sides. Dangote benefited from Nigeria as regards the refinery.
Exactly.
You cannot deny it.
Yeah.
I think Buhari and Emefiele, they help him a lot in building that refinery in terms of currency and other stuff. I think it's just right for him to do his part and make sure he give what belongs to Nigeria. Yeah, I think.
But
I
there's a reason why. But
agree
don't
with
you
that.
ask yourself? There's a reason why the
But
Nigerian
AY
government is taking to court, because the Nigerian government are the one that pulled out from during that time when it was happening. What I was reading, it was that the Nigerian government were the one that pulled out. It wasn't him that chased
If
them. Otherwise, the
Nigerian
government would have
government
taken him
are
to court.
pulling out, you ask yourself, for what reason? Why are they pulling out? Just like you said,
I don't know.
Tinubu government have borrowed a lot of money. The other thing I wanted to tackle you for was the issue of student loan. You are praising Tinubu for student loan. That student loan is a scam. It's evil. So you don't know how these people operate. Why I'm saying it's evil, it's a scam. Who is benefiting from student loan? How are they awarding the student? You can't even award student loan. How are they awarding? They just get some student and say, take the money. If that's what are they going, how do you identify those from poor background? The parent cannot pay their school fee. The parent cannot take care of their school. They know what they are doing. I will tell you why I said they know what they are doing. I'll give you an example. Right now, sorry, Passat, right now, as regard what is going on with the tax bill, right? They are telling Nigerians your NIN automatically become your tax number. That is to tell you they know what they are doing. If you remember very well, on several occasions, I have said on this platform, the first thing to do as regard the student loan, if any government that is serious in Nigeria, is to make sure they clean up the numbers we have. We have BVN, we have NIN, we have blah, blah, blah number. Use one number and use that number to identify Nigeria. Use that number to know who needs student loan. Use that number to know the elderly people, those who are not working, those who need help. Every state should clean up their register. That is where we should start from. But they know what to do. They deliberately did not do it. Now, you want to collect taxes, you understand the importance of having a unified number where you are going to get money from people. Now, your NIN is on your bank account, where they see you money moving from your one account to another. Say, you know what, give us our share. These people know what they are doing. Nigeria needs to work together and really tackle these people seriously. They know, yeah, I agree. We need a unified number like NIN. Let every Nigerian have that number. So you can use that number to talk to Nigeria, you know. But you see, They are not doing that. You can clean it up more. Every local government set up an office online. Make sure every Nigerian that is born is registered under NIN. Anybody that died is registered under NIN. In that way, you make sure continuously you cleaning up this number. I will refer you. Part of the problem America are having with Nigeria right now, as regards the visa ban and all that bullshit, was they are not able to verify people. They don't know who is who. Really, this is a problem, but Nigerians are not recognizing it. You see, you are in UK. They ask you for, I don't know what you guys call it, your social security number. While they pick your social, they know who you are. They know.
Yeah, but that is true for Nigeria too, though. To be fair, in many cases,
how is it true?
Because you need NIN to even have a phone.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They should do it now. They need to do it more in such a way that even police will take your NIN and know who you are. Attach it to phone, I agree. Attach it to everything, to bank. Attach it to the good, not only taxes, because you want to collect taxes. Now you want to implement NIN. Why don't you implement it and let everybody have, even for the sake of voting, let people use their NIN to vote. But they will not do that because that will not benefit them. They know the people will kick.
I'm still curious about the scamming part where you said the tuition.
Here is the scamming part. Here is the scamming part. There is no way on earth the government can identify people that need student loan. No way. How are you going to do it though? Have you ever
people are claiming it? But people are claiming it now.
People will always claim that is part of another set of corruption. You will see, you don't know. Here is what is happening. You will see that even the rich people, children of politicians, in the name of their politician father, will go and collect student loan. That don't need student loan. So the right people, the money is not getting to them. During President Buhari, they had a ministry of humanitarian, right? I call it Yahoo ministry. What is happening in the Yahoo ministry? They tell you they share billions of naira to people. When you go to your village, carry a microphone and ask for the whole village, who have received this money? So nobody. Are you telling me there are not poor people in your village? So who are they sharing the money to? You can't. There was no need to share that money. The first thing to do is to have a register. You are able to identify, okay, this person, this elderly woman is 80 years old. He needs care. You grant them health insurance. You can give to them for free. You have to build a country. The people you want to give the student loan, can you identify for example, their parents don't have jobs. You don't have the record. You don't know who is their father either. You don't know. How do you know they need? So that's what I'm saying.
You people are so negative.
It's not negative. No.
All these are leaders that try that. You're so negative.
I want the government to be genuine with Nigeria. You want to give her money, good. The intention is good. Let the money get to the people that need it. This is the problem. They are not thinking about. Trust me, if you go and investigate that student loan, they are telling you, you will see children that their parents are billionaire, the politicians, they are collecting that money and nothing will happen. That's Nigeria. Even the scholarship, we used to do with a lot of scholarship, that's what happened. Their children are in UK, in US, they just grab my son's scholarship. The children of the poor will be strongly writing exams in Nigeria. They will share scholarship for their children that are not even at the center writing any exam. So these are issues. It's very. I know what this.
Let me share something. Let me share a video that was made in Nigeria about this student loan. It's just a 2-minute video. So I would have an idea, because I really don't have evidence for students that have gotten it. Let's hear what they say. And this is 3 weeks ago.
From the entrance of universities to the corridors of polytechnics and colleges of education, millions of young Nigerians chase a common dream, the dream of education. However, for many, that dream now carries a price too heavy to afford.
I struggle with my father, pay school before 100 level house rent and everything.
And there are some certain times
they will not allow us to write our exam due to late payment of school fees.
In response to these growing concerns, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu established the Nigerian Education Loan Fund to provide interest-free loans and upkeep support to students. However, while some students have received their full loan packages, others are still waiting.
I thought Nel Fund would at least pay some fees, and so they didn't pay for me. They only gave me the 20,000 naira for the upkeep, so they did not pay for me. I paid my school fees myself, so they did not pay my school fees.
With unemployment among young graduates reaching alarming levels, experts ask, how will students repay these loans?
Where the chicken will come home to roost is when government attempts to recover such loans after the beneficiaries could have completed their programs. Besides, we live in an economy that does not create jobs.
Nel Fund represents a vision of equal opportunity, but without a stable economy, clear repayment plans, and honest management, the dream could turn into another national debt burden. Nel Fund represents
Sorry, I was just reading this stuff. Sorry, I forgot that I was muted. The NEL fund, if it is true that 500,000 got it, that is not nothing. That might be quite significant money.
Father, sorry to cut you short. You hear what that man said. One thing here, right? First of all, government cannot even collect this money because they don't even know the people that are collected. There is no... See, if I were the president, now you want to implement new tax system, the best thing to do for Nigeria, why don't you make, even if it's first or second year in university, free for everybody? Why don't you do that? Make it free. You can go to the people, you say now you want to collect taxes. Okay, collect taxes. Start working on the NIN number, develop that number in such a way that you can look at in Nigeria, what is your NIN number? You know what the person is doing. You have more information about the person. You are able to identify who need this money. If anybody is working in government, in private sector, you make sure they implement their NIN so that can actually pop up in the database. We don't have database. You can't trace anybody. Police cannot trace anybody. Nobody. It's just a jamboree. Like the student loan is trash.
What do we say we don't have database? We have NIN database. If I enter it now,
database, first of all, you are talking of the fidelity of the database. One, we have NIN, we have BVN, we have, I think we have some other number. Why, if you are serious government, why do you need all this number? You need to unify the number. You'll be able to unify the currency, right? You need to unify this number, clean it up. You unify, you clean up. The cleanup process takes time. So that is really, we really need to clean it up. Clean it up in the sense that make sure, let BVN go away. NIN should stay, in my opinion. NIN should be evolved in whatever every Nigeria is doing. Even the criminality we are fighting today, we can use that to fight, to know who is in Nigeria, to use that to fight anybody, right? Birth certificate, everything. Let's incorporate that into our system. Then you cannot start saying, okay, you know what? I think so people, if person apply for student loan, get their information, what's your NIN, who's your father, who's your mother, you are able to figure out, okay, this person need student loan. Even if you want to collect the student loan back, you can collect it back because you have the information. Outside that, even if their parents are, there are some level of poverty where you, instead of giving them loan, you just award this money, what do they call it again? you give them as some kind of scholarship. You give it to them for free so that every child is able to go to school. There is no excuse. The truth is, the problem is they are not deliberate, they are not serious about this thing. It's just a small screen, we are doing something. I don't want that. I want you to be doing something, implement it, struggling in such a way that even if another government come, it becomes difficult for them to just scrap it. They can look at it. Oh, this is good.
I hear what you are saying there.
I don't think you hear.
Are you not at risk of being too negative? Hey,
No,
Pastor,
I'm
thank you for
not.
coming there.
I'm not. I support. I don't have issue with any. Like I always say, I don't care who is there. I just want you to do things for Nigeria, follow the process. I'm in support.
I will listen offline if you can hear.
No, Pastor, you have to be here. This is a good discussion.
Today, at least he tried to be, coherent. He didn't go off on a tangent. he didn't veer off any rail, so he wasn't like on the case.
Deal with the data that I sent. I want you to talk about the data that I sent you, forefathers. How can we be exporting more crude oil when Dangote is coming online? I really want you to answer that, because my suspicion is that he's the one exporting that oil.
What is happening is that Nigerian government sold oil into the future. So even if they have more oil, but they've already taken loans for them. So Dangote didn't get the crude oil. And that is, for me, it's a tragedy that Nigerians don't hold the president accountable. How can we have 20% share of such a company and we gave it up? I don't understand how the Nigerian government did that. If I was the Nigerians, I would like, pay me my money back, man. That was a good investment. You took us out of it. You have to pay damages to the citizens, because if Dangote starts exporting 1.4 million barrels a day, do you know how much money Nigeria has lost because of the Tinubu decided to pull Nigeria out of it, and now it's remaining only 7.8%. So, but let's not be negative.
Was it Tinubu that pushed Nigeria out of it, or is before Tinubu got it?
No, Tinubu was the one that pulled it out.
Oh, yeah?
So Tinubu, yeah, it was under his government. Dangote came out and complained about it, that the government is not supplying what they're living by their obligation, and they chose to pull back. So, but it's all good. Dangote, there's another thing Dangote did again that I will have to also acknowledge. The guy seems to be the only good news we see in Nigeria these days. I don't understand it.
No matter what, you gotta give it to Dangote, but it should not rob Nigeria. I don't want him. That's
what is scaring me. It's like, what is behind all this?
I support him, but if he rob Nigeria, I'm gonna go after his neck. Don't rob Nigeria. Yeah, Dangote, give it to him. He has done a lot,
Yeah. Let me share one of these videos again. This was about giving money for education. Let's see.
Annual education support initiative. Which will actually cost us about 1 trillion naira over the next 10 years, but also to be reviewed on the 5th year. Beginning in January 2026, this initiative will 100 billion annual.
Okay, so that's another about $100 million, 100 billion naira
100 billion naira every year.
100 billion naira every year. Yeah, that's actually more accurate.
That's a good thing. Yeah, we can have more of that, right? So Dangote is trying on this, so right. We appreciate it, but even that money, I don't know what the money is specifically meant for, but we have a lot of work to do at least in our federal university. Make this university to standard. The issue of that Calabar, what do you call it? Coastal Highway, you were it is a good thing, but like last week, a few days ago, we have a discussion here. Mr. Tony was complaining seriously the bad road in the southeast. Not only in the southeast. I was in Nigeria 2 months ago. The roads are very bad, even in the south. Federal roads are not motorable. They are dead.
Totally bad. Totally.
What is stopping the government?
No.
No.
No, it's bad.
Hold on.
It's bad. Forefathers is bad.
Hold on. Mr. Tony.
It's bad.
I know
It's
of
bad.
a road. I know of a road, express road, that takes usually supposed to be 3 hours. People are spending close to 24 hours on that road. Where is Okpawolo? He knows. I'm telling you, you know, I don't blow any false alarm. I'm telling you the plain truth. The Nigeria roads are horrible. When I went to Nigeria, I was able at least to travel from Benin by road, from Kaduna by road. I went to Kaduna. I traveled by road. I from Kaduna down to Abuja. I traveled to Benin by road. These roads are all they are dead. So
come on, man.
I'm telling you, people are listening. No.
This is
Hold
a
on.
positive show. What kind of
This
negativity
is
is
not
this?
issue of positive. We have to say the way it is.
This is supposed to be a
People,
positive
no,
narrative.
Father, you are in UK. People are suffering traveling on this road.
Father, the roads are bad, though. They are
That
bad.
is why the
They are bad.
kidnappers are having a field day.
They are bad.
So when Mr. Tony was coming, like I know what he was talking about. I witnessed this road. Like when I travel, the body pain from the hold up, gallop, everything, it's insane. So I don't see the excess. Yes, it's good to have a coastal highway. Perfect. I don't want to be the bad guy. But why don't you focus on this eternal road, the federal road, interstate road? What are you doing about it? That's why when this admission came in, when we were discussing the ministerial appointment, if I were the president, I know we have problem with our roads. I don't mind. I will still say it. I don't mind having 6 ministers in each zone, Minister of Works. Declare state of emergency on Nigeria roads. We have to fix the roads. I don't mind doing that. Even if I do that for 4 years, I have the result I need. I can say, okay, the next tenure, I have 1 Minister of Works. There is nothing wrong. Nigeria don't take outside the board. There is nothing wrong having 6 ministers of work in each zone. Make sure you have 1 minister. We need the roads to be fixed. You pop money, you open up a black check for coastal highway because your children will benefit, the people close to you will benefit. It's unacceptable. Nigeria, these are small one. I'm telling you what is going on. I passed through all these roads.
South Expressway, one of Nigeria's most important highways,
Yeah,
was completely broken down just days before Christmas, leaving thousands of travelers stranded in hours-long and even days-long traffic gridlock.
This is just a day or so ago.
My name is Wama Emmanuel Chisom. Can you imagine that we left since yesterday? We're supposed to arrive in Abia State by 10 o'clock this morning, but we are still on the road. This particular road now is leading to Enugu, Onitsha, Anambra business road, but it's not good at all. Any car that passes through this road must have one fault or the other. It's not good. This is rubbish. Because the government is not helping us in any way. They are not helping us in any form of any way. Okay, imagine, can you see a project that they started for how many months? Just look at a project that they started for how many months? They just abandoned everything like this, as if it doesn't mean anything to anybody. They abandoned everything. And only the poor are suffering. Only the poor. When you see a politician, he's working with escorts. This is rubbish.
Absolutely rubbish. Edo State plays a very strategic role in Nigeria's road network. If you are traveling by road across Nigeria, chances are extremely high that you will pass through Edo State. Edo connects the South-South, Southwest, and North Central. This makes Edo State one of the most important transit states in the country. Sadly, despite this importance, Edo people and travelers have suffered for decades due to the terrible condition of federal roads across the state. A journey that should take just a few hours often turns into all day, sometimes even longer, because of bad roads and endless traffic. As we speak, almost every federal road in Edo State is in a state of emergency and needs urgent attention.
You see, what this guy is saying is true. You see, and the narrator, you notice how he made it look like it was the southeast. But this is an Edo problem. I when I traveled on that road, that's what I noticed, that
Yes.
that area was really bad. not the Southeast itself.
That is what I was trying to say, that it's not only Southeast, it's all over, all over. Like, roads are bad. Let me tell you, like somebody said, it's an economic sabotage. Let me tell you what's going on, right? Even this road, they are single lane, no, double lane, go and coming, right? But this road, to be honest, we are supposed to have like 6-lane expressway. This is what we are supposed to have by now, because they were not taking care of the population. I have repeatedly said, in year 2000, Nigeria population was 120 million. Because we are not able to forecast. Right now, it's still good though. We are 240 million, they say, right? In another 10 years, Nigeria population will be clocking 400 million. People think it's joke. We are growing geometrically. So they need to start planning now. You need to build rail that will carry goods. You need to build rail that will carry people.
Yeah.
You need to build more roads in such a way that these roads are not overstressed too, because the truck passing through them, the quality of work, you need to care about all this stuff. These people, I don't know, man.
So
I think they are just, you want to run up because I say good thing now, eh?
No. Because
okay, let's
before they start complaining.
No, it's actually, this was one thing I discovered in Nigeria that was really, really painful. It was really painful. People are suffering.
Yeah, I think maybe we should even keep the panel this size. It's not, because at least everybody will have chance to be talking and
don't let anybody
rushing every time. Yeah, no rushing all the time.
Yeah,
Okwegolo, this is it's a positive. We are talking about the positive. AY can be, I didn't know AY was this downbeat.
No. This is
No, he's saying the truth now.
Yeah, but we gotta say the
there
truth.
are some good things, but there are also, we have to talk about the bad things as well.
Okay. So are there things that I missed though that are good that happened? Because I did mention the Dangote refinery, the student loans, Lagos Calabar Highway, 30 December is a good thing to an extent. Is there something that I missed that I didn't mention? Okwegolo? Don't say it's Okwegolo.
Of course, man, you're smart. When you need to
But
be.
don't say it's Okwegolo, that's a good thing.
You are smart where you need to be. You just said it. Pablo is another. At least to the constituency that he represents. We are all smiling. So it's but I don't know why. On one hand, you want to be positive. You decide to show dead federal road in order to point it on my
it's enemies of progress that keep talking about it. So I just thought I should show you.
They just want to point it to my SLS.
I had to show you. They are the ones that would let me go positive. They kept dragging me back. Tony was like, he's just telling the truth.
That's federal government problem.
What am I supposed to do?
That's not Okpaholo's problem. That's federal government's problem. So you guys should try again.
Even Okwebolo enter inside the gutter within the entourage in one of his state tours.
It's under federal. Okpaholo is under federal government, so it's not.
That's an embarrassment too.
Okpaholo is not above federal government. Is it above federal government? All of us are under federal government, so it's subjected to that too. That's where we are.
To be positive, but it's hard. It's hard to be positive.
Positive. I don't think. First of all,
I don't know.
Pansat is not there. Pansat no know what they talk about.
You see.
I have no idea what he's talking about. Dangote is not Dangote. Dangote know they import fuel. They import crude. There was a time that the crude from Texas, West Texas, and that is because the refinery they were under maintenance. So Nigeria become the largest country where America they export crude oil to. Dangote they refine it, supply domestic. The remaining one he send them back, but primarily he sent like gasoline and all that other thing back. Not necessarily the way. The way Pansat put out. And investment there now, where mention, you have to give it to this government. But Tinubu he's still holding strong. I'm not sure they never get that yet. was able to continue the investments that the previous administration secured from China. They are still intact. Never hear any complaint from China there that they have been displaced, just like what is happening in Congo. American companies are going heavily displacing,
What
inching.
is that investment though?
Is that
What is the investment?
rails, lithium factory, Lekki Deep Seaport.
Seaport. Yeah.
Yeah, and then pretty much in charge. I think they renewed their currency swap.
Yeah.
But
So
the satellites where they be for Sat 1, Sat 2, Sat 3, all of them know they work.
they were okay. Maybe they don't stop. Maybe
No
America
be
don't
no be
succeed.
no be Chico na go by. What are you expecting?
No, with that. Once they don't stop them, they
Hey, why
was that China that did
you know
it?
be
I
good
think that
person.
was the UK that did it now. Tony, was that not the UK that made the Nigerian satellite?
No, you go fit pay UK. Now China na do now, not be Chico.
Then about Chevron, I think Chevron finished job the agreement, putting like 2 billion in the oil sector. So the oil sector is enjoying investment from outside. Qatar is built to spend 300 billion for X amount of years. I don't know exactly how that is to be spent. Now, so when you are talking
Even
about
Saudi were planning to spend some money, no?
yeah, so if you just want to just mirror in on the positive, those are the positives too. So the investments are coming in from both worlds, even though there's pressure to want to account one, which is putting the government under tight rope. But so far so good. I think they are going. uh what again? What other positive thing again? You mentioned Dangote exposing the 5 million student school fees guy. Yeah, I ever want to see it. At least they fight dirty, not in secret, but up to carry and come public. So we see the weakness in the system. That if we really want to cause problem with them, is to go into investigative journalists. We know all these men, we know their children. At one point, we they go school together for Nigeria before their papa become a senator, minister, governor. So we know them. If we really want to actually go after them, I mean that's what Sahara reporters she already did with Sahara reporters anyway. So just go behind the scene and expose people then. But it's dangerous too. So Dangote can get away with it because either way you won't come after him is ready legally. Even juju self, I gotta get like people where they do juju for him too. So yeah, I think the positives are if you already want to stick with that. Those are things so far that I have seen. I don't know. I don't know. We don't do complain. So most of the good ones we know it passes by like that. You know. Obi is still going strong. That's positive. Yeah,
I
Abi.
guess so. I guess so.
With all the bullets that are throwing at him from attacking the movement, attacking this major, so he's still here. So there is still hope, regardless of the cry of one party system. Atiku is still going strong. So there is still
I'm
the
not sure that one
democracy.
is. I'm not sure those ones are good news. Or they are just stating all the bad things that has been happening to Nigeria.
I don't put
So,
that
you see,
one competition.
Tony, you see your life, Tony, you see your life. You know all these enemies of progress. When they tell the Nigerian satellites are working, he was like, "Oh no, it's not working. It's China that made them." But it's a UK company. Sorry, because I thought I know about it already.
Is it a UK company?
Yeah, it's a UK company. Sorry, Satellite Technology Limited. They built the Nigeria Sat 1 and Sat 2 and X. I don't know which one X is. And
The
two of
third
them are
one.
still working. I think it's the X one that is not working.
No,
But
they are not working now. I
but
don't
the
know.
DGS said
What is the date? What is the date of that this thing? Do
this
you
one
know
it
the
says
date?
as of late 2025, Nigeria currently has at least 2 functional satellites in orbit, a communication satellite and an Earth observation satellite.
And
However,
they are
both
not
are
using it to.
operating beyond their original design lives. Okay,
Okay.
they already stayed beyond their designed this thing lifetime.
Uh-huh.
So
Because I know they are not working. Otherwise, they go use they use them to
You see now,
do surveillance.
why did
But
you?
okay, I agree. I agree with that is not China. I think it's not Chico. I don't know where I got that from. Yes.
Look at that.
You
You call
could
them.
be saying, UK go collect the
Is
contract.
it why you
carry
call
am go
Chinese people
Chico.
just now? Is it why you call Chinese people just now?
Na
You know,
Chico
this
dey
kind of
do that.
attitude, this kind of attitude is not helping.
Na Chico.
But you drag them into this, you try to soil their good name.
UK. What's the difference between UK and China, though? Even you see, the internet is not working. It's struggling.
Oh, they don't. UK is not. They see they call them Great Britain.
But-
They call them Great Britain
Oh,
again. They don't give them.
We shouldn't have used UK to be fair.
Forefathers, for the fact that a UK company handled it doesn't mean that the technology was from UK.
That's another point.
Even if it's an American company, it may not necessarily be that the technology is from America.
You see, that's another side to it.
Oh, look at that. Then.
That's an intelligent one.
China. You see that? They want to see through it on China. Well, we all that. Let's
No,
exonerate
business angle is always different from technology angle. It could be, but it may not necessarily be. That's what I'm saying. I'm not just trying to dispute.
Yeah, I don't know where I read that it's China. You know what? That anyway.
I think satellite technology is very sensitive, and generally, as some of our even building drones, they try to avoid Chinese companies as much as they can, except it's some passive component that can't talk. They just do their stuff. They can use Chinese component, but if it's a serious stuff, they will avoid Chinese DC products for especially space missions. Otherwise, why Nigeria might as well go to China now and get itself sorted out. But that said, so it looks like none of you want to say all the positive things that's happening.
No, I can. I have some positive. If you allow me.
I have some too.
Okay, great. Let's bring. You see all the negative-minded people. Let's put them out there. Please go ahead, Tony.
No, we're not criticizing because we love to criticize. When we see some positive, for instance, there's been in the foreign exchange market, there's been some macro economic stability. The naira has been relatively stable, floating over 1,400 and something, less than 1,500. Is that the best that we can have? No. But the area where today is 1,005, 1,006, 7, 8, almost 200 and down and so on. So you can't plan. That has been a problem. But now at least there's some measure of planning that you can do because this stability has remained for quite some time.
True.
But the government still needs to do more. We see fuel prices coming down. Is it the best that can be? No, but it's dropping. It's coming down. I think Dangote is 600 and something. Some private people are saying 700 and something. But at least that's some relief for travelers, and we haven't seen significant impact in terms of the products in the market. In Nigeria, anything that goes up hardly comes down.
No, there is drop in the price.
Yes, they say rice, for instance, has come down to 50 something.
Even pepper, a lot of things, to be honest.
Okay, so there is some progress. If you go to security, we see the cooperation between Nigeria and America is yielding some results. Now it looks like the government has woken up from its slumber. They have done some geomappings. American planes coming to Nigerian space with support of the Nigerian government, and they are doing some surveillance and passing some information, intel to Nigeria as to how to deal with those, security issues that we have. And the pressure from America, I guess, is also gingering government, making government to wake up and to stand up and to show that they are serious about fighting banditry, insecurity, and all that. So there are one or two gains there. We hope the government will sustain it. And then if you go to, rail lines in some areas, apart from the southeast, we see some progress being made. But what other areas? The only problem, some of the problems that we have is that government has not been transparent. Some of the trade agreements that they say they have made with India, with Japan, with Brazil, with UAE, some of them, those countries have come to say that they were embellished. They're not really true. And I think that's part of the things that is counting against the government. They say things that turn out to be contradicted. The attitude of government to what's it? The feeling of the people, the pulse, in terms of feeling the pulse of the people, are actually saying the truth as it is. That's another problem, because most of the time the statistics that they give out and the things that government say don't align with what is on the ground. I think as 2027 approaches, you probably will be seeing the government changing, because election is coming, and they want people to vote for them. So I think they are quite Dangote. We talked about Dangote, fantastic job he's doing, even though I don't like him, but I praise his courage. Dangote refinery has been a game changer, for Nigeria. I praise him for his entrepreneurship. I praise him for being bold. I praise him for even putting that investment, because even all those people where they steal money from Nigeria, if they even pity Nigerians by using the stolen money to do something here, maybe it will be, you can not excuse them, but I mean, it will be different. So for him, I think he's kind of encouraging, entrepreneurship. He's employing people. He's what he's doing is impacting on our forex. And if, like you said, by the time you expand it to 1.4 billion barrels per day, that's a game changer. And that will be the largest, refinery in the world right now. Is this largest single train refinery, and with the connections that he's doing with Zimbabwe, exporting aviation fuel to America, to even Saudi Aramco and Europe. That's a great thing that he's doing. But I don't like his monopolistic style. I don't like some of the things that he's doing. I refuse to buy his shares. I used to buy a lot of shares, even though I regretted, because his shares went up. I would have made money from him, but because I didn't like him and the way he was carrying on his business, I just refused. But I still praise him for what he's doing, for investing, believing in Nigeria in spite of the hard times and the challenges and difficult times and I think that if we have more Dangote, that would be good. I think the government needs to also encourage car companies like Innocent. There's one in your state, in Nord Motors. I think. Yes, and then there's one somewhere else. There are people who are trying to get private refineries off stream. Yes, I think there's some sort of confidence that's beginning to come, from Nigerians who are saying, okay, we can invest this money instead of just taking it to Bureau de change and be changing, because it's no longer too attractive to keep your money, your dollars in Bureau de change and just be doing round tripping, like the banks are doing. So I think people are beginning to, be courageous to put it in productive ventures that will employ people, create wealth, for the country. So I think those are some positives, that we can see. But the negatives are also there, and they're numerous. But since we are talking about the positives, I think let me just stop there.
Don't worry, we'll get it. Don't chat to talk about the negatives.
Huh?
I don't know you invest in Nigeria stock market. I
I
want
did.
to get serious. My friends have been disturbing me. I will try and invest some money.
I don't know what it is now, but I built.
Let me start.
I don't know what it is now. I built my first house with stocks. I was trading in stocks.
Really?
And yeah,
Amazing.
I was trading. I don't keep it for long. I trade. I watch it. Now stocks every day. I go watch, and once I sell, I buy. I sell.
Into
Buy.
Nigeria
Sell.
market though.
I don't.
I do the other trade, but
no, the market is good. It's favorable.
Okay.
Yeah, Nigeria market. I think if you know what you're doing, you can make quite a lot of money from it. Yeah, you could.
Yeah,
but,
at the same time, it has its own risk, multiple risk factors, because for some people that sent some dollars within the period this administration came in to buy stocks, it also hurt them.
Yes.
You understand? And I had similar experience. But now that the exchange rate is stable, I think we can plan around it.
That's good. I will look into it seriously.
Overnight, you lost almost like 200% of your
wow
your capital because of So you are forced to leave the money there for
I don't like market that is manipulated. That's my problem with. That's my fear with Nigeria market.
Some of them respond to the in the stock market. Any small thing can just cause your stock.
The good thing about
I like
stock
market that
is
fluctuates
the good
because
thing about
all you
stock
do have to
market
do is wait for it to go
No,
up.
the one I'm even talking about is the insider trading.
No, the good thing about Nigerian stock market is that it's not as the daily fluctuation like you have in advanced markets.
It's not as volatile as
The way news move the market here, news doesn't move the market like that.
In Nigeria, really?
I would have thought Nigerian one would be moving more.
No, it doesn't respond like that.
When the central bank cut interest rates, it was really
in America, news move market like wildfire. That's what you trade now.
Let me. I wanted to share some positive.
Yeah, one of the positives.
Let me
say the positive. Let me say my own positive.
Let him say so.
Good. Go ahead, Steph.
I will
what are
share
the
more
things you've seen?
too.
Yeah, one of
I'm on the negative side today. I will share more negative.
One of the positives for me is Dangote.
Yeah.
But as I'm emphasizing on it, I'm also using the opportunity to also ask the government not to relent in regulating or monitoring any private business that has a kind of monopoly outlook. You understand? Until the system throws enough natural competition. If not, they shouldn't. They should try as much as they can to whatever thing. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, whatever assistance that was given to Dangote Refinery, the government should extend the same kind of gestures to any other person that want to establish a private refinery in Nigeria. Whether you want to establish a 50 barrel per day refinery, government should also equally assist them. Then for other sectors of the economy, government should also create the enabling environment, make desperate moves that will help those people to also have a better deal. By so doing, it shows that they're actually not, you don't need to have particular influence in the government to be able to get good deals. So government should be strategic in different sectors of the economy, just like America is doing when it comes to AI and stuff like that. Create the environment. If you want to provide incentives, specify those incentives. Let it not be based on any individual, so that as much company as they can be able to come in and take the advantage of the opportunity. That is one. Then number two, another positive is the Fintri, the governor, pardoned Jackson was it yesterday? That was a good news.
Yeah.
I believe the man should not have been imprisoned in the first place. So I welcome the pardon. And
sorry, what did he do? So the viewers know. What did he do?
He
pardoned him. Pardoned him.
He killed some a bandit that attacked him in his own farm. So there was a struggle for the weapon that the bandit was using to attack him. And he overpowered the bandit and killed him in the process. Just similar to the guy that was killing the Jews at that was the story said there was a Muslim that now intervened, which was rare to find. If the script is flipped, I don't think they would have received such help. But let me not go there. But just like in the case where you see on TV, when that guy overpowered the shooter with a gun, assuming that he killed the person in the process, you now charge him for murder. That's wrong.
Yeah.
Shouldn't have happened in the first place. But it happened.
Yeah, it should not have happened.
You know? So I think that was a welcome development. And they shouldn't just end in the pardon, they should also apologize to him.
Yeah, but is there clear evidence that the guy was the bandit?
No, it wasn't.
The guy was trying to harm him?
What they said is that having when you were able to
overpower him.
You should have run
Shouldn't
away
have.
instead of killing him.
No, I think if the man was a bandit, yeah, he has the right to defend himself. But is it clear that that person was a bandit?
Yes, he almost killed him now.
You didn't hear what I said?
He stabbed him now.
He was stabbing. He has a stabbing this thing all over his body. The argument in court is that at that particular point you were able to overpower him, you should have run away.
That's ridiculous.
That's wrong. That was wrong.
That's a capital offense. Even he's supposed to have been executed for being a bandit, trying to kill somebody. So the guy did what was done. In America, that would be like they would be like what?
Self-defense. As a hero, yeah.
Yeah, clear self-defense. That is it. Okay. Any other one?
So, on a lighter note, another good thing is that the political tension in the country is reducing because there is no more opposition. And according to Akpabio, maybe before the end of the year, all the remaining lawmakers would have defected to APC, and at least we're going to have peace. And
apart from Abia State.
Yeah, we're going to have a quiet transition in 2027 because so that's a good thing for the policy, at least. People will not spend too much money in campaigns, and
I think that's quite an observation there.
You forgot to add that. You forgot to add that Okpebolo taught us some new English that is now in our grammatical lexicon.
I'm not even current. I didn't hear that. I think he's here. He will educate us on that one.
Wait, so is Alessoti? Is he saying he's not going to contest for second term or what?
No, he's contesting.
Okay.
I hear that the Ghanaian government they are trying to manipulate it to do a third term. I don't know what is it with politicians. They try to change the system so that they can
I think the biggest one is the visa ban. At least our elite go rest. They'll focus on Nigeria.
Oh, I think that's another
They didn't ban all of them now. Is it all of them?
Their children will go to the same school with our children. Maybe they there.
No, not to be honest, it's not affecting the government. That's the issue.
No, not be the government. Now the people will gain position to put pressure on government in their affect. People like Una will get more money.
Forefathers, you see, the government is failing in that respect. A small country like Antigua and Barbuda, they were also affected. I don't know whether full ban or partial ban. I think it's partial ban, like Nigeria. What they did was that they engaged the American government to the extent that they now agreed that for those two countries, if you have already been issued visas for school or for business or for whatever, this thing will not affect you up till the 31st of December.
But Tony, you know what? Do you know what they are asking for from our own government? Do you know what they want to use, but what they ask for? We don't know. So
can you imagine somebody who don't pay? Can you imagine somebody who don't pay school fees to come to America? They don't forward, they don't get my admission,
no,
and then you
Sorry.
99% of my village people don't know what they call visa ban, so you know concern us.
So it good now as soon as you you know now English.
English too, even for your own village.
Hold on. If you have let me correct something. You know people are watching. Let me correct something. If you have visa already, you are not banned. You can come into America before January 1st.
Okay. Yeah, everything has been January 1st now. Everything take effect.
Yeah, everything is January 1st. Even after January 1st, you have this already, you can come in, but it's gonna be a bit risky. But you can come in. But
now us we get money to organize people who can't use that they send our children go school for abroad. Now they affair. So we will focus on mingle with the blacks, the poor, so that we fit take over government or put them under pressure instead of importing out the money.
But did they actually say the reason why they are banning them?
Why they are
what? The government know. They don't want to tell us. They know.
No, it's well stated. They stated the America stated it. One, data problem, overstay.
That's what I was explaining to forefather.
Data overstay and then insecurity.
falsification of document too.
Okay,
Yes.
I've heard that data thing before. Not Nigeria. I heard of countries that have a seamless visa arrangement with America, usually based on the data.
Yeah,
There's more to it.
I
There's
get the
more
feeling
to
that
it.
America is just looking for people to pound right now, and Tinubu has gotten into his crosshairs, and Tinubu, being a smart man, is trying to play along, hoping that he's going to get bored and move on to somewhere else. But this
No,
thing that they are
hey,
scanning Nigeria, I
the
don't know
rate,
whether it's a good
the
thing.
rate at which China in getting invested in Nigeria, the goal of America be say, if anything that will make my enemy progress is not supposed to exist, we go destroy am even if we get them. So and that's why I say in Nigeria this year alone, that's why I say Tinubu actually held all the investments that came from China. They never lose anyone yet. So those are the pressure. If in Congo today, almost American company in food there now as we speak.
But those resources you're talking about, does China have everything?
China is also doing a lot of damage.
What do you mean?
to our economy.
What do you mean have everything? Sorry.
What I'm saying is that we have a lot to give.
Yeah.
The thing about China is that when they do
look at
economy,
it this
they
way.
do it by offering something. They are not just doing it like the way Western people do it, like by just taking your money and putting it inside their countries. They sell you rice. And sorry, the Chinese, they sell you rice. It's going to damage your local farmers, but they will give you cheap price. They will buy your raw materials, even if there is little children that are digging it out from the ground. They don't care. They will take the raw materials and go away, but they will pay them money. So the Chinese, that's the kind of business they do. But the West, they will just come take, and then they will still make you export crude oil to them. Then they will sell the petrol to you, so that you even lose double. It's like the greed is just out of this world.
The other side we will now they consider these people are not fighting for immediate and resources they go use now. They are bargaining for 2040, 2050, 2070 because now resources that will power the current. So what the fight we did now between where Nigeria they cross section. Now let's say me and you sorry if I destroy your name. Let's say me and you they fight, right? Me and you they fight. And to Nigeria they supply you ammunition to feed they fight me, right? Even though I don't need Nigeria ammunition, my goal is to make sure to stop Nigeria from supplying you the ammunition.
Yeah.
You understand? So that's where Nigerian come in. Not that America actually need Nigerian resources now, but the fact that it's helping China is unacceptable to them.
I understand you, but if you need my opinion in any of those things, it's not really. I'm not really about whether it's China or America, whether head or tail. I think we are losing. My anger all the time is some of these things that we are, rejoicing that okay, Russia is getting it, China is no more getting it, or China is getting it.
I don't think anybody is rejoicing. But let's be clear. I don't know.
We can start, no matter how little we want to start utilizing these things by ourselves. We have the capacity.
No, that's where I stand too. That's my position.
The point that you made is what I said, where you say I don't change mouth. America is looking for influence because Chinese commercial interest is growing in Nigeria. So America is looking for interest, is looking for influence. If it can influence the Nigerian government to be able to curtail this thing. And is the Gulf of Guinea is where it's targeting. So it can influence the countries. I mean, just like it is influential in almost all the Gulf that you have all over the world. So that influence is what America is looking for. China is going for economic interest. Russia is going for, like military support, at least to tell America, say, we did here. Even though I know, say, they can never, ever get to a fight. They will not, because all of them are the same brothers. They've been at the same Now they know they get where they will go
No,
meet. Go settle,
now
go
we
solve their
go
problem.
fight. Now we go do the fighting. No, be now we go dey fight ourselves because of
So,
that.
so I also agree with what's his name? My brother will speak after you. You know, it is up to Nigeria to sit down and play them. You know, in elementary history, when we read about West African history, we read about Samori Toure, how he played the French against the British.
Sorry, Tony. I know the try story, but that's what the government is doing. They are trying to get from both sides, right? As I said, we don't know because we don't trust them, they don't trust, so they are not transparent, right? But I believe that's what they are trying to make sure they keep the both of them. You understand? But it's just that, as I said, I'm not focused on
the question is, the question is, you want to keep the both of them. When, what are you yourself doing for yourself? I heard what's this tax man today on Arise TV?
That's where our greed comes.
They were asking him about the France agreement. Has anything to do with our data? He said no, data is not involved.
You look at that, you see? Which is a lie.
Wait, now they're not asking why France. Is it because they've done harmonization before to understand how it works? What Tinubu did in Lagos on his governor, they are touting. Is it not harmonization?
Oh.
What kind of capacity building does Nigeria need any other country to teach us? Why don't we do it, make mistake, learn from it?
They know that if you use alpha beta, if you use alpha beta, be whatever, Nigerians will come against them. So now,
I think I don't have anything against alpha beta. What people have against alpha beta is the profit they are making. If he says, okay, we are just going to use alpha beta as a backbone, and we are going to pay equivalent of what we are paying, we're looking to pay France, or even less, people will welcome it.
No, people won't welcome. You can't. Alpha beta is Tinubu. Then petroleum minister is Tinubu.
Let me ask this question.
Then he should remove himself. He should recuse himself from alpha beta because you have to put the nation first. If you ask me,
let's assume Obi that won or Atiku won, and they decided to involve KPMG because now the famous
financial institution. Yes, why they not use them?
Okay, now hold on. KPMG na foreign company. Tinubu company na indigenous company. So
no. We are talking.
Where I'm going is that Nigeria should stop being scared of making mistakes and learning from it.
But look at it. Alpha beta.
Let's make mistake and learn from it.
Let me quickly say this: alpha beta is conflict of interest. You got to call it.
That's what I'm saying. So that's why I say Moku take the owners, the names owner, because let's look at the reality. Because somebody have to own the company, whether we like it or not.
But it's conflict of interest. There's conflict of interest.
I agree if you want to make that argument.
Conflict of interest, but the President Tinubu and whatever association he has could have decided they should have planned it that way, that they would have a kind of divested from alpha
beta is a family company.
Let's be real.
Yeah, but you divest from it because why bring France into it when you have a national? I would rather a Nigerian is doing than the French.
KPMG are
we are all assuming nobody can prove that alpha beta they do. So let's be very conscious of
no. Nobody is saying alpha beta is doing it. What one is saying is that he would have used alpha beta, but Nigerians will come against it because that's the pattern. The high tech is doing the Lagos Calabar highway. It's a family business.
The query we should be having is what our brother. This is your name. I don't know if you pronounce that. It's what we are saying. Let's do try and error, right? That's what he's saying. But we need to now because we don't get all the information.
No.
The question that you guys should be interested in. You guys know that because, is it Ovia that said it? We don't even know what the truth is.
Yes.
You know that there's a company, e-Transact, and they later added another one that's going to be collecting the tax on behalf of the government.
Yes. Okay.
And they're going to pay them.
You know the thing.
What exactly? If you're going to engage another foreign company that is still going to pay, what are they going to do? What is the e-Transact that will collect the tax?
Why are the MOU? Why are they not breaking it open so people will know?
Is it just after people pay money into e-Transact, you give them commission? They're not offering capacity building or what?
Yep, they are
So,
not.
so those are the issues. If you look at high tech that is building the Trans Lagos Calabar this thing, the only reason why they gave them, according to government, the only reason why they gave them is that because they were able to fix the problem with the Co-Atlantic and the Atlantic this thing. That's the only reason. So to say that it's the only French company that can handle this is not true. I mean, I would think that if you go to ICANN, for instance, they should be able to give you names of people who can do these things. You know, I don't know whether they bidded for the job. I don't know how.
They didn't.
How.
They just. Do you think they did when they handed it over to a French company?
They did not.
They didn't do anything. There are many other countries that could have done this for Nigeria, and what makes it very very sensitive. I was trying to be positive, but
The
this one,
data.
that data is very sensitive that they are handing over to foreigners. It's in real time.
You know, my
Bro,
problem is that
let me first.
whenever an opportunity comes for the government and its officials to convince me that they are patriotic, they will fail me.
They keep failing.
And when I criticize them, some of their urchins will say that I'm unpatriotic.
Yeah, I don't blame you. I think they just keep failing. They're disappointing the people constantly.
Papa, let us leave that. We are discussing the good things, so let us.
Yeah. Let's be up. Look at that.
That's spoil the fun.
Now he's the one that is now looking up the sign. Okay, let me play a video because there are quite a few videos I wanted to play. At least the December festivities seems to be bringing some cheer to Nigerians. So let me just play. It looks like Southeast they enjoy Christmas more than most in Nigeria, and this lady is complaining she's not finding it funny.
Why not they go village with private jets? What's happening? Tell me what exactly is happening in Anambra State. Allow me to take you to a village. You are not allowed. Go back home. Monica, go back to Abuja. You are not allowed. Allow me. No. Haba. What's happening on this app?
Years old. You were named by outsiders, carved by strangers, abused, drained, disrespected. If you were a person, Nigeria, you'd be healing from trauma, neglect, gaslighting, because you were told so many times that you were nothing, to the point that even your own children have started to believe it. But that's not where this story ends. That's not your portion, because you, Nigeria, are rising. Your people are multiplying and our eyes are opening. Your voice is getting louder and the world is watching, whether they admit it or not. Listen. Before I picked up a mic to start recording content, I was watching money move in boardrooms, venture deals. I saw millions wired into Ukraine literally while bombs were falling. And in that same breath, that same conference, they told me Africa was too risky. Nigeria was definitely too risky. And it was at that exact moment that I knew that I couldn't stay quiet for much longer. Not because I'm special, quite the contrary. I'm just a ratchet kid with a Badbury past from the hood, right? With nothing to lose. And I've seen too much to pretend that I didn't. Nigeria, I'm speaking to you like I would speak to a child who survived too much. I love you, I believe in you, but I won't romanticize what's ahead. Your path is not going to be easy. Some of your own have betrayed you, turned their backs, but your restoration is loading. There's a reason why the world fears your name. Because when your people move, they move with power, whether it's in tech, music, medicine, sport, even crime. Because even your bad is done so well, too well. And that's the paradox, right? But it's also the potential. And when that precision is used for good, nobody can touch you. Nigeria, we talk like corruption is something that's only in government. But what if it starts with your people, your civilians, the Ocado rider who doubles prices at night time, the mechanic who breaks the things that he should be fixing, the landlord who hikes rent 4 times in dirty December, the student who charges classmates to help, the club that sells 10k tables in a country which earns less than £2 a day. We talk like corruption only exists in Aso Rock alone. But what if it lives on every street? This is definitely not an excuse for the failures of leadership. I repeat, for the people at the back who don't like to listen, this is not an excuse for the failures of leadership. But politicians were civilians first. If the top is broken, maybe the bottom is shattered. You are rich, Nigeria, not just in oil or gold, but in people with great minds and kind hearts. But survival mode has made your people forget that we were born to thrive. But I see it, I feel it. And I know I'm not alone. We are your children, and we don't just need working roads and working lives. We don't just need the government to govern. We need to remember who the we are, because once we do, not history, not the West, not bullets, not bribes, not borders, not broken promises, nothing will stop Nigeria. Let's talk in the comment section. Love you all.
Okay, this is what we
Yeah,
are.
why are you playing AI video for us? Forefather! Come on, stop this!
This is how Nigerians enjoying themselves now.
My kids are watching. Come on, stop.
What is wrong
Forefathers,
with it?
Oh
you
my
don't know
God.
what he did. You don't know what he did talk, forefathers.
I
If you
don't
know
know
what
what
he
he's saying.
Turn it off, turn it off, turn it off, turn it off.
Positivity,
If they speak
positivity.
it in English, then YouTube will flag it. Oh my God.
Oh my God, Steph went DEFCON 1
Oh my
immediately.
God.
forefathers, not they play anything where you.
I didn't know what he was saying, though. I
Oh
don't know
my
what he
God.
was saying. I thought I knew. Because I do hear a bit of Igbo, so I thought I knew what he was saying, but I did.
Forefather, KJ is on the back seat. Bring KJ to give us the positive about
Is
Nigeria.
he on the backstage? Where did you get him backstage?
I
He's
see
on.
him here now, Abi.
He's not
So,
on camera.
you know, when we talk
He's not on
about
camera.
some
Okay.
missed opportunities that
Let's see.
our government usually have, you know, when this man came in, when he started this tax reform, the thing appealed a lot to me, and I was looking forward to it because it's one of the policy directions that I've been looking at for decades in Nigeria, which I believe, not for the reason why they're implementing it to raise revenue, right? But that's not the reason why I've been looking forward to tax reform in Nigeria.
Which one, Steph?
Tax reform.
Okay.
The reason why I've been looking forward to it for so many decades ago is that I believe that when you begin to associate citizens directly to the money that the government is wasting, over time, it will make them to start having that sense of ownership, that government are not just there. You know, presently they say, let them steal the money and that's their business. God will punish them. You understand? But over time, they begin to associate that money to their own sweat directly. You understand? That's how it sticks. And that's how they begin to ask questions. Because where you are, you hear people say, what are you doing with my tax money? Not with our resources. In Nigeria, what they say, what are you doing with our resources? You understand? So when you see that you have a stake, that this money, maybe you finish doing business in a year and you pay like 500,000 or 1 million naira, man, you're going to be, next time you want to be interested in what government is doing with the money they're spending. I don't know if you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's correct. That's correct.
So that's the reason why I've been looking forward to it. And when they started it, it was making sense. But you then ask yourself, why can't government, when you even look up to them, give them that benefit of the doubt, to do something without blemish? This is a government that controls the National Assembly, which is, for administrative purpose, is a good thing for the president, even if it's not a good thing for the whole of the nation. But it makes it easier for him to pass his policy, his reforms, and whatever electoral promises that he made. It happens everywhere. But you have that opportunity and privilege that whatever you want them to do, you know how to get them do it. How do we come at the eve of implementation? How do we come to a situation where we begin to hear something was added, something was not added? Even after you signed it, you discover you want to add another A or change B to C. Why can't you take it to them overnight like they did the national anthem? They can insert it, re-endorse it, and send it back to you. News will carry it. We've added one or two additions to it or made one or two amendments. But you now decided, even if nothing is in all this thing going on everywhere now, you just want to throw the nation into unnecessary chaos and distrust. Does it make sense? Somebody tell me if it makes sense. It doesn't.
It's quite a kind of it's one of those things that we want to try to do away with for 2026. And because I think some of the things the government has done to sabotage the Nigerian economy in the last 3 years, 2 to 3 years, I think they've washed away now. And this is why you are seeing the petrol price come down and this naira stabilizing. Those things, except he goes and does something crazy again, something crazy is going to. And history suggests that they are going to do something crazy, but maybe they won't. After all, Dangote didn't exist before. Now he does. So maybe Nigeria is going to be experiencing growth from this period forward. And maybe by this time next December, people will be far more happy to go to Nigeria and feel safe. Can you imagine going to Nigeria when you don't have to worry about traveling on the roads? Man, those roads, my God. When I look at I'm trying to be positive. Okay, I'm positive. So those roads are going to be fixed.
Father, let me say something.
You have to make sure the roads are going to be fixed.
Oh, Father, let me say something. Let me say something on the Oya God. You see, I've been saying this for long, like forever. The solution to this thing is very, very easy. Now we are getting close to the solution. Because of people like Farouk, a lot of them in different sectors. That's why Nigeria is not developing in some sectors. Right now, what Dangote is doing is a good thing, but that oil industry need complete deregulation. When you deregulate it, government hold control of monitoring what is going on. Then you allow competitors to come in, poor price. We even go to 400 in no time. It's simple. It's as easy. Don't forget, you see the telecom sector. Tony will be able to witness when the telecoms, when MTN and Econet then were doing their thing. At some point, Nigeria will pay how much per minute. They will charge you per minute. You make 1 second call. To get a SIM card, people will pay up to 30,000 naira. Then 30,000 naira was money. But today, nobody cares. If you have MTN SIM, they are doing you nonsense, you throw it away, you go get Glow. It's just deregulate, complete deregulation, and the government sit down and regulate. It's as easy. Boa refinery is coming on board. Give out more licenses, who is capable. Let them build 100 refinery. If you are tired of your own, you sell it. It's as easy. That is how a country develops. All government do, just make sure you regulate, you watch what is going on. The price will automatically. Look at what Dangote is doing now. He dropped the price to 700. Compete with him. It's as easy. And go import for it. Compete.
Even artisan licenses. Give them artisan licenses. To even build refineries in the
modular refineries.
Yeah. Modular refineries.
Yeah, when you do that, you see state
they can build and supply only to his village.
All you make sure with regulation, regulate, sure exactly is of standard for Nigeria to consume. It's as easy. Yeah. This problem will be solved. The reason, see, our refineries, our national refineries not working is deliberate. People deliberately head those refineries down. They did want them to work. If they tell you how much they pump in repairing Port Harcourt refinery, you will be shocked.
Man, those people,
evil. So
I'm
so happy.
I don't know anybody that will be more
Farouk
evil.
was finally kicked out.
Last year, Papa keeps saying, "Don't worry, give them a chance. It's going to work in October." Okay, they said it's going to work in October. Just don't worry, it will work.
The other area is the electricity. You know, I hear that there's been some increase in
in output.
Yeah, we can
hear yes, generation. You know, to about 6,000. You know,
oh my God.
You know, we have much more than that capacity, but we have not been able to utilize fully the capacity because of transmission problems, because of distribution, and so on and so forth. But I hear now there's a slight, increase in generating output. So I don't know whether
did you say 6,000 megawatts?
Yes, I don't know whether that has that has affected distribution in a significant way. You know, I don't know how.
That is not good news.
It's still erratic and comatose.
We are talking about good news. That is giving us bad
how many
news.
were you producing before?
About
I don't know.
4,000-5,000
It
that
has
they are.
always been at 4,000-5,000 now.
It's always been like
Megawatt.
that. Oh my
Yeah,
God.
yeah. At
Hi.
least for us to even get serious at all, we need to at least have 20,000 in no time. Then we can push to 100,000. For us to get serious.
You know what I think?
Electricity.
To transform Nigeria, one of the good way to do it is if you want to aspire to become a leader, start now. Start now. Study all the things you need to do before you get into office. Study all of them deeply. Understand how you're going to get them done. If it's a road, power station, all those things, study it so that once you get into office, it's execution.
We know.
Something you said this year.
We know all.
Look at that.
We know all those things.
All the gems are releasing. This is
Paparazzi,
the best concept.
I can tell you that we know all those things. We have the facts. The point is that in each of those critical sectors, there are cabals that are holding it down because they're benefiting.
That's
Whether
what
it's
you
power,
plan for now. You plan for
whether it's petroleum industry, power, what other areas?
Security,
even your ports, because our ports can be more competitive, more cost effective than that of a Benin. It can, but there are bottlenecks that they're putting. Singapore is making a lot of money from his port reforms and from this thing. There's so much that we can get from ports.
There are so many ways. There's so many ways to finish off that Benin Republic. First of all, you build your own port, you make it tax free, and then so that you drag the traffic to that area. Even if it's for 2, 3, 5 years, you drag all the traffic to the Nigerian port. Because once they use
and diversify. Make all the other ports,
exactly.
Various other parts.
And they will see the benefit of coming to Nigeria because Nigeria joins to Cameroon, joins to West Africa. So they will see the benefit of operating from Nigeria. I really think there are ways to do these things, and that's why you need to plan first. Not all these leaders are going to office, then they start coming up with their plans, or during campaigns. That's when they come up with their manifesto. You plan how you're going to do this thing, not just plan it on paper. Look out for the people that you're going to use. The companies are going to produce all those things
from the get-go.
Timeline, all those things you want to know. Have a manifesto is a key. That one you don't even need to release it publicly. That's something you know that you can do. So that once you get in there, you just
let me emphasize on that point you said. You see, a lot of these governors we have, I can tell you, more than half of our governors, they don't even understand the issues. They don't even know what to do. That's not their intention. They are just there to grab whatever they can grab.
Yeah.
They don't even understand what is going on.
The other area that the government should be looking at, if we also want to fast track development in the country, there's been so much over the years. There's been so much investment on roads, and we're not seeing the impact. If we can invest a lot on the railways and our waterways, it will relieve the pressure on air and on road.
Yeah.
And then we won't have these roads damaged, bad all over the place because the pressure is so much.
Yeah.
And we keep building roads. Instead of us to be doing, we don't build train lines. It's crazy. Most nations, they invest heavily in train lines.
Yeah, because they move a lot more people and goods than going by road.
So you see that point right now, right? So that's why when we discuss all this regional issue. See, any government that is serious, you want prosperity of Nigeria. I want to build a rail line, for example, cargo rail line. It's so easy. Look at the commercial city, or look at all the zones. From Kano, move to, you have one in Onitsha, you have one in Lagos, you have one in Port Harcourt, you have one in Benin. Strategic location, doing
it's
it
crazy. It's crazy that there's no train line between Lagos and Port Harcourt.
They don't think that's the problem, because all this strategic area, because if you feed Onitsha, for example, it will feed the whole of Southeast. So they cannot move their goods. Who is going to Enugu should move his goods. Who is going to Imo to move his goods. You do it that way. You make
politically, they don't forget
hold on. You start from there. You make those ones very strong and intact. That's the first phase.
Do you think there is any Do you think there's any political incentive to do what you're saying?
I mean, this is not about incentive. Sam, this is about the people. Who are you governing?
That's what it's supposed to be.
Forget about the sentiment. It's about
the reality
people.
is different.
You know, but the thinking is not there. That's why
the place you talk about. No, the thing they know. The place you talk about when they want to build rail lines, for instance, what they check is the road network. Which one has more pressure? Which one has more traffic?
Yeah, you look at it genuinely.
Which rails are we going to do that is going to return the money on investment faster? Those are the things you consider. You understand? You don't just wake up and just do it because, okay, let me do this one for my people.
Let me do it for my people.
It doesn't work that way. When
it's a goat and animal that live there.
All right, let's bring in the new joiners. The idea was to try to keep it small, but some people joined later. And it's not going to be a very long session because it turns out that talking about positive things about Nigeria is not always a very long discussion because there's not that many positives to talk about.
But it is. People talk about something that's also not going well in that particular area. So I think it's all positive so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
What do you make of? Yeah. Join. Go ahead. Then Sendika will go.
Okay. You see why you are struggling with the positives is because it reflects perfectly reality. It is very difficult to do, but very easy to destroy. And unfortunately, we are a people who have normalized destruction. Destruction through corruption, through bureaucracy.
What is that noise? What is that noise coming? There's something like in a is it like a bucket? What is going on with the bucket around you?
It's not a bucket, it's a teaspoon. Let me get it.
Yeah, it just sounds like a bucket kind of. Okay. All right. It looks like the noise is gone.
I think it's from Hassan. It's from him.
Yeah, unmute yourself.
Unmute yourself.
Trying to say is that
perfect.
What we are discussing reflects perfectly reality. It's very, very difficult to build and very easy to destroy. And unfortunately, we are a country that have normalized destruction through corruption, through immorality, through lack of accountability, no transparency in government. In fact, the things that worries me more about the government in itself is the fact that they do not take it as something very necessary and strategic to communicate their policies to, the citizens, and to communicate it in such a way that the citizens understand that it is in their interest that such policies are being made. Most of the time, they do things behind closed doors and they keep mum. Even this thing that is happening with the National Assembly about the tax that somebody is padding and changing, there's a lot of distrust around the country. But let me not talk about that one. Let me talk about the good thing that I observe and I want to talk about. Okay, so I want to focus. I actually sent a message around it about our indigenous, arms manufacturing. A lot of Nigerians do not know what is happening in this sector. However, we are making gradual progress. Even a baby would have to crawl before it begins to stand on its 2 feet, then begins to experiment with walking, and then walks. Now, a lot of Nigerians do not know that we now, manufacture our own ammunition for AK-47 rifles. There was a new law that was an overhauling of the DICON Act. I know a lot of you know about DICON, but it has been moribund for a long time. But it's now actually active. And there is this bilateral agreement between Nigeria and Pakistan and Nigeria and Slovakia around these things. These are the kind of countries that are willing to, share technologies with us. We have to start somewhere, right? And I think it is good that we are doing this. We'll reach a stage where we would be the de facto arms manufacturer in the whole of West Africa and probably the African region as a whole. I don't know whether you know about this Proforce. I think it's a Yoruba man that owns the company. They are actually doing a lot of armored personnel carriers, mine resistant, vehicles that the army use and go into dangerous fronts. And their designs are quite good. In fact, some African countries are beginning to, send their orders. And even the Nigerian army is having to kind of say, oh, no, Proforce, you have to dedicate all your time to producing for us first because you have not yet, served our demands before you start exporting. So imagine the potential that is in that company. But now the eyes of the world is watching, and I hope the powers that be do not sabotage this kind of initiatives, because usually we begin and then it is sabotage. We begin and then it is sabotage. This time around, I hope we actually carry it through. And a lot of us are not talking about Operation Snowball. I don't know whether you guys know about it or you don't know, but I keep talking about it, and I've not had anybody repeat it. Okay, so you remember?
Sorry, what is Operation Snowball?
Okay, it's an internal. Okay, it's a DMI operation, like Department of Military Intelligence, that was conducted after the killing of a general, around Damboa in Borno. You remember the general that was captured and executed by Boko Haram?
Yes.
All right. Now, imagine it had to take the capture and killing of a general before the DMI did its homework. And what they discovered was a bombshell. Let me divulge this to you if you don't know. More than 35 arrests were made within the Nigerian army alone. And what surprised not even us civilians, the military investigators that were doing that actually did the operation, was the fact that a lot of police officers were involved. 35 army, that is to include Air Force, Navy, and land army, and then 22 police officers. These 22 cut across normal police and mobile police. Now, what will interest you guys is that of all these guys that were caught sabotaging the efforts of the institution that they swore to protect, and even the lives of their fellow brothers at arms, is the fact that most of them are junior officers, constables, privates. I think the person with the highest rank was a major in the army. That's the person that was, caught with the. And do you know what they had in common, all of them? Most of them had one thing to do or the other to do with the armory. So what was essentially happening was that the people who are in charge of these armories are actually taking from the stockpile and pushing it into the black market. Imagine a country like Nigeria spending billions of naira every year to buy this and produce these arms and ammunition to provide security for Nigeria. But these same arms and ammunition are becoming a source of insecurity to Nigeria, a fundamental flaw in the way in which we audit and store and account for these arms and ammunition, and the fact that I don't want to blame it on low wages and all that, because at the end of the day, if you swear an oath, to do a job, you should keep to your oath no matter the circumstances. So it was simple the way they were caught. One Sergeant James, operating in Giwa Barracks, Sergeant James was caught with a balance of 2,500 naira in his account. But what gave him out was the fact that he had a transaction of more than 45 million naira within the space of 7 months within his accounts. And it coincided with one thing: his deployment as one of the officers guarding the armory. This sparked alarm bells, and when further investigation were made, it was then discovered that it was not only in theaters like Borno that these arms and ammunitions are being stolen away by the same servicemen and sold in the black market. It's all over the country. So arrests were made in more than 22 states and Abuja. And even though the military wants to keep it mum, the reality is that they have found, a very big hole. And how to close that hole now is going to be a very big challenge. Usually you don't keep officers as people who stand guard in armories. Usually they are low-ranking officers. And if those low-ranking officers are paid pittance and they feel as if they are not being remunerated enough, you can see how it can be easy for somebody who is not morally upright to see the opportunity to make a quick buck. Now, they were not only making quick bucks. The person that was found with the least amount of money was 25 million naira. This is something that they will not get even if they were, working for more than 10 years. So the investigation is still ongoing, but the DMI made some press releases. You can search it online and see.
But where is the good news here now? You are telling us now bad news. I thought we were talking about
good news. It's good news now. It's good finding a problem and the beginning of.
That's a good news.
It's good news. Yes, now you get HIV, you get HIV, or you don't know, you will die now. But if you know in time and begin to take retroviral drugs, you will survive.
Okay, that's anti-corruption kind of, isn't it?
Yeah.
When people, take
and the sensitivity of some places that corruption can penetrate. Corruption is just an evil thing that just consumes everything.
Okay. Any other positive from you before we go to Central Gas?
Yeah, the positive is that hopefully the coming back of the now Honorable Minister of Defense, General Christopher Musa, is a good thing. And the reason why I say that is because right after he came back was when we got, he actually instituted the investigation before he was sacked. And then, nothing was heard of it. Immediately he came back as Minister of Defense. The results of the investigation now had to come out. You get what I mean? So that's good. One. Two, is the fact that I know a lot of Nigerians see his suggestion of fencing Nigeria's borders as something that is too radical or is not practical or anything like that. But as someone who stays on a border state, I support it 100%, 1000%.
Yeah, makes sense. That I think most Nigerians will support that one.
God bless you, my brother Valhalla. God bless you.
Okay, let's bring ethnic cards in.
I'm sorry, I'm taking a little time. I've always argued that fencing the border, no matter the cost, doesn't mean that you are cutting the border communities from associating with their relatives or friends across the border. No, when you fence it, there'll still be a gate, a manned gate, where people will do clearance before they come in and go out. It's just for accountability.
It's self-preservation first. We have to self-preserve.
Yeah,
but the president is not taking it seriously now. He's not like passed any kind of or borrowed any money to even.
I'm sorry, forefathers. I know you are from Niger Delta, but I'm one of the people who argued that those that road, we don't know how much is the cost per kilometer. That money should have been used in fencing Nigeria. Investing it in security anyway.
I think you have a point there.
It's actually far to fence it than to make those roads really.
That's obviously accurate, because the roads, they may provide economic benefits, but security actually yields far more economic benefits than that. But then again, while they are not doing that, then you might as well build the road. But I really don't think.
Let me ask you, forefathers. Do you think that when Tinubu came in, when he started that road, that he came up with a security policy that is going to take that same amount or even more than it, and people will start shouting as usual? That within 6 months we are seeing progress. Another 1 year we are seeing traffic reduction in insecurity. Do you think it would have been a very big plus for him or not?
If he had, did you say if he took the money for the road and built the wall?
No, I'm not saying take the money. Assuming he did not announce it, he may still build the road later. Assuming that he made it his priority the time he started the road, he came up with a detailed policy of addressing insecurity, which might include the fencing in some parts of the country and some other measures that is going to go up money. And then people will still say, why are you spending that amount of money? But the way he kept mum about the road, he kept mum and started implementing it. And within 6 months, we saw measurable progress. And within a year, we saw serious reduction in insecurity. I think it would have given him a greater bonus by now.
Oh, yes. I think if he had just even done some of the things I recommended, or he even recommended in national security, he wouldn't even need to compete for election, because that would have completely decimated that he would have thrown the bandits and terrorists off for a while. And it will give him a lot of space, and people will give him credit that there's no insecurity anymore. Maybe even ITP camps to start closing. So, but the truth is that they know all these things already. That's why their policies reflect it, but they don't do it. Everything that he has done. He has done the Naira unification, fuel subsidies, student loans, tax reform, but the security one that he promised, he still never, even till now, he's still not done it. Because I think, was it Niger too, the lady that said that he told her that if he tried to fix the security problem, his life would be forfeit. So maybe there's a reason why our politicians don't try to fix our national security problem. Because it's a very simple problem to fix on paper.
There is one thing, and it's being kept hush hush, but that's the only way you can make sense of what is happening, especially with the bandits, because you see the Fulani bandits are not like ideological as the Boko. Okay, let me explain something that a lot of people don't understand, right? You see, the way the Nigerian government is fighting Boko Haram and the amount of, resources, manpower that they put into the fight against Boko Haram is like times 7, 10 of what they put to fight the Fulani, militia or herdsmen or kidnappers the bad eggs amongst the Fulani who do all sorts of bad things. And one thing that is happening around that axis, which has made that axis so like ungovernable, like a jungle, but has created a lucrative market in Far East where whole streets and neighborhoods are dealing in a specific commodity, which even buyers all across the world, when they come, they are looking for that Nigeria standard. That is the one that they are looking for to buy.
What's that?
And
I've heard that.
Yeah, so imagine now, for example, as Nigeria has all the OPLs, we know, and of course, Shell, they must make financial statements, they must audit their accounts, things like that. Even if they don't account it to us, they must do it back home with the IRS and all that. So we would have access to all this information and can deduce that, okay, this is the amount of value that they are extracting from the country. Now, on the other hand, regarding that other activity, if there is no record, if the government does not institutionalize the extraction industry, then nobody knows. Nobody knows how much is taken. Nobody knows who is getting what. And yeah, so that's the only way to make sense of it. And there are a lot of Southeast Asian people, the short ones, that are beginning to rise now in the world. They go around in that part of Nigeria so freely. You see them. They have escorts, mobile police escort. Yes, they go into anywhere so freely, and you wonder why, and they are left. In fact, there was a time I was traveling to Sokoto from Maiduguri, so I had to take a plane to Abuja, then connect to Sokoto. When I arrived Abuja, and so the plane, Nigeria and delay. So we were supposed to leave Abuja around 5:15. We ended up leaving around 7:45. I was so surprised by the amount of, those short Southeast Asian people, the number of them in that plane. I was like, wow, what's happening? Who are these guys? And they were just speaking their language, so casual, and they had some police, bring them to the VIP lounge in the airport. When they came, most of them, sat in the, business class, and then off we went. There's still question mark. Maybe at some point something will change.
I also met a lot of them in Egypt or in October. Fly from Cairo to Abuja. They were a lot on the flight, to be honest. I think Nigeria, we are too lost people, man. We just see ourselves foreigners are invading our country somehow, Joe.
Okay.
We have to do better. Asa, what about the
wait? How many Nigerians leave outside the country? If you don't want foreigners to come to Nigeria, how many Nigerians leave outside the country?
We are not saying they should not come. Like
no. First of all, you guys talk. There's a connection to what you guys are saying here. No. The people talking about fencing Nigeria, and then talking about seeing Southeast Asians and kind of having some kind of phobia about Southeast Asians.
No, you need to understand.
What are you talking about? You guys sound like this is.
You don't understand the foundation.
It's like
they are talking about it for national security. It has nothing to do with that by immigrants.
Yeah, Cedric does not. Yeah, that we are not saying people should not.
I believe you weren't listening.
Poor fathers, there is a news coming from Maiduguri that is not good though.
Blast, right?
No.
Of course, all these
they will
search all the internet to go and find
search for all the bad news. You're gonna find them.
Tell us, Asa, what happened in Maiduguri? Is it a lot of people died? I heard they blast a mosque in Maiduguri.
Oh wait, there's a bad news in LA. There's flooding in LA. You guys are interested in that too? There's a serious flooding.
I'm literally in that flood right now as I speak.
Yeah, see, and there's flooding in my state too. There's flooding like around my area.
It's been raining since morning and it's gonna continue for a day.
Same thing here.
I'm just looking at this now. You
Some
know,
community
what we are
have
going
been
to do is that we are going to go. We'll go a little bit more. I will not call it negative. We're going to go and cover that bombing. In the last maybe 30 minutes of the show. But let me ask Hassan though: is there any positive that you've noticed? Around the areas, let's say in the north, in terms of the way they approach Nigeria politics for this year, or is it's just the same? You're muted.
Right now, the consensus in the north is that Tinubu gets another 4 years. Okay, that's the consensus. Atiku will do his thing. I know. Obi will do his thing. But the consensus around the APC people, the ones that are in power, okay, is for Tinubu to do his second term.
Is this view the view of people in Borno or the view of the people all over the country?
He said,
I believe it is of politicians. Of politicians.
Do you think it's because they believe that he has done some good for
power
them?
brokers?
Listen, just hold on. Do you think it's because they think he has done some good for them, or it's because of the turn by turn thing?
Bro, not a politician don't care about this thing you're talking
turn
about.
by turn.
It's by turn. You need to understand. That's why people don't understand this country, right? When people talk, not a politician don't care about you building anything. All they care about is turn by turn. They get the power. They don't care about the common man. That's what we Southern adult tends to understand. Not that politicians are more hostile than the Southern politician. They don't care. It's the power. They care about it.
Yes,
but
they are.
I guess the question I'm asking, in a way, that's what I'm asking you, Valhalla. That the northern streets do you sense any form of awareness that they are beginning to feel like their elites are not on their side? You know how the southerners feel somehow that the elites are not on their side.
Yes, there are, and but it's coming from religious leaders, not not political leaders.
Okay, how about the population?
So it is the religious leaders that.
How about from the population? Do they feel like their leaders are, so far they've not seen any much of a progress?
Let me tell you the no bullshit truth. They don't believe that they have their interest is on the table. They know that their interests are not on the table. They know. So it's not as if they engage the process in such a way that they think they are protecting their interests. As much as Southerners would like to think that ordinary average Northerners are illiterate or are not educated, they understand the fundamentals of how power works and how irrelevant they are in the grand scheme of things. Just as other Southerners too, ordinary Southerners at least, are irrelevant to their elites in the grand scheme of things. It's still the same thing. Yes, you can argue that the North is worse because of our population and the lack of enrollment in school and things like that. But the bottom line is that they don't really engage the process like that, and they are kind of. If I think there's anything that the people or the average person in the North will want to see is a drastic change.
This is Mr. Google Conta. Hi.
What was that?
You guys noticed during that was it protests or they were that a lot of people in North were carrying Russian flags.
Yeah, and those young guys, I think they were put in jail now. They suffered quite badly for it.
Yeah. So the further is that democracy doesn't work. That's for the average northerner. They have given up that it doesn't work. So they think maybe if the army, because there's always this nostalgia about the army and what it's like, especially for the young generation that are coming up. They didn't experience what the army, but at least whatever they see of importance, they say, "Hey, it was during the army that it was during the army that." So you can kind of maybe understand. I don't know, but they are powerless.
The problem is that I think politicians have proven themselves to be quite oblivious to their responsibilities, and they are so irresponsible. I don't know why politicians are like that. Why you would think that they would be more responsible compared to the military, but the military is more responsible than the politicians. Because for me,
you believe
as civilians, you would think you want to behave yourself so that the crazy guys with uniform, don't come and kick you out. But instead, they're just acting crazy. It's like they want the military guys to come and take over even because of their silly behavior. But thank you, Valhalla. Let me go to Eccentricas. I don't know what Eccentricas has seen that is good. I know that the video, come on. I know that the video, I've forgotten who played that. Was it KJ? Was it KJ that played that video of, or the video of that philanthropical group that built a school in the Riverland area? That was quite.
Yeah, I think it was. Oh, I forgot who played it. Was it Dr. Damages? Yeah.
Was he?
Dr. Damages, yeah.
Yeah, it was Dr. Damages, yeah, it was him.
Yeah. I remember it was I think it was on Sunday or I think
yeah, it was on Sunday.
Saturday on Sunday, yeah.
What are your positive?
Yeah, positive you've seen this year and how you can build on it.
Oh man. And I mean in Nigeria or anywhere in the world. Or Nigeria.
Mostly Nigeria, yeah.
Nigeria. Any positives? Man, oh boy.
I thought you had a lot of positives.
Dude, positives. I mean, I don't know on an individual level. I'm pretty sure there are people doing things, positively out there. I don't. Honestly, I do not know. I mean, we can philosophize over like things they could do to make things better, but because the core, like based on what I've heard, the core issue is the issue of corruption, right? I used to be like skeptical about this whole corruption thing. I feel like it's like a blanket word to describe a lot of things, but I mean, it kind of makes sense. It describes everything, right? Like the military issue, military selling their armories, to the bandits. I know Ukraine had the same problem. Ukraine have the same problem where they sell some of the some of the military equipments that they get in the black markets, right? It's the issue of corruption, and I was thinking about the whole corruption thing. I was like, man, what if Nigeria digitized all the transactions? Actually, the major monetary transactions, if they digitize the whole thing, where there's a paper trail, right? If you do any transaction, it has to go through the digital system. You won't be paying cash. I don't know if that's gonna like solve the problem of corruption.
The thing about corruption is that I think this is another angle I need to shed a bit of light on. You see, society is a weird thing. When society is a strange, like when people break the law, if a large number of people break that law, the law becomes irrelevant. Because society will feel like to uphold that law and punish the wrongdoers will be counterproductive to society. So laws, to an extent, have breaking point. If too many people break it, that's the problem with corruption. Too many people are breaking the rules, and it's hard to solve because of it.
I think humans break rules everywhere. I think there's something about breaking rules that's psychological. of course, Nigeria has EFCC and ICPC and other type of watchdogs, right? But they're not strengthened. I don't know, like their leaders, the ICPC leaders and EFCC, if they're appointed and like their tenure, you know what I mean? Like they need to have like a longer tenure, and I think that's gonna remove corruption in that organization, the watchdogs, right? Because those guys are the ones that fight corruption. And
ICPC,
also,
are you talking, is that international organization or local one?
ICPC is like Nigerian, right?
Oh, I don't know about it.
Yeah, ICPC. Yeah,
Father, you don't know about ICPC?
You don't know about ICPC?
So it's only AFCC, DSS, NIA.
They have a code of conduct bureau, like CCB, right?
No, ICPC is just like it's redundant with TFCC. To be honest, it's almost the same thing they're supposed to be doing. Independent corrupt practices and other related offenses.
And yet we still have corruption when we have so many institutions chasing just one specific.
Yeah, I think ICPC was before EFCC. So.
Oh yeah. Oh really? Yeah, I think. I mean, those organizations can be reformed, right?
They're supposed to be one. To be honest, supposed to.
Do they have such organizations in the US and the UK?
I'm sure they do.
No, like corrupt practices organization in the US. Do they have?
Of course, they have organizations that deal with like financial crimes.
FBI will just take you to court directly.
But that's my point. There's no special organization for.
So there are special. So ordinarily, right? EFCC is supposed to actually be under the police force in such a way that, for example, not that there are units in FBI that deal with this kind of financial corruption, right? So there is a case they draft you there, but I think the reason why Obasanjo just pull out the EFCC, separated it, is because of the high level of corruption.
I think EFCC has to do with like financial crime only, like high.
But they're supposed to be under the police.
No, hell no. No, they're not supposed to be under the police. They have.
What do you mean, hell no? What's the job of the police?
Why would they be under the police? Like, it's like
maybe they should be under DSS. See, okay, my point. The question I'm asking here is, why is it that we create anti-corruption organizations because I'm not sure whether the US or the UK or Germany has anti-corrupt practices organizations like that? Because it's almost like it's stigmatizing us by
So developed country is structured, right? Part of the reason Obasanjo created EFCC was to tell the West that, we are doing something about the corruption in the country. It was political.
But by doing that, are you not kind of flagging the country as we know the country is corrupt? By creating the organization specifically, it's almost as if the country would not ever evolve out
in
of
America. There is DOJ,
looking at corruption. Why not just give it to DSS to deal with?
Department of Justice.
America has FBI. They have OGE. Ethics.
I get what you are saying, Father. I think if
DOJ and anti-corruption,
if we can have independent EFCC, it would have been very nice thing for Nigeria. But we don't
the moment you bring corruption as a specter all the time, I'm not sure it helps the image of the nation in any way when you keep hearing about corruption. I have to be aware that other countries have them too, because if they don't have them,
some countries do. Some countries
all do. What do you mean? Some countries? What countries?
European countries. Let me see.
They do have it. Look it up.
They do.
They have it even on EU. European Union just had a corruption issue where one of the EU member was charged for corruption, for embezzling a lot of money. That was just like recent news that just came out, right?
But they are not even like independent. That's my problem.
Yeah, they're not independent because the executive almost appoints all these people, right? That's the problem. They need to separate from the executive.
Do you know what Obasanjo used to use
in
EFCC
America, they have the FBI, they have the DOJ, they have the IRS, they have the Security and Exchange Commission, they have the Office of Inspector General.
They have
the US Department of State Bureau of it. All these ones are all the same thing with AFCC, whatever you call them. They're the same.
And then they have an Office of Government Ethics. OGE. Yeah. In the United States,
So EFCC, it was at some point, it was very political. Obasanjo used to use EFCC to go after opponents.
He started it with Ribadu.
He started it, yeah.
With the current
So
NSA, everybody call
if you don't align with OBJ, we just look for something and follow you to where you are going. EFCC will carry you.
Yeah.
OBJ,
I think they said that many, like in the EU, many of the
in your country you have a serious fraud office, SFO. You have a National Crime Agency.
There you go.
NCA. You have Crown Prosecution Service.
There you go.
Yes.
Crown Prosecution Service is not anti-corruption. What I mean is that corruption is in their name.
Everybody, no be grammar with this speak. You can put it.
No, corruption is different. Corruption is a specific word that they use to describe, practicing, especially in third world countries. You see what I mean? So,
corruption. What is corruption?
Corruption is using funds that are not meant for the purpose for other reasons.
So now only poor people they do that one, but rich people know they do that.
No, I get where you are coming from, but I'm trying to say that why is it okay? Do they because they are checking some of the list now? Do they have on that list some of them that are actually called corruption organizations?
Corruption is not only financial.
The name be your problem.
No, to be fair, it's not a big problem, but I just feel like we have to be careful when we keep picking up something they tell us to do, and then we'll do it, and we are just stigmatizing ourselves, making ourselves look backward all the time.
The way Gokpe will describe it, corruption is not, according to Goodluck, stealing is not corruption.
It's definitely
corruption. About how did they reflect?
Yes, I'm concerned how it reflects, so that in case we are
we are speaking English now. No, when are they talk say Mogu no they speak English again? Not saying that because myself knows I be speaking.
Which language you go speak?
We don't understand the functionality of the words that we use. Language is a weapon. In case you don't we don't understand that. Language is a weapon. What it make the human race more superior than every other animal on the planet is because we can understand ourselves. We can come together and speak one commanding language to take advantage of anything.
I think it's more like we can write. We can write things down and pass it on and improve on it.
We're writing with the language now.
Of course, yeah.
Write that down. It's the language.
Right.
But we did not manufacture the language we were speaking. So anything, Tunanja or someone you are saying, anything we then give us, we just eat them. We just use them as and give us. We don't say come. Is it actually in what way is it benefiting us? But it's a product. Language is a product. The one who they speak, this English is a product.
You guys think like digitizing the financial transactions, all financial transactions in Nigeria, like can reduce corruption?
It's not Omega now. Digitization.
I think it can reduce corruption
because it leaves paper trail, right? Like if you want to investigate anything, like let's say the government passed budget, it should be digitized. People should be able to see their budget and see how, because the problem is when government passes budget, right, and sends funds to the states, they don't know how those funds are allocated by the states, right? Because there's no paper trail on the transactions.
We don't even know how the fund is generated in the first place. So, we don't know how much is generated. We don't know how much.
Right.
The spending should not be the problem. Now, when you know how much I collect, how much I end, then you now tell you how
That's
much
why if you digitize the process, right, it leaves a paper trail. You know what I mean? Where even if it's not investigated today, maybe in the next 10 years, someone can go and investigate and look up the whole transaction and find out what happened and kind of, pluck those holes from there or prosecute whoever needs to be prosecuted.
They should start with the oil. Government are easy to control. They should know what goes in and out of our resources first, legally or illegally. If we can get that figure out, I think every other thing will follow.
So I think Nigeria eventually will need some serious cleansing. There's so much.
But when we are talking about digitalizing, now the digital company now we get so what's it?
No, we don't.
It's technology. It doesn't matter who owns it. It's technology. Technology leaves paper trail. Anyways, I think Nigeria needs to work on the power sectors, right? I think they need to invest on other forms
That's
of.
the most important thing.
Say again?
I said that's the most important thing. Power.
Right. Because it's all tied to anything else. Like if
Well,
you cannot attract them.
what are the positives? I think let's start from there. So then
What
you
are the
can
positives?
make solutions. Yeah.
I mean, based on what I've heard, I would say Dangote Refinery is one of the positives, and of course the BRI, Belt and Road Initiative. I know it didn't start from this administration. It started from I think the past administration. Yeah, BRI has done a lot of stuff too. I don't think anybody has actually talked about all the projects, all the BRI projects that they've done in Nigeria, right? We haven't talked about that. That's something that we need to look into, like all the BRI project, and I think that's somehow related to why Trump wants to
it's because
come to
of
Nigeria. That's why they planted the whole Christian genocide. Whoever planted that whole story, KJ and his people, somebody, I'm just kidding. Anyways, the BRI projects, you know what I mean? I think they should extend that also to other regions. Like someone talks about, having like advanced train projects, like in. Of course, they need to work on transportations, other forms of transportation, because there's road problems. The roads in Nigeria are pretty dilapidated. So
you are still talking about problems, positive things that have been done
positive.
already.
Oh, okay. Well, I saw a video of
you getting married without your Fulani girlfriend.
Dude, I need me a Fulani girlfriend. Where's Hassan? Yeah, hook me up, bro.
Let me say positive. Let me say one positive.
Yeah, the train. I saw a train, man. I saw like infrastructure, train infrastructure that was built. It looked pretty. It looked pretty awesome.
I said it can look at Hassan. Look at Hassan.
That's a positive train line.
Hook me up, man. Hook me up. The Fulani girl.
What we are going to do now?
I need the Fulani girlfriend.
That's positive.
I said I have an Igbo girl that I'm planning to marry.
Oh God!
Hassan, me, I need Shua Arab. I need Shua Arab.
Look at that. That was Shua Arab.
I thought it's a matchmaker.
Hassan know what I'm talking about now. A lot of people
money never reach. Stack up. Make more money.
AY.
Now
you know for a lot of things. You know Smiggle.
Huh?
The Lord of the Rings.
Yeah.
That movie. You know Smiggle?
Yes,
no. You see how he was attached with the ring and what it made him to become.
Oh yeah. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's how you have to love gold before you marry Ishua.
No, I'm ready. Kwawolo is here. He will support me. He will be my backbone, my main sponsor.
Okay, that's true. About Shomole, some I see the angle.
Okpawolo is here. Don't worry. Any amount of gold, he will supply them.
When you talk about positives, I think I kind of think there's a lot of negatives this year.
There is a lot of con.
There's a lot of positive now. It's just like we don't like to see the positive. We always like to only see the negative because
you explain the positive. They are not much. That's the problem.
The Nigerian state is not doing a good job to market anything they achieve. Like no, they blame us. We don't know what it is.
Yeah, the football team, the Eagles beat Tanzania. So there you go.
No, they did not qualify for Olympics. I mean World Cup. So
they didn't qualify.
They didn't qualify for World Cup.
You see, we're going to turn to enemy of progress.
Yeah, what the hell?
Maybe next year we don't have positive.
Nothing makes him happy. Nothing good. Nothing comes out of Nigeria.
Yeah, what the hell, man?
Even when we win the match, he remembers the one we lost.
So I'm happy. I'm thanking for my governor.
Some people. Okay. Let's talk about the Bono this thing. Now that we've covered this one, then we'll have about a minute or so each to wish Nigerians Merry Christmas and what you would like them to, the kind of Christmas you would like to see for them next year. But that said, this Bono attack, it reminds me of information I got yesterday in Bangladesh, if I'm not mistaken. A Hindu young man was accused of what do you call it, blasphemy, and he was beaten, hung, and then this is set out on fire, almost similar to what happened to Deborah. And the difference this time is that the Hindus are not having it, and then they too are lashing out and they're protesting. You know, Indians, that area is it's a keg of fire. This thing right now, and now we just heard about one.
Blame it on the British. Blame it on the British. The British get all the problems. Your country.
To be fair, I don't think it's the British thing. I don't think it's the British that are causing
it is
this
the
one.
British, man. The British.
Is the class of the Muslim against Hindus?
So the British are the ones that got the Muslims to go and hang somebody on.
They're the ones that split India into like little pieces. You know.
I think it's been happening. See, the thing is, in history, the Buddhists were the first to start interacting with Muslims, but for good measure, look at the destruction that they visited upon them in Afghanistan, especially. And it turns out that in Afghanistan, that's where the Buddhists were interacting with Muslims, while the Hindus were fighting against them in those days. But during their interaction, they became kind of compromised, and the Muslims defeated them, destroyed all their Buddhist statues. The ones that survived, they were still destroying it even under Taliban. So now, but the point is that there is something here that is going on that I maybe want to ask a question about, because with the attack now we saw in
Mughal Empire.
Pardon? I didn't get that. So
are you talking
another
talking about the Mughal Empire?
The Mughal Empire.
Yes, the Hindus and the Muslims. That must be the Mughal Empire, right?
Oh yeah, no, I think that. I think maybe that was after that period the Mughal Empire came, because when they defeated the Buddhists, because they found it very difficult with the Hindus. The Hindus were holding on, but the Buddhists were interacting, and it got bad for them. So the point I'm making is that even when people are friendly to them, they also defeat them.
Our internet and social media.
Pardon?
We should be thankful we still have our internet and social media in Nigeria.
Why? Why? Because
others don't have that.
You say why? Okay.
Why would they block you? I don't know why they would block your internet.
Why did they block it?
People want our data. But the Muslim they use the internet too.
When they block Twitter now, you go block her. No be government, no be like Mohammed tell us me they block her.
At this stage, I don't mind if Tinubu blocks it. Actually, I don't mind.
Okay. You made one point the other day about violence and religion, but then I told you that it's a human problem, but you came from another angle that I had to agree. That you said the Abrahamic religion are the most violent one, something like that.
Yeah, I think there is only as much explanation one can give it to a human issue. As a matter of fact, based on my analysis this week, because sometimes some of these thoughts come into my head and I start to do a bit of analysis on it. Like I try to find out in the world as we exist now for the last 5 years, which religions are responsible. There are people that practice these religions that are responsible for most casualties in the world.
5 years. Why don't you start from European War I, European War II?
No. I'm not. I was looking at it from the point of view of religion. Now I wasn't looking at it from the point of this thing. And it turned out that the Abrahamic religions, by far, like 80% of casualties in the world today are fought by people of Abrahamic religion, while they are actually about 50% of the population. They are the majority. Yeah, they are just about 50% of the population of the world, but they generate about 80% of the casualties of conflicts.
The answer is simple.
Because they are still competing within themselves. One has to.
No. What you have to understand, right? is look at the origins of the religion, the Middle East. Look at the topography, look at the climate, look at the hostility of that region. If not that now that there is a vast oil wealth, these are literally people who, you know, walk barefoot most of the time, harvest dates and wear camels, living very, 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 very low key life in the past. And then because of the nature and harshness of that, place, it is survive or die. You get it? So, and it created a culture among those people. Now, if God sends a prophet amongst those people to guide them, no matter how that guidance comes, since fundamentally we humans learn from other humans, and in as much as we like to tell ourselves that, like now, I will tell you something about an idea or something, but we do not actually learn from, actually talking, we imitate. So it is the imitation, even a baby, even children, it just a human thing. It is through imitation that we learn. So we conflate the Arabism, that is in Islam, that's what at least. We conflate the Arabism, that their nature. Because even in pre-Islam, even when you read Islamic history, you see that because there is this book of
Yeah,
Ibn
but
Hajar,
hold on. You are going on with too many points because the point is very very simple. I talked about the Abrahamic religions that are responsible for disproportionate amount of casualties in conflicts around the world. That people that practice them, their nations tend to be responsible for most of these conflicts. You can argue that okay, it's quite incidental that America is a superpower, so it's involved in quite a lot of
I was
conflicts. So
coming to that.
I made the argument. But the issue of let's say what happened in Bangladesh now, and it turns out that from what they are saying, that the guy may even be innocent of what they were accusing the person of. And they videoed it. You see again, like just like they did with Deborah, they videoed it when they are doing it. And people
And
keep saying, no, hold on. Why do people keep saying that, okay, oh, these are just extremists and all that? There is something going on within religion where people feel, and it wasn't only extremists, so there were many people surrounding that area. Many Muslims were there when they were doing this to that the young man. They were burning him in public. So, and this type of behavior, you can't keep pretending as if it's not a problem. And according to one lady that was presenting it, she was saying that why do they keep saying that it's extreme Islamic people? But while in the same Quran, the Quran also says that there are certain things you can also do to non-Muslims. So you can't
The
eat your
Bible
cake and
says,
have it like that.
the Torah says it's true.
It just
The thing that
it
these
doesn't seem right, and this is a problem for everybody to deal with because if you are practicing Islam like me now, if I was the one that was in Islam, we have to do something to tame these people because you can't pretend as if you are not seeing that these people are actually doing like the slightest thing you do to hurt them, death. It's like why?
Forefather, Trump's administration just killed, I think, 100 and something fishermen, people on a boat, so-called, drug peddlers or whatever. How would you classify that crime? Yeah, I think like anytime a crime is like more morbid, anytime murder is like very morbid, we kind of like focus on it. You know what I mean? I mean, using a bomb to like kinetic bomb to like kill people riding a boat, it's pretty grotesque, right? It's
Yes.
I don't know, man. It's something about humans, man. We are apes. We are violent apes, man. We are
For
violent.
what you
I
are
mean,
saying,
okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Let me say this. Let me use this opportunity to say this. Like people talk about empathy and all that stuff. If you think about it, our empathy, we show empathy to our own kind, to our own species. We don't extend that empathy to other species. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude,
yes.
like you said, I've thought about stuff like this, and my conclusion was that humans are we're inherently psychopathic, right? We are crazy. inherently, because all the good things that we do is what we do for our own kind. What about to other kinds? Because I mean, look at what we do to the planet. All the stuff that we do to the planet. I mean, in order, if I see a house, if I see like a fruit fly, I will kill it without even thinking. Like at some point, I started to think, wait, this fruit fly is a very complex organism with so many mechanisms inside of it that's working, and it has life. I'm like thinking that fruit fly actually has a purpose. It wants to procreate and live its life. I don't know how many hours or how many days, but something in me triggers me to just smack it, boom, and it just dies. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know. Maybe it's something about nature. Nature is kind of.
I think what you are ascribing, what you are describing, is not necessarily the same as this action. I know human beings are, they can be very, very bloody and everything, but that is the act of a nation against another. But in terms of because we know we have Hindus, and Hindus have their own dark side too.
I mean, when I kill a fruit fly, okay, why is it different?
No, it's not the same thing. Hold on, let me see, because the context is different.
Why is it different?
Because you have to listen. Because let's say if you kill a fruit fly in this town, a Hindu kills a fruit fly, a Buddhist kills a fruit fly, the context is the same for all of them. But what we are talking about is when they are killing human beings. Now that's okay. I'm not when human beings are involved. That's when the context we are talking about. Like Hindus, they have their own dark side. Let me see what my point. The Hindus, they have their own dark side too, but it doesn't manifest itself like this in the face of like where they will just, if somebody steps out of line, then the person ends up being burnt.
You haven't researched it. What about
I know about the Hindu one. I know about the Hindu one.
Hindu are very brutal. You don't know
against
pretty brutal.
Yeah,
or against
Google right now against Muslim media. Just Google and see how many incidents. Just Google.
See, hold on. The reason,
you don't know what is going on in that region.
Calm down. See, I know the history with my own lifespan, I know a little bit of the history, because in the somewhere in the 90s, early 2000s, India was facing a lot of attacks from Islamic extremists. You know that. India didn't have a nationalist president then, like Prodi as they have now. That is what created Prodi. That when Prodi came in now, he gave the Hindus a reason to be proud of what they are, and now they started going after the Muslims. But you know yourself, if you go through history, there are various cases where I don't know why actually. Maybe it's due to Kashmir, Islamic militants.
Yeah, that Kashmir was the big problem in that region.
They kept attacking India, and that's what triggered the nationalistic drive of the Hindus at the moment. But the Hindus are not the one in Nigeria losing their temper and taking out these Nigerians. Generally, Muslims do these things, and that is what we find. That's what people find very objectionable.
These are all labels, right? Before pre-colonialism, right? I think Arochukwu people were doing human sacrifice. Like you can find a record online.
Yeah, but that's not what we are doing. You are conflating the issues.
They were killing people.
About people that get crossed.
There were invasions. There were communities invading other communities. There were the Zulus invading other communities. Like, come on, man, violence.
Come on, you can't have to put this in context. Even in Chicago, gangs kill people. We are talking about this based on a specific context. Where people make a mistake and you just beat them up and burn them alive.
Well, so here's the thing. I think that question is a psychological question, right? If we have a professional psychologist here, they might be able to answer that and explain why. What creates this kind of cognitive dissonance, right? Like, for instance, most of the Abrahamic religion have a passage that says killing is forbidden. It's like in their commandment, right? It's like in the 10 Commandments, murder is forbidden. But then there's an internal contradiction. If you go further, you see they were killing people in their religious textbooks, in their religious text. So that's that internal contradiction, and you know what I mean. It's inbuilt in the system, right? Also, the reason why they kill, I don't think it has anything to do necessarily with the religion. It could have something to do with cognitive dissonance, right? Like if someone believes something so much, and then the person comes in contact with a contradicting information, do you know the kind of violence reaction that goes within you. Like, people feel ashamed and they want to go to war. They want to fight. You know what I'm saying? It's though in religion, like someone could say, "Oh, you say something about my prophet Muhammad," and then so they kind of create justification for to remove cognitive dissonance. They say, "Okay, you say something against Muhammad, it's worth me harming you, causing harm on you." You know what I mean? So people do that cognitive dissonance thing in so many in gangs. It could be just stepping on someone's shoes, and then the person just goes off and just shoot up the club. You know what I'm saying? It's something inherently with humans. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I think, General, I hear what you are saying. I think you really touched on something there with that cognitive dissonance. I think what came to my mind was that a religion can come across so peaceful in so many ways.
Okay, yeah.
Like Islam now, if you look at Islam, in many ways, the people, the adherents practice it sounds so peaceful and everything until you see this part. This part is very violent.
So there's this duality that exists in us, right? Think about it. Most of the pastors that preach against homosexuality engage in homosexuality themselves. There's this duality that exists inside of us, right? A part of our brain that talks, that thinks intellectually, is different from the part of our brain that's emotional, that thinks about violence and want to harm people, that want to break something, that there's this, contradiction that exists within us. You know what I'm saying? And it's like there's a part of us, some religious people can say lower part of our flesh, that animal part of us, right? When it gets triggered, it does animalistic things. Like if you see someone do something evil, later you hear them trying to explain or kind of show remorse. They're remorseful, and you're like, did this person actually do that? You know what I'm saying? So there's that contradiction. There's something in us that's always a battle. I think it's psychological. You know what I'm saying?
I understand how you are going on the psychological level. I'm not sure I can compete with you on that front. You seem to understand the idea, but
I used to dabble in psychology before, not anymore.
I feel like there's going to be a backlash against Muslims if this does not stop, because you're going to get a kind of Christian, Hindu, and Buddhist alliance.
Right.
So you can't. Because Christians are not doing it anymore. Christians used to be like that.
Let me. No.
Do you know about the? Do you know about the? Have you heard about the?
Let me answer for father.
No. Have you heard about the KKK though? It's like a Christian.
They used to be like that. Christians used to be like that. That's what I mean.
Father, okay. Let me ask you a quick question. You see. I don't know why you guys don't pay attention. Okay, like the killing you see in America, who are the people doing it? All this mass shooting, the killing.
Oh, no, not the people.
They are not Christians. They are not Christians.
But they're not doing it. They're not doing it because of Christianity.
Yeah, it's different when it's like tied to religion, like the case he explained.
But what Estetica is basically saying, right? You see, even in Nigeria, at some point, let's say in Lagos, for example, at some point, I don't know if it's still happening. When you hear ole in Lagos, they're just gonna put fire on your head and you're gone. People were doing that, like even if you are innocent, if anybody call you ole, I'm wrong. I will just
but that one is also stopping. That one is because of criminal behavior, not because of a religion.
Yeah, that is good. That is good. But even when you look at the
dude, what you just explained in psychology, there is a name for it, right? Like when people are in a group, they lose their individuality, like some kind of group think. That particular thing is dealt with in social psychology. There's a book called Social Animal, the first and second edition. I'll recommend anyone to read it. If you're not interested in psychology, try to get Social Animal, the first edition and the second one.
I think it's something to do with crowd behavior.
Yeah. People in the crowd lose their individuality.
Yeah.
They lose their individuality, right? And then they kind of lose their own individual identity when people are in a crowd. Like, it's well-studied stuff. Like, when people are in a crowd, they lose their own individuality. Like, they stop thinking about themselves, their goals, their beliefs, their own personal principles, and they act like the crowd. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the other thing, right? For that, you see, Muslims are not supporting this foolishness. The truth is, if few people in Islam did something, I know you want Muslim to apologize for it. To me, I would
not
never
apologize. Do something about it. It's part of your religion.
To be
If you cannot
honest,
control it, then quit the religion.
If you really watch it, right, even in the north, you call. To be honest, those crises have really, really reduced compared to before. Most time, this thing is ignorant. There is no religion. There is nowhere in Islamic religion where they tell you go slaughter somebody because he insulted the prophet. They are doing
it. They are not doing it once. They are not doing it twice.
They repeatedly
do it.
Let me explain it to you. These are emotions. There is no anywhere.
What is it in the religion that
let me explain
emotion?
to you. This is the problem. You know, allow me explain to you.
I'm trying to because when you try to say something, then I ask a question.
In Islam, life is sacred. Every life is sacred. Even if you mistakenly kill somebody, let's say you drive, you mistakenly kill somebody. In Islam, you are supposed to pay for that life.
Wait. Okay. So, okay. Hold the
thought. Check your message.
So, when it comes to cognitive dissonance, right? Like you place values on things, right? Okay. What kind of value do you like? For instance, let's say stealing something, right, is wrong. There's a reason. There's a cognition that's dissonance to that, right? So, but if you look at in a religion, the belief in like a supreme being or a prophet, right? We place so much value in that we are willing to sacrifice other cognition that are dissonance to, let's say, murder, right? Like in Islam, you are willing to sacrifice that cognition that murder is wrong over you could insult my prophet, right? So how do you? These are things that go on internally. We don't even know how. No. Here's another thing that we do. Here's another thing that we do that we don't actually pay attention to. Look at your work area. When you go to the break room, where do you sit? You always sit in the same spot. Even if you don't, look at other people. They always sit in the same spot. It's called territorial psychology. And if you sit in that spot, they get angry at you. There are things that we do subconsciously that we don't even know. So that's part of it. Religion is like a gang. And the reason why a gang member would kill for the gang is because of the commitment. Like if you go through a lot of commitments to be part of something, an organization, you are willing to protect that organization and that organization's belief. So it's like that cult-like thinking. You find it in religion. That's why people in religion are willing to do extreme things for their religion. Even though there's nowhere, I believe you, there's nowhere in Quran where it says you should murder people.
We are on the same part. Let me add something to what you are saying. Eccentrica, actually, I don't know if you are a psychologist. You seem to understand a lot of aspects of psychology. The thing is, Muslims love their prophet quite all right. You have to know if you are close to a Muslim, they cannot compromise their prophet. They love their prophet.
There you go.
So that is a point. You are very right?
There you go.
I'm not in support of you by somebody in the name of the person insulted your prophet. Like what I would tell my Christian and non-Muslim people around Muslim community, I'll say, you have to respect. That's a red line for most Muslims. Even they can even like stay away from you for that, right? But I don't even see reason why somebody. It's just like somebody father. Like I would call a Cedric. Don't even go there. These are red lines. I will know it's somebody father or mother.
So here's the thing. Here's the thing. Those cognitions, right? They are tied to like some kind of your self-esteem, right? There's an aspect of self-esteem behind that, right? So like someone that's like let's say a religious person, all they know is religion. Their self-esteem is like in religion. So if you destroy that religion, they have nothing else to hold on to. If you create cognitive dissonance, man, on something, trust me, look at how they act. Like for instance, if you call out KJ when he says something like bigoted, look at his emotions. He gets really animated.
Don't let KJ come here and fight anybody.
No, he's like a.
He's not a 545 now.
He gets super animated, right? And think about it. The IPOP people, IPOP members, when you say something about Connell to them, that could kill you. That could murder you. If you say something critical.
But the issue still remains that
It's the same thing with religion.
Even if, because I'm trying to get to the bottom of this to an extent, because something is going on here that would need addressing, because I fear it's going to be a problem for Nigeria too. Because when you, like AY said, they love their prophet a lot. You know what I always say, even to children and everything, I always say, if something is a problem, it has to go. If you see that love for your prophet is leading to loss of life constantly, maybe you should tweak it. The love is killing people.
No, the love does not. Nobody
it is killing people.
It's a no. It's that's listen, man. That's not
it's like a man that loves their wife so much in such a passionate way that if the wife wants to leave him for some other man, he will kill the woman. Yeah, that's not love anymore. That is dangerous.
This is different. It's different.
How is it different?
You can't do that. See, there is no reason. There is no reason to take human life. We need to establish this first.
We know, we are in agreement on that. But
there is no reason. But the fact that there are few dissidents that engage in these activities does not make it right, does not make it supported by the Muslim world. Muslim world does support it.
But it keeps happening. This is just one step.
The one that happened, if it happened in Bangladesh, I'm not aware, but yeah, it can happen, but it does not make it right. That's what I'm basically saying. So you can't hold on because of one person. You can't call out 2 billion people for it. It's not the business of the 2
but
billion.
It's not one person. That's the thing I keep telling you. It's not. You know what happened in Nigeria.
How many?
I'm telling you, if you go to different parts of the world, you're going to see similar events.
The Deborah case. Don't forget again, it was few students that engaged in these activities. What the country needs to have, you need to have laws. I have canvassed for laws that protect human life, that protect that is against hate. You know, what's it
called? Your thing is, these people, they are doing it on behalf of your religion. Where something that other
they are doing it on behalf of their stupidity, not.
See. Okay, if that was the case, if you take general population from other groups to other religions, you will see the same behavior. It must. The only thing that is missing, that is different with this one, is the religion. Because if it will be otherwise, you'll be seeing Hindus do it, you'll be seeing Christians do it, you'll be seeing Buddhists do it. No, but we have to recognize that there's something in there that is triggering.
What really happened in Bangladesh? Do you know?
They said, all I know was that they said he blasphemed. The same thing as this is it Rebecca in Nigeria or Deborah in Nigeria. They say he blasphemed, and from what I gather, evidence is showing that he didn't even do that. First, they beat him up, like so many people gathered around him. They beat him up. I think they even beat him to death. Then hung him. Then before they bumped him on top of. This was in public, and they were videoing it. Go to Twitter, you see it, or X, you see it there. They were videoing it, showing people what they are doing, like they are trying to terrify people. This is the kind of behavior you see repeatedly in different scenarios around the world. They even do it to Muslims sometimes. They do it to fellow Muslims when a fellow Muslim says something wrong.
I think every country should have laws that way, because somebody will not do. Countries should have laws that protect citizens. You know, like
they have laws. How many laws can you have?
You got to implement.
When the problem with that is that you are okay. Let me put it this way: what you are seeing there is just the surface. Before somebody gets hung, it's just the surface. It tells you that before they get there, something they have so many things that they used to push back that you can't debate with. There's a streak of almost unquestioning loyalty to religion that is going on that doesn't seem right.
That's you are right. It's not right. Just like Cedric explained it, it's not right. that's evil, no matter how.
Religion is like a cult, right? It's like a cult. It's like a cult. It has the cult tendencies. You know, when he creates cognitive dissonance, that people don't know how to deal with it. I think that's why education. See, listen, I used to be a Christian. Right? I experienced a lot of cognitive dissonance as a Christian.
You are a Juju worshiper, like forefather?
I'm a Juju worship. Yes, I worship Ane. I don't care if you say anything against Ane. I don't care. I do not care.
Sincerely, I don't have problem with whatever you do.
And the thing is,
worship truth more like I don't worship.
No, forefather is a Christian. Forefather is only protecting.
I just worship truth. That's what I worship.
Well, yeah. The thing is,
like, look, Seneca is a good person now, so I will not use religion to even judge a Seneca. Me, I don't judge people like that.
You and Senecas fall in the median of population. You are not irrational based on religion. Irrational.
Listen, it's not just religion. It's not just religion. I mean, if you remember, there were some people that were caught by FBI. It kind of looked like a case of an entrapment. You know, they were trying to, do something in a Christmas celebration or whatever. Any ideology can lead people to do something extreme. It's humanity. Like, you need to come to a point where you do not hold any belief, right? Like, so much where if you see any counter belief, it will create issues with you, right? Or have any belief that will make you go to the extreme of violence. Right, but it's not just religion. It happens, man. During the Bolsheviks, of course, the Bolsheviks, did it for good reason. Of course, there were the czars. There were a lot of murder. People kill people based on ideologies.
Abrahamic religion, they are by far the most violent. That three group of religion, they are by far the most violent religion.
What I'm going to say with what Seneca said, right?
Yeah.
I think, no matter the religion you believe, no matter what you believe in, I think we all know what is right and wrong, to be honest. Ordinarily, we're supposed to know, like, okay, this thing is wrong, this thing is right. Even if your pastor or your imam or whoever is telling you,
PJ,
be able to identify that.
I forgot the initial. AY. The concept of knowing what is right and wrong.
They are violent religions and they go for violence. They wake up in the morning and they choose violence. That's basically it. Because
not really. People don't choose violence. Like I said, it's something that triggers that violence. Like the concept
for their religion. That's what, and they were willing to take human life for it.
Listen, that's why we created societies. That's why societies create laws, to prevent these tendencies, right? Knowing what's right and wrong
function when people are willing to follow it.
Why are there blood libel laws in Europe?
Muslims generally, and even Christians too, most religions don't see the law of man as something that they should obey. They don't see it. It's only secular people that actually believe that. The law of man, when it comes to true adherence to religion, they tend to believe that.
What do you mean law of man?
There's no law of man. It's only
what do you mean laws of man?
A dilution of law of God.
The law of a government.
And corruption of law of God.
Okay, hold on. Fafa, that's not correct. Like in Islam, you are supposed to obey the laws of the land.
Yes. What if he contradicts your faith?
No, it doesn't. No.
If the law of the land says they should go and draw the picture of Muhammad, would you obey? You will not obey it.
No,
you
there
put
are
your religion first.
No. Hold on. What
you see, you don't understand the concept of Uzur.
So when you say law of man, law of his state, you have to obey it. It's not like that is unreasonable when you telling somebody go draw the picture. Why are you telling somebody to draw a picture of mine? What kind of stupid law is that?
Because they want, that's my point. The point I'm
no,
making is
you can't do that. You don't
hold people have certain rules that they put above the state. You have to admit that.
Would you let me just make one point? Just one point. If you don't agree. But let me just make this point. Why is it okay to make blood libel laws, anti-Semitic laws, in Europe against anybody who says anything that the Jews consider to be, against them, and you could face serious consequences for. But instead, it is encouraged for people in the West to attack Islam and generalize and stereotype them, because it's a Christian civilization that is ruling the world now. That is why this has been normalized, because there is a Zionist agenda and all that. Therefore, we are not applying the same standards that we applied on Muslims on the other religions. This was a literally carrying out a genocide. Yet somehow all of everybody's attention is on the Muslims. This Muslim that. It's evil. There is always evil.
It's the same. It all falls within the same frame of my argument about the whole cognitive dissonance. It's like, of course, you're absolutely right. The people of Jewish religion just committed freaking mass murder. Like, it committed genocide, literally. Dude, I've watched so many of the pictures and videos. It kind of messes up my own internal principles. It messes up something within me. It created a cognitive dissonance within me. So I got to a point where I was like, maybe nature is inherently violent. Because if you look at the Big Bang, how stars are formed, it's also a violent process. And humans exhibit that same violence. Nature itself is violent. If there's look at the earthquake in Japan that destroyed Japan, right? Atom bomb, all that type of stuff.
We understand that nature and humans are violent.
It's inherently violent, but
it's where it's been deployed, because we are just hearing that in Maiduguri again, there has been an attack in a mosque, if I'm not mistaken. I think it's in a mosque, actually.
It's in the mosque. So you see, I was actually expecting Fofana to talk about it. You see,
that's what I want to talk about now. But
so you hold on. There is reason why I'm raising that. So tomorrow now, people will come and say, "Oh, it's Christian genocide." If it was church, now you hear the noise. That's why I'm telling you, but these things are very common. You don't even know who is doing it at this time.
And
there are a lot of attack in the mosque that people will not, because we are from South and is dominated by Christian, they don't tend to talk about this stuff. That's why when people talk this idea of Christian genocide, I say it's just a smoke screen.
No. I don't think it's smoke screen. The reason why I see that.
Let me tell you why. What Nigeria should focus on, there is a high level of insecurity in the north that is killing Nigerians. When you go see that, take statistics, you have a genuine person. You will be shocked at that number of the Muslims that are slaughtered in the north. So that's why the argument does not even make any sense.
Hear me when I say this. This is very important what I'm about to say, because I spent some time studying historical this thing. Maybe not deliberately. I was just reading documents of how Islam spread to Asia. And if you look at Africa, like the Kush Kingdom, I was trying to find out, what happened to the Kush Kingdom, because they said it lasted 1,000 years after the Egyptian, these pharaohs and all the rest. So how it ended, because they were Christians first, even the Sudanese, they were Christians. But what Muslims were doing was that when Islam rose, they will come there, they keep giving them slaves. In the end, they too were defeated again. Even when they fed them slaves for centuries, they too were defeated and converted to Islam. So in other words, they do exactly similar stuff that the Europeans do in the Americas. They will get stronger and they will come and destroy you. And the same thing happened with the Buddhists in the East, where the Buddhists were the ones that were interacting with them, while the Hindus were fighting against them. The Buddhists that were interacting with them, they destroyed them. So you see, the pattern remains the same. It's happening in Sudan right now too. The pattern remains the same, whereby sooner or later, the religion wants to expand and they are violent. It's not like they are just preaching for you and it just ends. It's not.
Let me add to what you are saying. Let me add to what you are saying. You gotta be fair to yourself. You see, these are all the way to blackmail Islam. Islam is a religion that naturally grows. Even as me and you speak today, hold on. As me and you speak today, look at from the West to the Africa, to all over the world, into Japan, nobody is shooting any bullet. Islam is growing at a very fast rate. It doesn't matter, it's just natural. This thing they are telling you is not true.
Did you see the recent experiment?
with what I just said.
Why then? Okay, if it is growing naturally, why are they? Hold on, calm down. If they are growing so organically, why are they so violent?
Why are they so accepting of the weak?
Let me answer.
Why are they so accepting of the weak?
Hold on, for father. You see, part of the problem you've seen, we have to remove emotion to discuss this stuff, right? The problem that is happening in Sahel today, who created it? Do you want Muslim to say the Christian country created the problem? And that's a fact. There was a country in Libya, peaceful, one of the most peaceful countries in the world. People are living well. Poverty was highly reduced. You went there. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me talk.
Christians didn't exist when they destroyed it. Don't blame the Christians. You are trying to blame the Christians for it.
I will let you talk. Let me finish.
You won't accept that.
Hold on, guys. Hold on.
No, because Christians didn't exist when they destroyed the bullets.
No. That's too double standard. That's too much.
Let's have this discussion. Look at it. You went to Libya. You destroyed the whole country, throw thousands of bombs. You mostly could say you went there to destroy a Muslim country. The people resort to violence, killing themselves. All the weapons move across the border through all the Sahel. Similar to that in Iraq. You went to Iraq, said that Iraq were living peacefully. There is weapon of mass destruction. You destroyed the country, killed thousands of people. The people resorted to self-help violence. They are causing crises. You want to do the same in Iran. You did the same in Syria. See, let's tell ourselves the truth. But in Afghanistan, the same thing. They were living peacefully. You come attack them. But when they react, when they start getting violent, fighting for their survival, existential threat, then people say they are violent. This is what is happening in the world.
You know, you are describing a modern era. What you didn't describe is how did Muslims get to Afghanistan? How did they get to
explain that to
Iraq?
you.
How did they? Okay, explain how they got to Afghanistan.
I can explain. See, let's
hear it.
See, when you hear those stories, right? Most these stories are just bullshit. See, when the prophet was in Mecca, right? Even the Mecca people, they did not actually accept the prophet when he was a prophet. You know what the prophet did? He migrated to a different city that was almost dominated by the Jews. These were people that accepted the prophet. By the time they accepted his presence in that city, the Mecca people were begging him, come to Mecca. Come, go. The prophet loved Mecca. He went back. He preached Islam across. See, when you hear that all this story, they were killing people, Islam, during the time of the prophet and the Sahaba, nobody will attack you if you don't come attacking Muslims. They will defend themselves. That's what
and look at
let me finish this point. The Arabian Peninsula, they were highly violent with what's it called? Before the advent of Islam.
Yeah.
They were hostile to the religion.
We are talking about Afghanistan. Afghanistan.
I can explain all those who are just stories.
They're related now.
Okay,
why you Valhalla, calm down.
I
don't have anything to worry about. You allow AY to explain.
I don't think Seneca is ready to Fofara is ready to listen. Fofara, let me tell you.
Let me
give you an example. Before the prophet was born, he lost his father. When the prophet was born, at 6, he lost the mother. The man that took care of prophet was never a Muslim Soko. Till death.
What is the point of that?
The point is to tell you nobody was forcing anybody to religion.
What am I going to do with his nanny and all the rest? We are talking about how they go into Afghanistan.
Are you saying that Abu Talib was not a Muslim?
Wait, no. Listen.
Are you saying that Abu Talib was not a Muslim? His grandfather?
He was not.
Tony.
He was not. Even on his deathbed.
No, let him engage.
Oh my God. You see the tactics that they use. Hold on. This is why you're not doing a very good representation of here, because what they ask you is different question. You're answering totally something else. And another was, hold on, please don't stop me. This is how they get away. Because you have to pin the question. No, this is how you get away. Because how can somebody ask a question? The question is not answered. Some other person wants to stop them from asking the question. I asked you a straight question. How? Because you told me it wasn't by violence they took over Afghanistan. Then how did they get there? Tell me if I'm wrong.
See. The question you were asking, there was no place on earth Islam went to with violence.
Okay.
See, this was because of goodwill from the preaching of the Sahaba, from the movement of people preaching, admonishing people based on what God wants, the God religion. It was based on preaching, peaceful movement. Again, I will tell you.
The battle at Aqaba, the battle of the camel.
They basically came in there with war.
Yeah,
yes.
Let me speak.
Civil war. Let me just acknowledge something, please. A lot of people. So anyway, let me just say this so that maybe to put it in context. A lot of people don't understand that we only recognize 4 caliphs in the history of Islam. Okay, that is Muhammad, Abu Bakr, Uthman, and Ali ibn Talib. Now, after these 4, what happened was it split, which became like a civil war. Now, the successive just let me listen. The successive leaders in Islam, just like any other leader, whether in the Catholic Church or whatever, who has a lot of people under his command and has political power, as a human, he can use that resources because he can use it to wage war. He can use it to do good. He can use it to do bad. It lies.
Hassan.
Look at nobody is even confronting the nature of the religion itself.
Hassan, the prophet of Islam.
Christians don't have anything to say that they spread their with violence.
Hassan, did the prophet of Islam, peace and blessings of Allah be upon him, did he fight war in Mecca?
Yeah, that's true.
Yes, of course, defensive wars.
Here is the reason. So this war were actually approved by God. When you attack the Muslim, there was no place Muslim went to attack the Kuffar in Mecca.
Only do defense.
They were of defensive part. They defend themselves. Even the people that were fighting the Muslim then, they all converted to Islam in the end. Majority of them, because they see that there is no way out. The Prophet was showing people like partake in this activity because they have to defend their community. Them.
Let me ask you another question.
No, let me finish.
The Hadith. What does the Hadith say about war?
What do you mean war about war?
About what kind of war? Defensive war?
See. Let me tell you. This is not about this. This is about Quran. Let me tell you. Tell you. If the war that we fought in Islam, we are instructed in the Quran. For example, when they attack you, attack them. When they give you peace, allow them to live in peace. I'll give you an example. During the time of Prophet,
but that is not how they spread. You see why the reason why I ask you that question.
You always argue with me.
No. Because you are saying things. But don't you think that we should say things that are bears some resemblance to reality?
What is reality?
The truth is that in the case of Afghanistan, they came with violence.
No.
And you said earlier on that
Islam moved to Afghanistan. No, peacefully. We trade, peaceful preaching.
Sent letters and emissaries to the kings.
There was no violence. You can hear conquest. When you hear conquest, it's not only violent. There was nothing like violence. It was
conquest is not violence.
Wow, forefather, I know you.
I'm talking about violence. I'm reading it right here. You want to show you?
Tell me of any empire, that did not fight war. But tell me who adhered to the ethics of war.
All empires.
That's a good question.
All empires fought wars, and the question here was that Islam did not spread peacefully. Even when those who are not enemies, they attack.
Yes, but answer the question. Who was the one who adhered to a higher ethics of war historically?
That's not my lookout. I'm not.
Yeah, you don't want to see the truth.
That would be an assignment for you, forefather. That would be an assignment.
No, why would that be an assignment for me?
You have to be open-minded. You have to be open-minded.
It's irrelevant to my point. I'm not disputing whether they adhere to human rights laws.
Your question is operating on a preconceived notion. So I've already heard this. I don't know why this. I don't know. The preconceived notion is that Muslims are violent people.
Yeah,
that's a preconceived notion. This notion. If you listen to Fox News and all.
Hold on. Let's not confuse it. You see, you want to confuse the discussion, so we'll not get to anywhere.
No, but
I'm not going to let that happen.
There is a
no. You see that. If you don't want to have conversation, we should just close the channel and go. Because we have to try to get to some truth here. It's not about me saying that all Muslims are violent. I'm saying that they display traits you don't see in other religions.
Like which religion? Like
in Christianity.
So you don't know the history of Christianity?
I see, but now I'm talking about
now.
You
don't know what the crusade did? Hey, my God, forefather,
I know what the crusade did. I'm not denying it. You see how I'm accepting it.
Forefather said Forefather said the Abrahamic religion, which is Christianity,
all of them,
Islam, and Judaism. He said it, so it's not. But
he was not particular by Islam.
That's where the argument started.
No. I'm not particular about Islam. See, remember, I was the one that sat here and said the Christian faith has been responsible for more deaths in the world in the last 2-3 years alone because of the Ukraine war and this thing. But it doesn't mean that the Muslims are not.
No, even from the center of the world.
No. I'm just trying to keep it contained for now.
Okay.
But what I'm describing here is something else.
Okay.
Where the Christian faith itself that is responsible for most casualties in the world. When you say something to them, they don't go about just burning you alive because of their religion.
Forefathers, are you saying are you saying the Christian faith or people who are Christians?
Nations that are Christian, that are Christian dominant nation, and they are technically not even Christian. They are more like many of them are secular people. But that said, Christian has a violent history too. We know that, even against fellow Christians, we know that. I'm not excusing that, but I'm saying today, the state they are all in today, at least they can live in this world that we are in today without triggering unnecessary violence amongst each other, because they can tolerate people saying things about them. Hindu can
appreciate appreciate the fact of
the least tolerant. Hold on now. You are okay. Am I wrong to say Islam is the least tolerant among all the three today?
Of course you are.
You are very wrong, actually.
Of course you are.
Okay, now prove me wrong, please. I would like you to prove me wrong in front of everybody.
Let me just quickly tell you.
Then I'll finish.
You see, to be honest, you could say in Christianity they allow anything goes. Because Islam does not allow, it has border. People think, Muslims are too hardcore. For example, you see a priest coming out telling you, it can wed man and man, doesn't matter. Islam, these are red lines. You can't discuss it. You can't come to the mosque or you want to do this marriage. There is no law that will tell anybody to do it in the mosque. If you are a Muslim, you want to do it, you can go do your thing, go to court. But you understand what I mean? Christian, just imagine the former Pope was saying that, there is nothing wrong if a man and woman decide to marry. See, in Islam, what is not in the Quran, you cannot prove in authentic hadith. It's not avoid. It doesn't matter whoever you think you are.
You have not answered the question. Forefathers ask you a pointed question. Islam is a peaceful religion. It doesn't endorse killing, but we see killing. We see Boko Haram. We see ISWAP. We see these are Muslim groups.
Yeah, you live in the north. Nobody will preach and say, go kill people because they did this.
Yet we see it. That's the
Jingiri has been doing it.
You're not acknowledging that we are actually
Jingiri is doing it. He's a sheikh. He's a Muslim. What are you saying?
But we keep seeing it.
Tony, who?
Sheikh Jingiri.
Who is Jingiri self? Who is that?
Hassan knows it.
Tony, let me ask you something.
I don't know why this is confusing for you, AY.
You keep saying you know
we are peaceful, but we keep seeing it and you're not addressing it.
What of the things that Bongbong just said and this guy is it Darie or Yang, the other Plateau State governor?
Darie?
Who was the one that Obasanjo slapped and removed in office?
Oh, this Darie. I think it's Darie.
All right. What brought to that?
I don't know.
Complicity in allowing the killing of Muslims under his command, under his watch, complicity of his government in doing that. Yet, you choose to only talk about Jingir. That's one side of the story. You see, this singular narrative.
You see, Hassan, hold on. You see, that's the problem that we have here. AY is saying that just regurgitating the kind of thing that you're saying here. Forefathers have just laid the foundation that both Christianity, Islam, and Judaism have had in the past a history of wars.
In the past, there was just a genocide in Gaza. That's not in the past. It's still ongoing.
It's not a logical premise to argue.
So if that is true, and
what about the genocide in Gaza? How would you classify that? Is that a religious
That's what we are
genocide?
saying is happened. They are the most violent groups. We are already
who are the most violent groups?
Abrahamic religions are the most violent groups in terms of religious groups.
Okay, what I'm going to do with
more violent?
Okay, I agree with that. Who else agrees with that?
Among the Abrahamic ones, the ones that get triggered the most because of their religion and resorts to violence is Islam at the moment.
Also, the Buddhists are violent.
Buddhists can be violent, but the one that is most likely to get deadly violent is Islam. At least the ones that practice the adherence to Islam.
Wait, which religion? Hold on, let me ask you a question. Which religion?
Of all your claims to data
which religion? Hold on. Which religion was responsible for the genocide in Gaza? Which religion?
I think you can say it's is it Judaism?
Okay, yeah, that's right. That's right.
Religion.
That's right. Judaism, yeah. How many people were killed? How many people do you think? Like, what's the number?
I don't know. 60,000, 70,000. Some people say over 100,000.
Okay, the war in Iraq, right? How would you classify that? Is that like does it have some kind of religious connotation to the conflict? Here, the reason why I'm asking you, because there's actual evidence that Bush called Chirac, which was, like you said, the Prime Minister of France or whatever, and told him that this was predicted in Ezekiel. He was using religion as a justification for the thing they did in Iraq.
Okay, so let's say that is true, but the issue I'm addressing, the point I'm addressing right now is different from that. We are not talking about national actions. No, the point I'm making is that it's not national actions. I'm talking about people that get triggered because of religious belief. That because of you do something against their religion, then they kill you for it.
Okay, one thing you don't understand fundamentally.
I don't know why that is not true.
The fact that you live under an umbrella of a Christian superpower, and so your interests are so protected, and you're such in a privileged position to say all these things and feel that you are saying the truth. Meanwhile, even if the data and the fact before your eyes are against it, you choose cognitive dissonance. This cognitive dissonance you were talking about earlier. And now we are guilty of it.
Let's not do the bloviating. Give me your data to prove me wrong.
Okay.
If you prove me wrong,
okay. Just keep quiet, please. Can you keep quiet?
Don't take forever waffling all over the place. Go straight to the point.
So you see the trap. You see,
yeah, you want to start lecturing us about the Quran. No.
The moment I say something that cannot count, then you get antsy, and then you make
Do you know why this discussion is difficult? Forefather have preconceived
notion.
No, I just want people to.
So that's what Seneca said. That's what I said. You are not open to this discussion.
No,
You
I am very, very
in your head.
You know what I noticed, AY? You know what I noticed when you ask most Muslim question, they want to start teach you about the Quran. They want to actually start proselytizing to you. Instead of them to give you the answer to the question you're asking. I'm asking a specific question. If he wants to answer, he can come and answer the question.
I understand. He's asking a pretty specific question. He's saying, like, which religion could harm you if you say something about their prophet or their God?
Exactly. It's a very specific question. When you ask them, they'll start wandering around.
It's a goalpost. You move that goalpost like this. That goalpost can be moved. You can still move that goalpost around if you want.
You are not seeing what you are doing.
That's an interesting question.
The point started from the Bangladesh issue, Deborah issue. I linked all of them.
So these are just isolated cases, Forefather.
It's not isolated when it's happening everywhere.
Like where? Okay, Bangladesh, Nigeria, where?
Just name the continent. It happens almost every continent Muslims are.
Hold on. I got this. Remember, there was yesterday. There was in I think in Sweden. I don't know. Someone took a Quran and shot a gun in the middle of it and left a note that says, something about thanks for coming, but now you can go home, and left it in a mosque. It didn't result to any type of violence, In some regions that could cause violence, of course.
Right.
That could cause violence. But in this particular instance, there was no violence, right? Someone shot a gun inside the Quran. And we know what that means. It's a threat. And the person is saying, hey, go back home. Thanks for coming, but go back home. You can look it up online, right?
Which country was that?
Sweden.
That's why.
Don't forget.
No. See,
that's why because they know. Hold on, because they know if they did that there,
go ahead.
The whole population will expel every Muslim in that country.
No. Are you saying that? Are you saying that if, like, let's say someone retaliated and did something they'll blame it on everyone?
Given how Europe is right now, that would be a big problem.
Listen, man.
And they know that.
If you want to elicit a response, right? You could elicit any type of response that you want. If you want to elicit if you want to prove a point, you could do something that could lead you to prove that point and say, hey, look, they're pretty violent. Because this is how they react.
Do you think that anybody would dare to do that? Let's say in the northern Nigeria.
If you go to some,
not make it out of that.
I can't answer that without even you finishing the question. If you go to some,
I agree with you. It's not a reasonable thing to do.
If you go to some
why would you kill a human being for shooting a book?
I agree.
It's a book, nonetheless.
I agree. I don't see why you would harm
a human life for that.
But it's a threat. It's a violent threat. It's a threat. It's a symbolic threat.
Everybody mute your mic.
Let's move. It's millions of people all over any moral position to tell anybody how violent they are.
Mute your mic.
It's a symbolic threat, right? It's a symbolic threat. We know.
Millions of Latin Americans.
Yeah, you may want to park your car. You can't be driving and be online, okay?
Let me make some statements. I was here earlier. I give other people a chance to come in and be able to talk, but I still didn't lose my position in the queue, right?
It's a symbolic threat, right? It's a symbolic threat. We know what that means, right? Yes. Shooting a gun through a Quran and leaving a note saying go home, right? We know what that means, right? It's a symbolic threat, but
that is not nice.
Of course, your question,
but that's not killing a human being.
Your question is valid. It's a valid question. Yeah, we've seen instances where people, get killed for, blaspheming the name of Muhammad or God. We've seen that instances, right? But like to use that to come to a conclusion that you've come into, it's wrong. It's actually logically inconsistent. You cannot come to that conclusion. That's faulty generalization, right? because there are millions, like they've said, there are millions of Muslims in the world.
Billions
even who do not engage. Who do not engage. Of course, if you have any other type of organization, if you have any type of organization, wait, hold on. If you have any type of, you're making my point. You're making my point. If you have any type of
Christians, but they are not the ones busy getting triggered and killing somebody and burning them on the stage because somebody said something about Christ. That is my point. I don't understand how this is complicated. I'm not saying that Muslims are violent. I'm saying they are passionate to the point where they take somebody's slide because somebody says something wrong.
It depends
on the grade
people walk on eggshells.
When I was here earlier,
if a Christian that you were in that position, I don't think Muslims would be.
Hold on.
Okay, let's bring new voices in so that.
I'm not only a new voice. It's
AY, you should have just answered my question. We would have been gone a long time ago.
Before
now look at all of them. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. You didn't answer the question. That's what caused all this wahala. You were busy going left and right. That's what caused this wahala.
According to your
I need your help to mute AY. He didn't let you talk before. So now let me say this. First of all, when we're talking about Islam, we're not basically talking about the tenets. There's a lot wrong with the tenets. That's what we're talking about, right?
Who are you
in our country right now? What we're talking about when we talk about Islam is both doctrinal and scriptural issues that they have.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing as Christianity. Like it's the same thing as Christianity.
Let me land, okay? I need your help.
Hold on. I got this. Hold on. It's the same thing as Christianity. That the text is saying the same thing as Christianity. There's no difference.
I'm framing what I'm saying to say that I'm not going to talk about.
No. Your framing is wrong. You're not going to use the wrong premise to arrive at your terrible conclusion.
The framing is intentional.
Let him speak now. Let the man speak. Let the man. Let's hear him out. Let him speak.
No, he's a bigot, man. He's a bigot. I'm not gonna let him.
Okay, can I say something, Uncle Pastor?
Attracting bigotry over here.
Uncle Pastor, before you speak, I just came in. I just wanted to say something. As a viewer watching from the background, I just wanted to make something clear to everyone. Please, Nigeria, you're talking too much. You're giving me a headache. I'm working from home, and all I'm hearing is your voice. You're talking more than the panelists.
Go to work.
Please, no, I didn't ask you why. Please mute yourself, or I'll mute you. Please, Nigeria, can we hear from the panelists? And can we just have one voice? Because I'm on the comment section and listening to you all. We can have all the voice coming in at once, because whatever you guys are saying, when everybody's speaking at once, it just takes everything out. So please, that's all I'm here to say. So can we just have one voice? And to Nigeria, moderate and stop being a panelist. You're not a panelist, you're a moderator.
He's a panelist moderator.
No, he's not. No. AY, I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him. Thank you very much.
Are you going to send us Christmas?
No, I'm not sending you anything. Not sending you anything. No, I'm not.
Today is
all right, Dr. Adama, thank you very much for bringing order here.
Yes, Uncle Pansat, please let me greet all my favorites. Uncle Pansat, Uncle Jonaba, Uncle Tone, Stakun, AY. He's not
I'm not your favorite anymore. It's okay.
Beg.
Go do it for me.
Eccentric walk on my biko, but you're talking to you've become too Nigeria. We're in a kuzoku too much.
Man, that's too Nigeria, man. Too Nigeria effect.
Yes, it's too Nigeria effect. So please, can we hear people talk? Why we the viewers, so that we can understand where the conversation is going to. If everyone is chiming in and the supposed to be moderator talks more than the panelists, everything we are saying gets lost. So to Nigeria, right. I'm watching you. So let's get back to it. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye.
Go asleep. Bye-bye.
All right, back to business. See, I don't know why people feel like
I just want to talk.
Everybody wants to tell me what to do, but it's okay. Let's carry on.
Don't mind them. Don't mind the
who is the
Let's
next?
give time.
Because
Let's give time.
end this on Dr. Damage, they will just go only to 2 Nigeria, and then nobody will come and talk to me like that anymore. It's just not appropriate. But that said, let me. Okay, Pastor has spoken. Who else? John Abba hasn't said anything. Steph has been quiet for a while. Shekau is back. So let's bring Shekau, Yonaba in, and then any other new person. I think almost all of us have spoken. Steph has spoken. Bahala has spoken. So okay, who wants to go first, Jonaba or Shekau? Okay, Shekau is a driver. Okay, please go ahead. You are muted. We can't hear you. You're not muted actually, but we can't hear you, even if you are not muted.
Oh my God, what happened?
I can hear you now.
Oh, I'm on Bluetooth. Let me take it.
Can you hear me now? While he's doing that, let me finish.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Can you hear me?
Let me finish what I was saying before you bring him in. I'm here first.
He's delayed. Yeah, he can't even hear us.
Have some respect.
Okay,
right?
I'm
have
out.
some respect. Let me
I think
finish.
Shekau is calling from Africa. Let him speak.
Yeah, if
to Niger, it's my turn. It's my turn. Mute everybody else and bring me back up there. Take AY down. so now let me say that we often, when we're discussing the issue of Islamic terrorism in our country, we go off tangents, right? The problems we have in the country is that we have human rights issues, women's issues, things that are just not compatible with democracy. Else, what do we care about who somebody's worshiping? Right? If you go and you have blasphemy as a foundation to kill people or do whatever it is because somebody has an opinion about somebody you're worshiping who he's not worshiping. That's what the problem is. Therefore, we've waited for decades for some Muslims, like the kid here, Hassan. You want to be a part of us, you want to be one of our friends, you come around here and we talk about everything else, but you do have to go back and talk to your people and say, you know what? People have the right to worship whoever they want to. These people don't care.
This is not the topic, Pastor. You are talking.
No, hold on. I'm almost done here. You have to live with it, right? Endure it. You're going to go back and say, you know what? If we give women rights, if we at least obey the constitution of our country, these people don't care who we worship. They don't give a damn. You can worship whoever you want.
Pastor, can I ask you a question?
No, hold on.
Let me ask you this question.
Let me land here.
Let me just ask you. Hold on.
You know, I could turn around and be bad, right? Right? I'm being nice, right? So mute the guy so he doesn't interrupt me. So all I'm saying is that I'm on your side by what I'm saying. I see John Abba, who I disagree with vehemently, nodding his head. You have to go back and tell your people. These people don't really know about our religion. They don't care what our religion is. What they care about is for women to have rights, for the constitution to be preeminent. It's a secular constitution. You couldn't come out here making any other argument. What are you going to say? Because the people you're dealing with, it's like what's happening in Nigeria right now, right? You notice that Trump is bitching around Tinubu, telling him what to do. And he has to do it. He has no chance of saying, let me think about it. Because Christians that you're doing those things with, killing those Christians you're doing, have more gun power than you do. In that sense, if you go turn it into a war between Muslims and Christians, then you're going to be wiped out. Christians have more power, more ammunition, more education, more technology, more whatever than you do as Muslims. So that's why because you're in this disadvantaged position, you want to be protected by a constitution. You want a secular constitution. You don't want it to be that the religion with more firepower dictates what happens. The same thing is analogous to Igbos. You see what Trump is doing? Igbos could do the same thing. Igbos could take over that Nigeria in weeks. If you don't have Britain, right, or another power.
Ojuku said the same thing. No.
Well, I'm gonna tell you.
Have we moved on?
No, we have not moved. You have to. I'm almost done. Look, if I'm almost done.
To say something?
No, I'm almost done. So when Janab is nodding his head, it's redundant. If whatever I'm saying, he's agreeing with. So what I'm saying is this: if I make mistakes or I say something wrong, when it's your turn in the next couple of minutes, you poke holes in it. I'm trying to tell you that Britain is being the one prompting up these people, okay, stopping the Igbos from taking over the country when we did it. Forefathers, when they say, or AY says, the Igbos says the same thing, how long did it take for us to take them over? Or your place? The Biafrans ran through there like hot knife on border, went through Benin in one afternoon, August 9, 1967, we took them over. Right? And we were on our way to taking over. I'm almost done. You don't want to hear of his history. Google it. We were on our way to take over the Yorubas, which should have accomplished the next day or two. We'll take over the Yorubas. But Britain found some oil in the South, and they weren't going to let that happen. So what they're doing, if the United States comes in like they're doing now, for the first time, you have the United States say, our beloved Christians, we're not going to let anybody do anything to them, right? If we have the United States coming and hold back Britain, how long do you think it's going to take the Igbos to take over that country? In no time. It's the same thing.
You see what
Let me conclude with this. It happened in Iraq, right? In Iraq, the Sunnis were the minority.
Hold on, Pastor. You can't carry on forever now.
But I'm almost done now. This is the dismantling. You know, when people do gymnastics, I'm dismantling now. Listen to me, right? All of you are against me because you got a minority. That's you, forefathers, running the show.
No,
you got Muslims. You got Muslims all over the place.
The majority in Nigeria.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is this:
it's normal.
If you look at what's happening, I find it very strange and funny, right?
Pastor,
you have Trump, right? You have Trump telling the president of Nigeria what to do, who to release from prison, who to do this, and Nigerians pretend like it's not happening, like
Pastor,
it's gonna go away, right?
Pastor,
what is it? What's your question?
Are you still planning to take over the country right now?
Say that again.
Are you still planning to take over Nigeria?
In our place, there's a proverb that says, "Okarane to Kadunye Korea." What that means is this: okra. You know when you plant an okra, it's never gonna get so tall that you cannot pluck that okra, right? If anything, you could bend that okra and pluck it because you planted that okra. The Igbos got independence from Nigeria. It's our thing, right? So what if you see like this guy here, this kid here, Hassan, right? I was trying to say, you come here, right?
Now, can we
leave wait a minute. Look, I have no problem. I know you want to protect him. That's fine. That's how I wish. No, wait a minute. Forefathers, please.
Your time is up.
I'm perfectly able to protect myself.
Okay, that's okay, but you don't have to. You don't have to because we Christians.
Oh my God!
We let you.
Let Jonaba speak.
You've
landed. How many times are you going to land?
I'm about to conclude. AY interrupted me, so hold on. I want to talk to this Hassan.
No. Then you wait for your turn again. Sure, there's no turn anymore. I think what we are going to do is AY Hassan, take your time. Have answers to this question that I have. Because
Hassan, I didn't see you protesting to let me talk, right? You enjoying the protection.
I'm not bigoted.
Hassan, you should say to him, no, don't protect me.
Oh my
let
God,
him
what
talk,
kind of wahala
right?
is this one?
You don't want to tell.
Pastor, you are a grown man.
You're enjoying the protection.
Why does he behave like this? Hold on.
Give me no, not today. Some other time. Give me and Pansat 15 minutes.
Oh no way. Not today. He's going to construct into something else. Just see what I want to say, please. I need to try to round up the show. I'm not taking this from a bigoted approach. I want evidence-based approach whereby we can actually get to some common ground here, because the question I'm asking is quite pertinent, and the disturbing images that I see from different parts of the world, and yet every Muslim I meet will tell you that we are a peaceful religion and this is not meant to happen. There's something else is going on that is triggering their own adherence. to do some of all these things. And if I'm wrong, then show me information that proves me clearly wrong, that any observer will believe. We can reserve it for some other time. Maybe you don't have the information right now. I'm not going to hold you. Just say, oh, gotcha question. I'm not going to leave it like
What's your question?
some other time. Pardon?
What's your question?
I do.
The question is, why is it that at the current state of the world, where other religions exist, that the Muslims generally are the ones that are triggered whenever somebody says something about their religion, and that results in loss of life? They often take the people's lives because somebody said something offensive about their
I've
religion.
answered that question, but I will answer it again when it's time.
Yeah, not necessarily today. I
No,
really
no,
want
I
you to
will
make
answer it today. No, we're
Oh,
not going
okay.
anywhere. It's easy.
What do you mean we're not going anywhere? We have to.
No,
Niger, let me in with my other line. My
Sorry.
other phone. This one is
Yeah,
left
I can
side,
see
please.
that. I can see that. Yeah, let me bring it up. Jonaba, please, welcome to the discussion. And this is supposed to be a friendly conversation between me and AY. And but AY didn't seem to be prepared for it, so we'll leave it for now. So please,
can you hear him? Can you hear him?
I just feel like you're not answering my question. That's why.
Everything. You have answer you want to hear. You
maybe.
Explain. It's like
let Jonaba speak
like
now.
that.
To maybe Jonaba will shed light that you shared to him that I didn't pick up. Jonaba, so what do you make of the conversation so far?
Thank you, forefathers and fellow panelists, for having me.
Merry Christmas, Jonaba.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas.
Send me my giveaway. Otherwise.
Yeah, it's already.
I know say Mr. Tony no one send me. So I'm going even form saying they no be Christian again when it comes to Christmas. You see, forefather, now they scam. I go say no, I no be. No, send me giveaway.
Check your mailbox.
May God bless all of you now.
Santa is on his way to deliver your Christmas
No
gift. So on the issue of what you guys are discussing so far on both religion, Islam and Christianity, at this age, based on insight and just being open-minded, both religions are violent. One stay under the umbrella of the government to oppress the citizen and while the other one, individual, sometimes take it into their hands. So both religions are violent. One is just like the government. When, for instance, Americans say they will go to Nigeria on behalf of the Christian, it's violent if they go there and kill anybody, and they'll kill more. That is the truth. But I think Black people, I don't know, it may be a long walk to freedom, but we are all being brainwashed that somehow we have to discuss Islam and Christianity as a way of people that believe in that religion. They are all from Arab. Arab people are naturally violent. See what they do to them in Palestine. You see when Palestinians have opportunity, what they do to others. So our religions are more peaceful, and that is what we should not be ashamed of. We should be open-minded and describe. God is divine. God is not well disorganized by whether Western or any Arab that they package for us and demonize our own. So I think if you have look at life, you look at it as an ideology that maybe you were brought up with it and you wrap your faith around it. Nobody will blame you at this age, but do more research for yourself. All of this thing is just a power struggle. Christianity use government more. Why now in doing carry out their bid and argue just because they have more Western influence backing, then the Islam are preached to individual that carry it out, or a set of people or group of people. But we, the Africans, our religion is one of the best, more peaceful. And if we talk about sacrifice, human sacrifice, Christianity or Christ we talk about, who killed him, if at all there was something like that. It's not African that killed him. So the human sacrifice they tag us with and demonizes us, they did the most popular one. So me, I don't want to get into all those things. You can see I'm on my Christmas clothes. It's just a festival. I'll still open more gift tomorrow. And it's just a commercial thing that they already wrap their mind, and it's working for me. There's nothing wrong in having new clothes to me to wear and enjoying a new clothes. So I'll leave it at that. But if you look at it, both religion, one is under the umbrella of the government, one is one that preaching. Uh, Islam will tell you they are peaceful religion, but there are still other violent under them. Christianity will tell you it's all a struggle for power. The true humanity and spirituality is what is a common sense approach, morality. What you don't want to do to others, I want to do others to do to you. Don't do it to others. It's a simple thing. And your faith, are you going to tell me that my faith is not relevant when I pray, when I get answer to my prayer? People project themselves and whatever their image capture, the faith capture and become a reality today. You can't take it from them. You'd like talk to you tomorrow. But in the real studies and all we can analyze, both of them are violent. Thank you.
See, that's objective, isn't it? And so I think we are done for the day.
It's
We are supposed to
subjective,
have finished.
unlike you. You see,
Look at
unlike
that.
you.
Look at that. You are the one that refused to answer the question with data.
No, I answer your question.
Okay.
You want a particular answer. That's the
Okay.
problem.
Yeah,
I've
because
always said that to you.
But you can give a
I
particular
want a
answer.
particular answer because that answer is the one that I see. Like when I see Muslims killing people that say something offensive about the religion. We see that often. You hardly see Christians reacting like that, or Buddhists reacting like that, or Hindus reacting like that. That is the point I'm making.
First of all, you also look at it this way. You're not going to see a Muslim, for example, that will take a Bible and burn a Bible, or he sought. So first of all,
Actually, they do though.
Islam in
Like
the
they do that
let
to
me
Buddhist religion.
Don't go there.
They do that to Buddhist religion and
let
all.
me tell you what.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
Hold on. When it comes to prophet, Islam don't attach any prophet to Christianity. Even the Jesus Christ you call, Jonathan know the position of Jesus Christ in Islam. Islam revere Jesus Christ. Like
Yeah, but
Jesus
they don't
Christ,
like Buddhists, do they? They don't like Hindus.
be Hindu.
They destroy their shrines. Even the Egyptian shrine, they try to destroy them.
Yeah, Shiran are evil. They can destroy them.
You see that shrine is evil. It's other people's religion.
On a more serious note, I let people practice what they want.
Wait, let me say something.
But when it
Let
comes
AY finish, then I'll do my own.
when it comes to Judaism and Christianity, Islam see Christianity, Judaism as a religion before them. So
yeah, we accept that. We already know that part. The one we are talking about is when they don't approve of that religion. At the same time, somebody says something offensive. The reaction in the current world we live in seems to be quite violent.
In India, are they killing? Are they destroying the idol of Buddhism?
In
India.
In India, idol for Hinduism, you mean?
Yeah. Do you see Muslims destroy them? Is that what you say?
Because they are not majority there now.
Oh, it's when they are majority, they destroy them?
Yeah. That's when they tend to do it. If they are equal or majority, that's when they tend to do that. Look at the countries they do it. Look at the
Religion
countries
is
where things happen. It's like that.
That's just factually so incorrect.
Let me
I
say
don't know.
something.
Except there are countries where there are fewer than they. If they try to do it, let's say in Europe, you see the reaction will be very, very serious, and generally it doesn't repeat
Europe,
itself.
who care about religion though? Majority of people don't care about
They
religion.
care. They do care when
And which religion?
when they see that a Muslim is threatening them. I think because I remember there was a
In America, in Canada, even a lot of churches are already sold to mosque already. They are
you know what?
mosque.
Let's just bring Shikau in because he hasn't said anything since before. Then we'll bring Steph in before we round up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear. Welcome.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, sir.
Merry Christmas if you're a Christian.
Yeah, first of all, I practice African spirituality. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Muslim.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. You're welcome.
Finally,
Thank you very
man,
much.
my brother. Finally, let's go.
Yeah, so I come in as a neutral person, but my background as an African, we all have a Christian or Muslim background. So my background is Muslim. So born in an Islamic family, learned the Quran. I'm well read in Islamic theology and history. Then little bit I left the religion. Then I tested Christianity a little bit in Nigeria with Deeper Life. Then I also left that one because I saw that no, it's not for me. Then I embraced traditional African spiritual beliefs, which I now, since then, I've been home for the past 10 years. I would say I'm very happy to embrace African spirituality. So let's deal with the question of violence. I will tell you that both Christianity and Islam have a history of violence. But in contemporary history, in modern history, Islam is the most violent religion. We are not saying this in terms of individual Muslim behavior. We are talking about the doctrine, the teaching of the religion itself. Now, there's something most of you here who are not Muslim, you need to know. In Islam, not everything in Islam is directly from the Quran. Just the way you do in Christianity, anything you say, let's check the Bible, whether it's there. Islam, majority of the things Muslims do come from three sources. One, the Quran. Two,
If you don't know,
Hadith.
don't say majority.
Can I finish? This is the problem. I want to lay down the argument. So the Hadith, which is the saying of the Prophet and his tradition, and then you have what we call the mazhab, the interpretation of the scholars. So you have scholars who can give interpretation, tafsir, interpretation of the Quran, what it means. So you put those three together. You put those three together to get what you call Sharia, the Islamic jurisprudence. So it's not always from the Quran. So now let me give you few things that show Islam is violent. One, apostasy. If you leave Islam in Sharia, you should be killed. That is violence. No religion on earth I know of today, apart from cult, that if you leave, you should get killed. In Islam, if you open, right now some Muslim will tell you, oh, it's not in the Quran. No, the Sharia has three sources. So in those three sources, all the scholars agree that the Prophet said, if anyone abandon his religion, in apostasy is punishable by death. Google it right now. All Sharia law agree with that. Two, that's violence. The term kafir, what you use to describe people who don't believe in Islam, where you describe them as kafir, unbelievers, you call them infidel. You already declare war on non-Muslim intellectually, spiritually, culturally. Even without you doing nothing to them, they have declared war on you because the vision of Islam is to convert the entire war into a caliphate. That is the vision. Convert the entire war into an Islamic caliphate. For Christians, they are trying to convert everybody to go to heaven. For Muslims, they are looking for a caliphate on this planet. And to do that is a declaration of war because nobody, the whole world will never convert into Islam peacefully. So because of that, They marry women who are non-Muslim, but their women can never marry non-Muslim. When you do that in a society of multicultural, that's war. Because you can marry our women, you can get married to any ethnic group in Nigeria who are Christian. But when a Christian man goes to marry a Muslim girl, that girl will get killed if she ever tries that. True or false? All of these things that I've laid down. So the fundamental in the Quran, it says it clearly. Anyone who criticizes the prophet, insult the prophet and Allah, you should crucify them. Crucify them. That's why even a little Muslim kid, when you insult the prophet Muhammad, that kid is, even those on this panel right now that are saying they are peaceful Muslims, if you dare them right now, you say something against the prophet, their blood will start boiling. They want to kill you. Even if they will not say it physically, but emotionally they will be disturbed. They want to act. That tells you that you are indoctrinated to always act on behalf of God or on behalf of the prophet. This is the way the religion is positioned. So fundamentally, Islam is incompatible with democracy, incompatible with multiculturalism, incompatible with freedom of speech, incompatible with anything humanist. So it is the most dangerous religion on the planet. Right? I'm saying my father is a Muslim, my mom is a Muslim, my entire family is Muslim. I'm not saying there as a problem of hate. It has beauty in it. It has discipline. I learned a lot of discipline in Islam. Tend to Islam today. I don't drink, I don't smoke. I learned a lot of discipline. But I'm telling you, fundamentally, it is a very violent religion, and it could be a threat to humanity. Even to itself, it's not at peace with itself. I'll stop.
Okay, man, that is quite interesting. But
Sakari, you say a lot of things that are out of point. I need to address.
Can we pinpoint those ones that are?
One of them is he said that if a Muslim if a Muslim woman marry a non-Muslim, she should be killed. Can you provide us evidence? That's one. Because the second thing, some of the stuff you said, they are based on context. It's not what you are discussing. If you say you have knowledge of Islam, for example, when you renege your religion, is based on an Islamic state, not based on, don't forget, Islam pays serious attention to a secular state. In an Islamic state that was then that you renege your religion, yes, it's punishable by death. That's true. But when you say this stuff, you have to put them in context. That is where people really misconstrue Islam.
And the punishment by death is not accepted universally.
So even the issue when people talk about like
it's controversial.
Blasphemy, for example. Blasphemy, the context is you can't just say, because a cow say God punished the prophet, then I'll take a God. No, it's not my right to kill a soul. If you live in an Islamic state, that person can be tried in a Sharia court. What he said about democracy is true because Islam is a way of life itself. But when you live in a secular state also, Islam is allowed to work with the system. But if you live that's why in Islamic countries, they are strictly about Sharia. They're not going to deal with your democracy. They are living where they are progressive. So we need to understand most of this stuff are content. I understand, I can have discussion with him about Islam because he basically have knowledge of a lot of things. But somebody like forefather that have preconceived notion, it's very difficult to convince you. That's why my discussion with Saka will be different. So that's what I just want to.
But hold on, though. Almost everything he has said is exactly what I'm saying.
No, you are not saying the same thing. No.
Okay, tell me what is the difference with what he said.
No.
He literally called Islam the most dangerous.
Because you did one forefather is different.
Am I audible?
Okay, tell me.
Will you need me to respond?
Hold on.
Yeah, can I respond?
The point I'm saying, he can go ahead and make comment if I'm lying or not.
Yes.
I get the point what he's saying. So we should not be throwing things around like that.
No, I mean, what is the difference between his assertions and what my assertion?
Your assertion is wide. You don't know what you're talking about. He know what he's talking about, but based on context.
You're not saying it. What is the difference? You just say it's wide. What is wide?
Even it's incomplete. It's incomplete.
It's incomplete. It's just I can't.
Yes, it's incomplete information.
I am saying that people that practice the religion in the he used the term in the contemporary world of today. Generally, when you say something offensive about their religion, if you put all the religions together, but it tends to be the Islamic one that tends to be violent.
I told you. Listen.
How is that?
Listen. I told you there are over 2 billion Muslims in the world. When you say something about the prophet, you get attacked, probably in an Islamic domain.
What are we arguing about?
Over 2 billion?
Nobody.
Nobody
is
understand
giving them,
why this is controversial.
Nobody is giving them that right to do that. It's just out of their foolishness, out of their ignorance. Nobody is giving them, hey, go kill somebody because he said this.
No,
if you live in an Islamic state, it's different. Even if you live in an Islamic state, you don't have the right to take that person to face the law of the land and get judgment.
I disagree with you. You know where I disagree with you?
I'm not going to argue.
Can I respond first of all because you tried to debunk my point?
Let's respond. It's going to be better because you know what he's talking about.
Let's said anything for a while. Just because it's Muslim, you are trying to divide and rule. Now,
Let him respond.
Let Steph first say something because he hasn't said anything for a long time. Then
I wanted to respond, moderator, because he tried to debunk my point.
Don't worry, he didn't debunk it. Let Steph say what he wants to say, then you can respond to both of them.
Listen, I think this guy, Sekau, hits interesting points better than I would have said it. If we begin to compare the two religions side by side, historically, Christianity may even be the worst. So
it is the worst.
Listen, let's not confuse. We're talking about in the 21st century, presently, which one is more prone to take some violent actions?
So let me.
Which religion? Wait. Which religion committed genocide in Gaza? Which religion committed a genocide in Gaza?
How about the one in Sudan?
21st century. Oh,
how about the one in Sudan?
Good question. Yeah.
Exactly.
Wait, I'm going to answer you.
They are doing the same thing in Sudan
I'll
too.
answer you that question.
Exactly. Yeah.
I'll answer you that question. If you are sincere,
go ahead.
You will know that what is happening in Gaza.
Yep.
You can easily see it as a state terrorism. No, that's what it is.
It's a theocratic state, though. It's a theocratic state.
But it's more of state terrorism.
But it's a theocratic state.
Allow me to talk. You use your time. If you narrow it down to what we are saying, the question is, in the contemporary teaching of Christianity, you are not a Christian. Any other Christian here can let me know. I've not seen in Nigeria, maybe in the last 10 years even, where there is any incident of anybody saying something against Jesus Christ or whoever. You even see more Christians even saying trash against Jesus Christ than any other faith or unbeliever.
Of course, Muslims will not say stupid stuff about Jesus Christ. It's not a contest.
No, listen now. What I'm saying is that if it is Christian that says something terrible about Jesus Christ, nothing happens to him. A Muslim can't even say something terrible against the prophet without repercussion. Let's even
a Muslim will not say anything. No, that's the mistake. That is the mistake.
No, I'm not making mistake.
You make a bloody mistake right there. Hold on. That comparison, you are comparing apple and orange.
No.
No Muslim will say anything stupid, bad about Jesus Christ. That there is no discussion
I'm
around
not saying they will say. I'm saying that if a Muslim should say something stupid, unguarded against the prophet, I'm not saying Jesus, he's not going to go scot-free.
It doesn't make sense to me. Go ahead.
What doesn't make sense?
Yeah, but you know that happens all the time. Why do you say
no? A Muslim will not say it. Muslim will not do that.
No,
do what?
Oh no! In Nigeria, a Muslim.
I can't say it was once a Muslim. Hold on. This argument.
No, he said Muslim will not do what?
Can you move this discussion, because people are holding to their biases. People are holding on to their biases, and we can't.
We need to have this discussion properly.
Tony, you're the one talking about biases, really? Come on, man.
Now, let me say my piece now.
I'm trying to build on something.
Okay,
so far that they are not being fair to me.
Don't worry. Because AY is represented very well. That's why.
No, there's still some things that I need to add to.
Okay, we are going to come to you after Steph's finish speaking. Then Shikau, then we'll come to you. Please go ahead and finish, Steph.
So this is not something to build a defense. I'm just trying to build a context that if a Muslim cannot say silly things against the Prophet and get away with it, how much more somebody who is not even a Muslim?
Exactly.
That's what I'm trying to make. Just like in the case of the popular case of Deborah.
Yep.
You understand? You can argue. You can argue and say, okay, nobody told those mob to kill her, but what you now consider, what the event that happened after she was killed, is what speaks volumes. The event that happened after she was killed is what speaks volumes. Not only that people don't want to condemn it, but they make sure that they shielded and protected the person that did it, the people that did it. Was it by accident? It's not by accident because that wasn't the first time. So we're talking about contemporary history. I'm not talking about unashamedly. I said it. If it's historically, I can tell you that it may be worst among the Christian faiths.
So Deborah case is sufficient to now address the Muslim.
This is not a matter of what I'm saying is that it's okay for religion to evolve. People shouldn't hold on to something because it has always been done before.
Okay, look at this again now.
Let me just share doing this. The same thing.
It just keeps happening, and people you just keep pretending as if you don't know. This is actually going on. I don't. This is what I don't. You have to be. You are a man of science. You should know this. Okay, look at this one now. This year, this one is this year. This September. Look at that. Look at that again. Because it's blasphemy again. Born a woman, that's a human life. It keeps happening over and over again. I keep saying, oh, it has nothing to do with Muslims or anything. But the others are not behaving like that. That's the point we're trying to make.
This is just isolated.
Why is it
people
always
doing this?
if it was happening randomly across maybe even two religions or other religions, I will hear you. And if you can prove that is the case, I may be wrong.
At this point, I will let you believe what you want to believe, but that's my opinion. I totally condemn it, but this does not represent Islam. It's just people in their emotion doing foolish stuff.
But do you know? Okay, can you countenance the possibility that this may have to do with the religion? Can you countenance that possibility that this may have something to do with the religion? The way it's been practiced.
It has nothing to do with religion because I just explained it to you.
Let me explain it to you better.
But all these people that are dying, it didn't have anything to do with Muslims.
Let me explain it to him better.
Okay.
Maybe as
not Muslims. It's just ghost Muslims that are killing people.
Okay. Let me talk. Okay. All right. This is where I'll begin. The ex-Muslim brother who came and he said something about Islam and about Sharia that is true, but not completely true. And what he was saying essentially is that what we call Sharia is a combination of three sources. Whatever it is that we consider faith and religion has to come from the book that is Quran and from the traditions of the prophets, which have been authenticated, and it's based on the understanding of the people and the Sahabs, that is the people that came that lived with him and came after him sufficiently to understand the context before they interpret it for it to be taken seriously. And when you go through this manner of Islamic jurisprudence, there are a lot of schools of thought. We have the Hanbali, we have the Hanafi, we have the Maliki, we have the Shafi'i. Each of them have different interpretations of what to do at time if somebody is guilty of apostasy. Okay, now what he's actually referring to as a consensus of all Muslims is a Maliki position. It is not a Shafi'i position. Now, you cannot just say just because Maliki has this, and you come from a country that Maliki jurisprudence has prominence, then all of Islam is like that. And essentially, you see, for example, if you fail to fast Ramadan intentionally, God is going to punish you. That is what the Prophet said. However, the ijtima of the ulama, they agreed that your punishment should be 60 days of fasting non-stop to compensate for intentionally refusing to do it. Now you have to understand that because the ijtima is a combination of different scholars from different backgrounds and skill and knowledge of Islam, they are sometimes fallible. Okay, so these things happen. That's one. That's the fundamental thing that I want to dissuade your minds about painting all Muslims as they will kill apostates. Go and look at Imam Tawheed. Look at this guy, this man from Qatar, this man from Jordan. Let me send you some videos for God's sake, so that you can see where Muslims who do not subscribe to Maliki school of thought actually understand what is quite different from those who carry this one. Now let's get back to the data part of it.
You're going too deep. They don't understand what you're talking about.
Hassan, can I ask you a question?
Okay, I'm listening.
Yeah, do they these Islamic schools of thought that you have, sects that you have in Islam?
They are not
sects.
They are not sects. They are school of thought.
Okay, school of thought. I know there are many. Yeah. Do they believe in the Quran, the Hadith? Do they?
Yes, they do.
Okay, let me ask one question.
But they have different philosophies.
Hold on. Let me ask
he asked the question now. I'm answering him, and you're telling me to hold on. And if he does not understand the answer, it becomes a problem.
Why do you have to explain everything? You see, this is the thing you do. You want to start teaching people Islam.
Okay. You want to hear what you want to hear now. You don't want to hear what is true.
See, I tend to see this amongst Muslims. When you ask them specific questions, they want to start teaching you about Islam, and they can't help it. It's just their way. The question they ask you is that you
Let me
finish. Okay, let me finish.
I want Sokar to be here.
Can you be patient? Let me finish the point.
No, I want to ask you a question. You see that? The question they asked you whether this thing they all believe in
schools of thoughts.
And whether they believe in they said yes, they believe in Hadith and the Quran. The question I want to ask you is that which of these school of thoughts is the dominant one amongst the in terms
there is no dominant.
No, there has to be one. Which one?
We here in our part of the world, the Maliki school of thought is quite dominant.
The region. There is no
but it's a more regional thing.
It's a regional
one. Which one is the one that you talked about the death penalty?
I'm sorry, but I think Valhalla is being more.
Can you let me finish, please? Can you let me finish?
You want to just go into
if you let me finish, you get the answers. You don't literally have to cut me off. Please let me finish.
I think
okay,
go
ahead.
Yeah, I'm getting somewhere to what he's saying.
It's okay. Now, the argument that somehow we are Muslims are the most violent people in the world. Somebody said he will acknowledge that Christians are more violent, but it has to be in the past, not now. Okay. However, now he believes Muslims are the most violent. Well, the first thing that is important that we talk about is that, let's say in the last 100 years, is that good enough for you as a sample size?
I think 50 years makes more sense because a lot changed in 50 years.
But actually, when the Ottoman Empire fell was 100 years, because that is important. That is the reason why you guys have this feeling of moral superiority and
let's do it 50
and all
years.
that.
Let's not worry about previously. At the moment, we could even reduce it to 30 years. We're talking about modern contemporary times. That's the whole point.
But what happened affected what happened yesterday affected today now. If you are not born, will you grow? If you don't grow, will you die?
Yeah, but others have changed. We are talking about how people behave today.
And you're asking me why I believe that Muslims are not violent, Christians are more violent, and then you're telling me not to talk about the facts that are the most essential
Christians
of why that is.
that they were more violent.
You see, you're trying to hear what you want to. Let me answer.
Hassan is the goalpost. I told you about the goalpost, right?
Yes.
You got to fit the goalpost to fit your narrative.
Why ask about the point that they've already conceded? I don't get it.
Yeah, to go like then you move the goalpost to fit a narrative. That's what he's saying.
Why would you go to the past? Talk about something that we are dealing with now.
Okay.
Breaking news.
Breaking news, though.
That said.
Yeah, it's a goalpost.
That said.
You move the
goalpost. Yeah, that's what. Yeah, you got to move there. You move the timeline a little bit. You keep moving the timeline. But when we talk about the problem affecting Africa right now, when we talk about the problem affecting Africa right now, we talk about slavery. We talk about the colonialism. Yeah, you guys.
Can you let me finish? Your answers are here, but you not let me finish.
Wait. When you talk about the problem plaguing Africa right now, we talk about colonialism. We have to look at the past to see how it affects the future.
But
when it comes to this,
right now,
point,
except because I don't like the way you go about this. Sometimes you just open up the whole conversation. They are talking about something specific to the current period where people are getting triggered and people are getting killed.
It's a goalpost, man. It's a goalpost. Like if you expand the goalpost a little bit, you start seeing more. Like I said, wait, Hassan, hold on. Hassan, hold on. Remember what I said about Bush? What Bush told Chirac on a phone call? It was leaked by WikiLeaks. It's online. He said that the prop that it's in his. Hold on. Come on, you guys. See, you don't want to hear what I'm gonna. You don't.
I don't want to hear
it. Let me just finish my own. Can I speak? Let me just finish my own. Please. Let me finish my own. Please.
Okay, go ahead, Hassan.
Oh God.
Just open totally different. Open other areas that we have to be focused and finish one conversation. Then you can bring something else into it, and we don't even have the time for that today. Valhalla, what happened to you? Please go ahead.
Okay, listen. World War II was a Christian versus Jewish war. How many people died?
They've already considered that point. What is the point?
Good. Now that was the beginning of a new world order. The League of Nations failed and the United Nations was instituted. And what happened in the United Nations Security Council? Tell me.
Okay, is that
the Muslim country represented there?
Is that the cause of the present?
Some things are relevant.
Forefathers. I think.
Wait, let me finish. Don't interrupt me. You get. You are because you don't want me to finish. Let me finish. Not the point. Not the point. And then when I finish, you rebut it. Not the point. When I finish, you rebut it.
On that point.
Because you know you are just doing a straw man argument, and that I will destroy your narrative if you let me talk.
Am I having an out-of-body experience here? Why would I argue with you?
You are. You are.
I need
what kind of moderator are you?
I agree with you. Why would I argue with you when I agree with you?
Don't agree, but let me finish. Then disagree.
Ahead,
Yeah, let me finish.
You want me to disagree?
Let him finish.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Give him some time.
Wow. Okay. Now, after World War II, the League of Nations, failed after World War I. So after World War II, the Christian countries with the Jewish, their Jewish partners decided to.
There is nothing like the Christian country. There is nothing like a Christian country. Nothing.
Tony, just leave it. We already agreed that.
Let me finish.
You can say Muslim countries, but you can't say a Christian country. There's nothing like that on earth. Apart from the Vatican.
Maybe more American than Trump. What does Trump call America?
That's what he wants you to
America may have majority of Christians. It doesn't make it. There is no Christian country.
They call it Judeo. They call it
you can have Christian people, but you don't have a Christian country.
That's what they call the West, the Judeo-Christian
but it's a
culture. That's not what they call it.
But it's a lie. Because America used Christianity to make slavery something that is legal. They use Christianity to establish themselves, to kill off the Native Americans, to do all sorts of evil.
Okay. And to justify it with the passage in the Bible too, that slavery, that slaves obey your masters. It's in your Bible.
Let me finish. If you guys don't let me finish,
do you think we should take it backstage? Because to me, this is a honest conversation we truly need to understand. Because when
Mr. Sudi said,
can I speak?
Country is actually laughable. This is how he said this is very
can I speak, please?
Post 9/11.
If you
pre 9/11,
sorry, Tony,
they were not
finished. Bala not finished.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah.
So, can you guys remember what Nigeria was like pre 9/11, or what the world was like pre 9/11? Can you guys remember how, the level of Islamophobia and this narrative? What it was like before? Was it like this? So what new revelation did Muslims have that made them change between post 9/11 and now there's ISIS, Al-Nusra, Boko Haram, the ones in Somalia. What changed fundamentally? Well, let me just finish saying what it is. You guys know it's just that the guilds will not allow you to consider. Now, look, so the Christian West, okay, post 9/11 went on a killing spree in Islamic countries. First, they said it was Saudis that hijacked planes and attacked the United States. And yet somehow it is Iraq that they went and killed over a million people. Over a million innocent people. That's one, okay. So it did not stop there. It did not stop there. They went to Afghanistan and then spent another how many years there? 20 years. How many people did they kill? They did go to Somalia. They did go to Libya. They did go to Syria. What is the fundamental relationship between all these countries? They are all Muslims. And in all of these wars, none of it was morally justified. None. It was just brutal piracy. And okay, and because you are the superpower, you can do whatever you want to do. That's why I'm saying you guys all have this guts to spew this nonsense now, because we live in the settings that we live, where a Christian country is now the superpower. Believe you me, go back to history and read when the Ottomans were in power, how we protected the Christians, the Jews, and we were ethical, we were consistent morally. We do not kill children, we do not kill women, we do not kill people who are in a place of worship.
Ataturk was the dictator. He was a killer. Go and read history. Ataturk was a killer.
What are you talking about?
It is historically documented. The Ataturk was how can you say it was protecting Christians? If you are finished, I just want to comment.
War was befought to preserve yourself. If we didn't fight war, do you think I'll be here? If my ancestors were cowards and allowed somebody to kill them, I wouldn't be here now.
Okay, so now you.
So wars are necessary, but at least we are.
Some of us come in because one person is talking forever.
You've given us.
Because they don't want to hear it.
Yeah, one person cannot talk forever. You have to time people.
The question, he was basically doing what about ism, and when they try to tell him, okay, we've already considered that point, and he keeps going on about it. Nobody's having.
Okay, can you time people, please?
Let me bring in Tony, please.
Okay, let me just say this in a few seconds. You guys alone. Okay, so direct war, violence, the casualties of people that died in Iraq, Afghanistan, Syria, Yemen, Pakistan, including 430,000 civilians, as a direct, attack by the United States. You see, and as a result of that, a lot of other things. Iraq war also killed a lot of Muslims and destabilized them. The war in Algeria, the Yom Kippur War, and the insistence of America to settle an apartheid state in the Palestinian settlements, Arab settlements, and then expel them, ethnically cleanse them. And all Muslims were seeing that. This would have not happened if the Ottoman Empire held sway. At least we were just. Now, the biggest killing episode that was tied to Muslims, okay? It's Bangladesh. No, I want to be fair. Okay?
No, I'm not stopping. I'm just saying, if he's timing it, are you going to give everybody the same amount of time?
Yeah, 2 minutes is enough. People shouldn't talk forever. There are so many people.
Yeah, Hassan, you got to yield the mic. Let somebody else.
2 minutes should be enough, to be honest.
2 minutes?
Let somebody else go.
So he just finished in 2 minutes now?
I think
all right.
That's enough. We got your point, man. You made your point. Somebody else.
All right. No. I will say the last word. Not you, my friend. Can you just keep quiet? Let me have my last word, okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
I think you said. Remember, we know this. We know these are documented facts. So
know this story.
You don't need to reiterate it. We know this. We know this already. Yeah.
Okay. Then what I will say finally is that sociology and anthropology. Sociology is a scientific way of assessing and understanding the motives behind human behavior, and after that behavior happens, what are the consequences? So sociologists usually look for antecedents and consequences, okay? And the antecedents that we have seen because it has resulted to this consequence. Pre 9/11, no, Europeans complain of Arabs or the Muslims in their countries. They went there and bombed everything and killed people, and then they don't want people to come to their country. How is that possible? You create mayhem, you do the killing, you do the genocide because you control the media, you now control the narrative, and then blame us. But
I don't think Americans are controlling the narratives in Nigeria.
Forefathers, are you going to allow everybody to
Yeah.
speak for
let's
10
give
minutes
them
or
a
15
Shikau,
minutes?
I think I've given him more than enough time. I've given more than enough time. Shikau, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Then,
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much.
Father, send the link.
Before,
wait, hold on.
Can I go ahead? Before I will address the point of the other Muslim brother, I would like to say something very quick about separating church from the state. Christianity, I'm not defending Christianity. I'm not a Christian. I will never be. But Christianity grew up. It went through the barbaric stage where we know Europeans took Christianity and used it. You talk about the crusade, you talk about the conquistados who conquered North South America. These were always, we know about the church, the Papa Bull documents that endorsed slavery.
Papa Bull of demarcation.
Can I finish? Oh my God.
Go ahead. I'm supporting you.
Okay. So, but Christianity European got to a point where they said we have to separate the church from the state. That's where European grew up. That's where Christianity gained maturity to some point. They used to burn witches on the streets of Europe. If you even talk about Bible, Martin Luther King, who brought the Protestant church, has to fight to give the Bible to common men because only certain people could touch the Bible. Christianity went through those stages. It critiqued itself at some time, and to a point that Europeans separated the church from the state. What you have in Europe is a secular state. Even if they say, oh, it's a Christian nation, but the constitution of the country is secular.
Thank you.
It's very, very secular. Islam, on the other hand, has not grown up. It's still in the Stone Age. Islam has not critiqued itself yet. It has never separated itself from the state. That's why you cannot tell the difference between political Islam and spiritual Islam. The only group of Islamic denomination that practice non-political Islam are the Sufi, who are practicing spirituality only in Islam. The rest of you is 80% politics and then 10% spirituality. So Islam seeks to conquer a state. If you look at northern Nigeria, your idea is to conquer Nigeria. It's not like you want to live in a multicultural state and live in a democracy. No, you want to conquer because the religion is fundamentally political. So Islam is in a Stone Age. It has not critiqued itself. That's why you don't really understand what we are talking about. Now, let me deal with the issue you raised. Muslim women, you said whether if a Muslim woman marry a non-Muslim, they'll be stoned to death. Now, when I made that statement, I didn't say there's a law in Sharia that says it. But what I said that fundamentally, in the Sharia law, Muslim woman is not allowed to marry a non-Muslim. But a Muslim man is allowed to marry non-Muslim women.
That's true, but why did you mention that?
I'm coming. A Muslim man is allowed to marry non-Muslim women. So I said, what you guys did there is a cultural war that you wage up against the rest of the world. Now, in the Muslim society, when usually, like my own community, when a Muslim lady forces herself to marry a non-Muslim, she's banished, she's likely to be killed, she's likely to be persecuted, including killing. That's a fact. So that's what I'm telling you, that's what happened. Now, the issue of apostasy, you said is outdated, there is a context. All the four Imam Maliki, Imam Shafi'i, Imam Hanbali, and all four of them agree that anybody who apostated from Islam must be killed. The only difference between them, I think it was Shafi'i or one of them that said, if the person critique the religion after they leave, then you should kill them. Then one of them said that you can, for women, we shouldn't kill them, you should imprison the women. But
So
four of them agree that if you
hold on.
leave Islam, you must be killed.
Is it in an Islamic state or in a secular state? Can you address that?
Now, okay, now listen. This is another thing you are coming into my time. Whenever you guys are confusing people, you say whether it's an Islamic state or non-Islamic state. The Sharia law is for every individual Muslim to practice, family to practice, including the state.
Okay.
So even in a Muslim family, Sharia continue to be practiced, even if the state does not practice it, because you are under obligation to follow the divine law. You cannot disobey Islam because you are not in a Muslim state. Sharia is practiced by individual. It's even jihad. You know the one you call jihad bin nafsi. An individual practices jihad by himself. He practices within the family. He practices with the state. This is how it works in Islam. So when you gain majority, when you gain, stop interjecting, stop interrupting. Now I told you this is the issue. Now your blood is boiling. Your blood is boiling. This is what Islam does.
No.
You are getting angry. Let me just finish.
No,
Let me finish, then you can rebuttal. I didn't talk.
AY is not like that.
I didn't talk when you were talking.
Anti-Muslim people.
I didn't talk when you were talking. Let me finish.
Because you're talking a lot of trash.
Yes. So now you see the anger is coming on. The kafir-phobia is coming up.
Calm down. Take it easy. Just take it easy. Make your point. Take it easy.
Yeah, but he's not
you guys have the right to interrupt us when we're talking.
Let him speak. Let him speak, and then you can interrogate what he's saying. Let Shakao finish.
Okay, so if you want to have your say, you can have your say. I think it's getting a little bit too hot.
Why do you take him out?
No, because they are all talking over each other. You all should calm down. And Shikao,
but
AY is not like that. AY is not like that. AY is not like that. You all should respect each other. I think both of you are on a level. You try to be intellectual. So let's not insult each other.
Yeah, but can he just wait? I didn't interrupt him when he was talking.
No, there were a lot of things you say.
Yeah, but write them down. Write them down.
When you finish, you
it's okay.
Write them down.
It's okay. Write it down and rebuttal. Yeah, that's okay.
Right. Write them down and rebuttal. That's the right thing to do. The issue of context, and I told you that it's not about any context. The four imams agree it is to be practiced anywhere. And you said it must only be in an Islamic state. Whether it's in an Islamic state or not even, the idea that when somebody leaves his religion, spiritual belief, he must be killed, that in itself is violence. And I told you Sharia must be practiced by individual, by family, and including the state. So that's a note you must take. Now the issue of Gaza, that issue of Gaza, most of you here talking about, who is killing in Gaza. Why not we talk about West Africa, where we come from, instead of going all the way in the Middle East? As we speak right now, there are Islamic fundamentalist jihadists in the Sahel killing West African people because they believe you don't practice the puritanical aspect of Islam, so they want to kill you. As we speak, Nigeria is on the scene.
We go to Gaza because of the relationship of the American.
Let me finish. Take note. This is the problem. You guys don't know how to be patient.
What caused us to be where we are?
Because you play on the religion. Some of you come here and say, the Quran said, La ikraha fi din. La ikraha fi din. There is no compulsion in religion. But you quote that verse, but then you forget to say, okay, in Allah in al-din al-Islam, the only religion acceptable to God is Islam. So you fundamentally declare. Let me finish.
No, let him speak. Let him speak.
No, he understands what I'm saying.
He understands. Go ahead.
Bro, let me tell you, I did da'wah. You don't, nobody here, I don't think you know Islam better than me.
Let Shikao finish. So
you know what you know.
No. Valhalla, it's not your turn, please. Let Shikao finish, then.
Go ahead, Shikao. Go ahead.
Islam, the historical context in which Islam came into contact with Africa. You talk about Christian slavery. Muslims were the first to enslave African people. Islam, the Quran endorsed slavery. The Quran does not abolish slavery. The Quran tells the Muslim men to marry slave girls. It tells them how to handle the slave. Slavery is endorsed and as is an institution in the Quran and in Islam. And during the time of Imam Malik, The entire
Arabs started enslaving Africans before the advent of Islam.
Let me finish. In the Imam Malik book, the Muwatta, in his book that he wrote, the Muwatta, they tell you even the price of slaves, how those be bought. Go to Zanzibar.
Let me ask you this though about slavery, because I think I gathered that in Quran they did say also that it would be better that people are not slaves or something like that.
Nowhere the Quran does not abolish slavery. I challenge anybody to give me a verse. Anyone.
Okay, let me say. You
just asked me a question. I didn't finish.
Give me 1 minute. Hold on.
There is no verse where the Quran abolishes slavery. Not one. Okay. I challenge.
Okay,
hold on. Let
hold on, guys. Hold on.
AY, see, you have your chance. Let him finish, then Tony speak. That way we can come back to you.
No, I need to speak after he speak. You can't jump around.
No, it has to be
like I have to finish. Not jump around. Take note. Right? Like I did.
That's what he does. He takes notes.
Take note.
Just hold on to that point, AY. Just hold on to that point. Then you
take your note. Take your note, man. I'm taking notes too. Take your note. It's okay. We're here to learn.
The don't start now. You're just going to come and start talking about the entire Middle East and ancient Egypt.
Hey, you have to read about the Zanj rebellion. Zanj is Z-A-N, Z-A-N-J, Zanj. The Zanj rebellion was the slaves that the Arab took out of Africa, castrated them. And they, in an Islamic empire, black people were slaves in Baghdad. They had to fight for their freedom. Most of them were killed. There were more slaves taken into Arab world than into America. But the Christian who took slaves into the Americas, they kept them alive. That's why you have black Americans today. All the slaves that were taken to the Muslim war were killed. The Arabs committed the worst.
Chicago, be careful because there is also
be careful. You have to debunk me with facts.
Hold on. That's why I want to share with you. There's also the possibility that they could just have walked back to Africa. Think about
that's not true.
Africa is not.
Why you say why do you say things without evidence?
Shaka is right.
I don't have evidence.
That's not true.
So why do you say it when there's no evidence?
He is right about the Arabs taking Africans first as slaves.
I gave you a book right now written by a Senegalese.
They did not take Africans as slaves in the name of Islam.
Islam committed more slavery on African continent for 2 centuries before the European came. They were the slavers. Okay? And all the writing, read the writing, all the Islamic travelers, even the Khaldun, who said that black people are not human beings.
Ibn Battuta,
read all their books. It was the Arabs, the Muslim scholars were among the first people before the Jews to say that black people were cursed by the children of Noah. I can produce the evidence to you.
I agree of the racism of
Islam is incompatible with democracy. It's incompatible with multiculturalism. It's incompatible with modernity. It has to reform itself. Otherwise, it will lead that continent of Africa to
that it exists today.
Okay, I hear what you're saying. Fahala, please stop interrupting.
Sorry.
Yeah, see, I think in a way that's what I'm asking AY. Like something needs to give here because this is not good. And when we have it, it looks like we are attacking Islam, but we're not attacking people like AY and in short, more than 99% of Muslims. But they are there when all this stuff is going on, and those things it's a threat to the entire community. If you want to use peaceful means to proselytize your religion, that's fine. But this type of things where people are scared around you, it's not cool. It's really not cool. People are losing their lives. Okay, let me bring Tony in, please. Tony, thank you for your patience.
You're supposed to let me talk. Now you are moving to another. Tony,
because Tony has been waiting way longer than you. He's been waiting way longer than you.
I will be brief. So so that you can come in, AY. Let me just thank Shakao, because if you are listening, if you listen to him very carefully, I mean, this is not about winning an argument. This is about learning, and some of the things that he said. We know the truth.
There's no source. There's no source. He didn't provide sources.
What source? What sources do you want him to? He gave you the Batuta. He gave you
made extraordinary claims.
Listen.
Those guys are just philosophers and
Can I please? Can I? Don't disrupt me. Wait for your turn.
Thunderstruck,
I think Shakao, I will commend him. First of all, let me say that he put a challenge before us, and he talked about the Quran and the Hadith, and he told us that there are, if you take the Hadith, and if you look at some of the inscriptions in the Hadith, he threw a challenge where you have things where war is endorsed, killing an infidel is endorsed. I thought that Hassan or AY would dispute that. They didn't dispute that. That's why I asked the question.
I'm disputing it. Let me
You guys
speak.
will never give us a chance to
Don't do
breathe.
that, Mr. Tony.
No, hold on. Let me finish. You can. That's why I asked you when you mentioned, the various Islamic schools of thought, whether they use the Quran and they use the Hadith, and you say yes. The second thing that I want to say, if you look at the transatlantic slave.
Okay, it's gone. Bye.
And if you go to And if you go to history, there were more people who were enslaved through the Saharan slave trade than the transatlantic. But if you now begin to search to see where are these people who were sold into slavery through the trans-Saharan trade, you would not see them. And the reason was that slavery in the Arabian world was harsher, and it tallies with what Shakao has said. So when you look around, you don't see too many black people in the Arabian world, because they didn't have that kind of freedom or something that you had in the transatlantic slave trade, where you can buy your freedom, you can procreate, and so on and so forth. So that is, but then finally, the thing I want to say, just like if you are talking about the years of the crusade, okay, and the jihad and the holy wars, yes, that's when you had Christians and you have Muslims fighting. But today, in the world today, there is really no country apart from the Vatican that you can say is the Christian country. But yes, excuse me, let me finish. But there are countries that you can say they are Muslim countries because they even declare so, Islamic Republic of so. So it's clear that they are Muslim countries, but there is no country that calls itself the Christian Republic of XYZ. You don't have it apart from the Vatican. Now, that said, what we see today, and let us not deny this fact, the militancy that we see today, the extremism that we see today, are mainly perpetrated by Muslims. Now you can deny, you can say that is not the teaching of Islam or so on, but the fact is true. I think what we should be arguing here is that yes, maybe Islam is a peaceful religion, but you cannot dismiss the fact that those who are perpetrating the evils that we see in West Africa and the Sahel are entirely Muslims. There is no Christian group that is doing the kind of thing that they're doing. So it's difficult for you, AY and Hassan.
No. I don't like when you do that.
No. Hold on. Listen. It has been established here. Forefathers said it when it started that both the Christians and the Muslims and even the Jewish people, Judaism, have in the past committed atrocities. Because everyone was trying to capture territory and to convert and to Christianize or Islamize. The whole of North Africa used to be Christian. Today, it's basically Muslim, part of Spain, and Shakao mentioned all that, took us through that. Those are documented history that you cannot dispute. So I think we should be realistic when this is a very emotional and sensitive discussion.
No, it's not.
But at the same time, when we see the reason why we're having problems today in the Sahel or even in Nigeria, let me bring it back in Nigeria, is because we see things that are going wrong and we don't stand and criticize it because it touches our faith. And I think it's wrong. Let me stop there.
Where is your father? Okay, let me. I love this topic, right? I think I need to really address you guys today. You see, Shaka, the way you speak it, you are coming here, you are pretending as if, oh no, I don't like it, Christian, I don't like Islam. No, you do. You love Christian. You are still pretending that you don't, but you do actually. So here are the issues. When you spoke before, I told you the stuff you are saying, they are based on context. I'm actually surprised you say you were a Muslim. You don't understand this issue are based on context. The one I'm going to say, okay, like you and Tony marody that, oh, there is nothing like Christian country. There is. Most of the country you see in the West, they actually metamorphose. So they are still sitting based on Christian doctrine or Christianity from United Kingdom to Europe to America. This is a fact. We are only trying to pretend. In Islam, there are countries that are Muslim country, pure and straight. Then on the other issue of, thank God you are with Quran. I'm going to give you verses. On the issue of slavery, there was no time where Islam participated in slavery. Arab participated. Hold on. I'll give you fact. Hold on. There was no time where Muslims participated in slavery. Arab participated in slavery. Arabs are different from Muslims. Slavery in Arab country, slavery in Arab country predate Islam. I'll give you verses in the Quran. He said you need verses. Listen. What Islam did when Islam came was to abolish slavery, encourage the free of slavery. Write down this verse. Check out it there with Quran. Look at it. In Surah Al-Balad, Quran 90, 12, 13, it said, free a slave as a major act of righteousness. Then when you go to Surah An-Nisa, 4 to 92, free a slave as an expiration of a sin. Go to Surah Al-Ma'idah 589. Go to Surah Al-Mujadila 58:3. Then go to Surah An-Nur 24:33. Go to Surah Al-Tawbah 960. Surah 960. Go to Surah 49:13. You will see all of them explaining the good things about slavery. Free a slave, expiration of sin, give zakat to slave, let them go, don't maltreat them. Islam came to free slavery in the Arab world. I'm really surprised you say you don't know any verse that is, I'm giving you up to like 10 verse chapters now. Look at there as we are speaking, you are with Quran. So when you are saying stuff, educate the people. Don't just talk based on hate, based on a personal issue with Islamic religion. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't change anything. I repeat, Islam in Arab does not have business with slavery in Africa, you are calling. It was Arab themselves that had issue with slavery. Islam came to free slaves in Arab world. I'm actually surprised Mr. Tony is defending the role Christianity played in slavery in Africa. I'm actually very shocked. The whites use the Bible to...
I'm not defending any role. I'm very clear. Anytime defending, you didn't hear what I said?
I need you to defend this. The white people use the Bible on their right hand, use stick on their left hand to condone slavery activity in Africa, well documented.
They were the same people who freed the people, who abolished it.
No. So in Islam, there was no need of abolition because Islam never participated in slavery. It was Arab.
He did.
Once
Tony, gotta let him talk now.
I'm giving you verses now. Unless you okay, now wait. Saka is looking at it. Probably he's going to address it. I tell you if I'm saying the
Omanis were Islam.
Tony, you had your time though. You didn't mention all that. Let him finish.
The other thing, how if you want to evolve in intellectual, I hope Father is listening. If you want to evolve in intellectual discussion, right? You people are talking of the problem happening in the Sahel, the problem happening in the world, Islam country. You have a country. Even when you defend them, they are not Christian country, they are Christian country. Libya were living peacefully. You went there, destroyed the country. It was not Muslims that destroyed Libya. Libya were living peacefully. It was one of the most peaceful countries in the world. The people were happy. You destroyed the country. You allow all the crisis that is going on in the Sahel, that is going on today. You went to Iraq, you did the same thing. In Syria, you did the same thing. In Afghanistan, you did the same thing. See, there is there is what you are saying. For example, you say Islam is not compatible with democracy. I kind of agree. If you are living in a Muslim country, you should be guided by Muslim laws. It's just like you cannot tell a Chinese man what they should accept democracy. That's foolishness. They are happy. They are doing well. They have their own laws. That is making the country progress. You can't go to Saudi Arabia and tell them to accept democracy. There is no need. Who created democracy? If you live in a secular state that everybody accept democracy, let democracy be. Anything that will work for the people, let it be. You don't force democracy on any country. It's stupidity. You cannot do that. In Iran, they have laws that protect them. They have their own leadership structure. In Qatar, in UAE in general, they have their own leadership structure that is making them progress. So these are no issue of sentiment. You need to really look at the issue. The crisis you are calling about, this war, the ISIS, the Al-Qaeda, all those groups, who created them, how were they created? And if you forgot to even mention what just happened in Gaza, you are defending it that, no, it has nothing to do with religion. It's all about state. Honestly, I'm actually very surprised at your point. Your point, they don't really make sense. A lot of things that happen in Islam, you see in the Quran, they are based on, they are contextual. I'm actually surprised Saka could not even, okay, this is contextual. No, you are using brush to paint everything. They say, no, it's not correct. So that's the only issue I wanted to just address with you, to really understand what you are saying. Don't just be saying stuff based on hate, based on you don't like something. It doesn't matter. You don't have to. You have over 2 billion people that believe in this religion. It does. You're different. You there. You are not there. It doesn't matter. So that's my point. Thank you. So I've given them more than 10 chapters.
Yeah,
I don't know if you were listening. So
hold on.
I was listening.
Did you see? I didn't interrupt you. Did you see that?
Yeah. Check out.
No, I want to teach him something, how to be patient.
Check out.
Do that, but I think
check out.
Can you allow this in? I want both of them to go at it so that we get some.
No. I have a listen. Let me ask a question to Shaka. I'm learning a lot from this exchange. Like what you guys said about African slaves in Muslim countries and Arab countries. Like what happened to them? That's a very interesting question because I haven't really asked that question. This is something I need to research, right? Like what happened to those Africans? Does anyone have any answer to that? They were killed. It's not. That's like, come on. That's very irrational. That's not. Tony.
What is irrational about killing?
I didn't ask you the question for a reason. No, I'm not disrupting anything. You were sleeping before.
Sorry, I'm not sleeping. Let me allow this in Shikao to speak, please. Shikao, please go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for providing those verses. I will just read one of the verses you provided, Surah Al-Nisa, which is Quran chapter 4, verse 92. Here's what it says. It is not for a believer to kill a believer except by mistake. And whoever kills a believer by mistake, he must set a believing slave free and submit a compensation blood money to the deceased family unless they remit it. Listen very carefully to the context. If a Muslim mistakenly killed another Muslim, and the way to repent, to sacrifice to their God to forgive them, is for him to find a believing slave. That means a Muslim who is a slave, another Muslim who is a slave, and free him. So in that way, God will forgive his sin. I want you to understand this. This is like the slavery is institutionalized. It's not abolished. What is being done here, the rich people, powerful people, Muslim, who have slaves, whenever they commit sin, I'm coming, I'm waiting now. The slave is like a currency.
You are mistaken, Ewan. Please go ahead.
The slave, imagine it even said believing slave. That means you can be a Muslim and be a slave in an Islamic kingdom. So as a Muslim slave, you will be set free like a currency. You are using it like a sadaqah. You are paying charity to God by freeing that one slave. That doesn't mean that slavery ends, or you can go buy another one tomorrow. It's like you have 10 slaves. You offended God. Now, for God to forgive you, you ask your slave, who is a Muslim among you? One of them say, it's me, sir. It's okay, you are set you free so that God can forgive the sin I committed by killing someone. But tomorrow I take another money, I go buy more and put it in my house. So basically, the slave are currency. They are business. They use them for business. I don't know why you see that as free slave. When Islam started, there was fornication. Wait now, you see the patient is not there. Be patient. Sabr. In Islam, it's called sabr. Be patient.
Go ahead.
Okay? It's part of Islamic faith to be patient. So the fornication existed before Islam, but Islam said no fornication. Zina. Do not commit adultery or fornication, whatever. Don't commit. Stop. Full stop. But it existed before Islam, but your God said don't do it. Why didn't he say the greatest crime against humanity, which is to subjugate another human being into a slave, make him into an animal? God Almighty, who is Ar-Rahman Ar-Rahim, the most gracious and the most merciful, according to you. 5 times a day you say Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, in the name of God, the most merciful. Why that merciful God couldn't say stop selling human beings as cattle and dogs? He couldn't stop it. He commercialized it, he institutionalized it. Rich people could use it as currency to pay charity. Bro, slavery is not abolished in Islam. All your 4 imams that you mentioned, Imam Hanbali, Shafi'i, all of them accepted slavery. The Prophet owned slaves. The Prophet did own slaves. They will always use Bilal as an example. Oh, Bilal, oh, Bilal. But the Prophet owned slaves even after Bilal. All of them. Most of the Sahaba own slaves. So slavery is institutionalized in Islam. We are not saying that Islam started it. We are not saying that it was Islam who started selling people. No, it existed. But when it came, your religion endorsed it, it institutionalized it, it didn't end it. It gave a green card for the people to do it.
Thank you. As a referee that has observed.
No. Let me say one thing.
Sorry, I'm not looking at it from the point of view of Islam, because we need to go back to the original topic, because this is not the topic, to be fair.
Exactly.
I'm looking at it from the history of the Kush Kingdom. And I know for years, maybe even decades, they were giving slaves to the Arabs whenever they came as a way of paying them off. They didn't have any other thing, because otherwise they are threatening them with war.
Did you say Kushites?
Yeah, the Kushites. They were not Kushites then again. I think
the Kushite, there was no Arab during the Kushites.
They came along. They came along.
If you look at the history of the
Sudan, was no Arab on earth when there was the Kushites.
You will see when Muhammad Ali invaded. The reason why Muhammad Ali invaded Sudan, Sudan was to get black slaves from the Sudan.
In fact, let me support that your statement. The Ottoman Empire committed one of the highest slave trade on the Black Sea slave trade. Google the Black Sea slave trade.
Let me slave
traders.
I've asked you, permit me please. I was asking for the link. I know you don't want me here. I know you saw it. No, I do know. So I'm just putting. No, let me. It's okay. Let me finish. So there you go. So you want to interrupt? So let me just speak. Let me just speak. I know everybody was supposed to speak, but
nobody gave him permission to speak. He started speaking. You see the attitude. That's what I don't want. Let's not do that today.
But I did say permit me. I said permit me. I said permit me. Okay. That's all I said. I said permit me.
Yeah, has Chikao finished?
Of course he's done bashing Islam. Let me just speak. I know you don't want me here. AY, please just.
I don't want me here. No, I don't want that. I just want people to have straightforward conversations.
Take it easy, guys.
But I'm a grown, sir. You can't dictate how I'm going to speak. As far as I'm not insulting you, How? Let me just finish. I know you want to antagonize me now.
I don't need
okay,
that.
Okay, let me quickly say something. This slave, let me tell you, Sekau, you need to go do your research. Islam deeply encouraged. Islam did not committed like this. Islam met slavery in Arab world. You need to
said that.
Hold on. What Islam was doing, instead of using force, He encouraged every Arabia, every Muslim holding slave to free their slave. The essay why I gave you those a lot of chapter is to encourage, okay, you commit a sin, free a slave, so God will forgive you too. So they were encouraged to release any slave in your custody.
Now, Layo, if you commit murder, you free a Muslim slave, a believing slave. How many slaves they capture were Muslims?
Hold on. How do you know they were not Muslims?
Because Africans are fundamentally not Muslim.
See. Don't forget.
That is the fact.
Hold on. Let me explain to you. You don't know this story. You are just doing grammar.
What do you mean I don't know? I know a lot.
Hold on. Don't forget, there was massive conversion of the people of Arabia, including anything that was there. So most of these slaves converted to Islam. So
there is no evidence for that. That's a lie. The fact that the book mentioned believing.
Seka, let me be honest with you. You don't understand it. Do more research. You will come and meet me here. I explain.
Which more research, bro? You are not saying nothing with proof.
But I gave you up to 10 chapters. You brought.
But I just debunked one of your. I just debunked the chapter. It talks about believing. It doesn't end slavery. I said the challenge was. The challenge was, give me one verse where your God abolished slavery. Do you know the word abolished?
I told you there was no outright.
Do you know the word abolished?
Hold on. I told you there was no outright abolishment of slavery. I just said it.
That's all, but that's my claim. That's my claim.
What will be your claim? You need to see this thing is hikmah, wisdom.
His claim,
but that's my claim. You cannot debunk the claim that I didn't make. That's straw man.
Hold on. There are things that were abolished. For example, like alcohol, for example. It came like a message straight up. Abolish. Right? They did tell you, be drinking 1 cup if you are drinking 10 cups before. Slavery, this is human being. It's a complicated topic. They were like, okay, for you to abolish this slavery, be free them, let people go. So what I'm
telling you, it doesn't say be freeing them. That lie.
What you need to know, Islam did not partake in slavery itself.
Of course it did.
It was Arab.
Arab is not a Muslim. Who is Islam a person? Islam is not a person.
Arab.
It is the believer who is a Muslim.
Forefather, this guy is difficult. Let me explain to you.
So are you saying that?
Let me say this one thing. Let me say one thing.
No, let me ask you this. Are you saying if a practicing born-again Christian goes and does something, you are not going to say it's a Christian that did it?
Hold on, let me explain to you.
Especially when his religion tells him how to do it.
Hold on. What I'm saying is this. Before the advent of Islam, there was slavery. Before Islam in Arabia, there was slavery. In fact, they were even killing their twins. They were barbaric. Yes, hold on, let me finish now. This they were doing. They were very barbaric. Idol worshiping, a lot of it. They were doing all kind of atrocity, all kind of stuff. Saka is fully aware. When Islam came, started cleaning up all this stuff, started cleaning up slowly. That was the message. That is what is not getting. It was Arab people that participated in slavery predate Islam. Islam came to abolish all those stuff, to clean it up.
No, hold on. Let me ask you that.
Maybe you can do more research and tell
Let's make it simple. When did the Arabs convert to Islam?
During the Prophet Muhammad. Now, okay. Look at what happened.
No. I just want you to. I will hear. So they converted to Islam during the period of Muhammad.
Yeah.
No. Islam has been there before Muhammad came. Muhammad only came to.
Please. Let's just do this. They converted to Islam after Muhammad introduce it. After that period,
Muhammad didn't introduce Islam.
Oh my God, Tony!
Wow!
Jesus, what is this?
Please hold on.
I just want to ask one simple question. Okay, let's get on with it. Why are people so passionate about this?
No, I'm surprised. Saka, do you also agree to that?
No.
What?
Let me ask
you. He said Muhammad didn't introduce Islam. That Islam came before Muhammad.
No, don't do that. Shika, just hold on. The question was, they converted to Islam during the time of Muhammad. After Muhammad, they converted to Islam. Now, the question is, the slavery still carry on after that period?
No.
When they are now Muslims.
So let me explain it. This was a process, right? I'll give you hold on.
They are all Muslims and slavery carried on.
No, hold on. Let me explain it to you, forefather. This is a gradual process. The Prophet Muhammad
converted to Islam.
Let me explain it to you. It was a gradual process.
Very wise question.
When hold on. When the Prophet was born in Mecca, right? He's originally from Mecca. He actually preached Islam for a number of years. The people of Mecca were fighting him and the Muslim. They left Mecca. People didn't want to even see them. They moved to Medina. Medina is like a couple of hours from Mecca. They went there, they settled there, they started preaching. The people of Medina accepted Islam. It was after then they returned back. The people of Mecca were now inviting them. Oh, our son, they were now inviting them back to Mecca. That was when Mecca started accepting Islam. That was the story of Islam. We should not be. I'm surprised Mr. Tony is saying Islam was not during the Prophet. Come on,
Everything
Mr.
you just said just now, everything you just said is not exclusive of what I just said too. It means after they converted to Islam, they still carried on with slave trade.
No, they did carry up. Then the verses were that coming. The Prophet will not tell them, God don't want this. God, if you free a slave, you get this. If you do this, you free a slave. You do this.
But they were still going to Africa to buy more.
It was a tactic to free them, to make them to stop
buy more
it
slaves
and
to
free
free them. What kind of?
They were not buying. No, when they accepted Islam, they were not buying slave.
Okay,
So
do you want me to show
what
you
they
proof
had
that they were doing it?
wanted to be freed.
Hold on. Do you want me to show you proof that they were still doing it?
Okay, show me. What? Show me.
Okay, the Nubian kingdom, the Nubian Christian kingdom, was giving Arabs slaves as a payment.
What period is this?
Tribute.
What period is this?
The period
Yeah,
after
show
Muhammad.
it.
Let me show you the period.
Yeah, give us the period.
Let me find the Nubian kingdom, the Nubian Christian kingdom. Let me just get it out. Tribute.
And give us the evidence to show it, to let everybody see it.
Why was Ibrahim a Muslim?
I know that's a different topic. I know you.
No, I'm asking you now. Was Ibrahim?
Let me show you what I mean. So you can see that here. Nubian Christian kingdom tribute of slaves to Arabs. So it says yes, the Nubian kingdom of Makuria agreed to provide an annual tribute of slaves to the Arab Caliphate in Egypt under the signed after failed Arab invasion in the mid-century. And they paid and paid and paid until they were destroyed in slaves.
So where is the what year? Okay, 642 following Arab invasion, 642 to 652.
Yeah.
Inconclusive battles. Hold on. Provide around 360. No. Let me go back. Let me explain to you. Listen. I need you to go deep more research on this. Open your mind, right? After hold on. Let me explain to you, for father. You need to open your mind, to be honest. When
let me ask you.
Hold on.
Let me ask you one simple question. How long do you think the Arab trans-Saharan slave trade occurred?
I don't know.
Did it not occur throughout, even after Islam emerged?
There are things you are kind of like misconstrued there. Let me explain to you. After the advent of Islam, the people we are referring to slave were prisoners of war. Prisoners of war were referred to slave. They were not slavery captured from Africa or from any continent. So these people, you have to also free them. So Islam did not again, I'm repeating it. Go and do research. Give me concrete evidence that Islam used the name Quran and Muslim to go participate in slavery. There is nowhere. There is no that evidence anywhere. Look
at the timeline in your code, just in case. From the mid-7th century to the 20th century, like almost 1,000 years after Islam emerged, it was still going on.
Up to tomorrow, there's still slave trade in Mauritania. Up to tomorrow.
I don't know how you can say when they convert to Islam, they carry on practicing it. When there's so much heavy evidence.
There is no evidence. Let me tell you.
Oh my God.
Don't forget. There are things you don't know, right? It's just that when a Muslim does something, everybody you just like want to judge them. Everybody. Don't forget, Arab is still fundamentally different from Islam. There are Arab. Do you know the Arab that are not Muslims? Do you know that?
That's a minority, tiny minority. You know that.
They don't even believe in God. You will be shocked.
And this is a different.
I know, but there is small minority. You know that.
You know the problem.
AY, can I respond a little bit to AY?
What I see. Let me just drop one second. What I see is that
AY, can I come in?
Easier. Hello. It's easier. Maybe, for instance, I say, okay, this thing used to happen in Christianity before, but it's no longer happening. You understand? Okay. But there's it's hard for you to even say, okay, yeah, so thing you said, it used to happen before, but it's no longer happening like that.
Let me ask you a question too. All of you actually. If you insist that Islam participated in slavery, how come? Hold on, forefather, reason this. If you insist that Islam encouraged or participated in slavery, how come you only trace slavery to Arab? Why don't you trace slavery to Muslim in Pakistan, in Afghanistan, in India, in Africa, in other countries? Why don't you trace Islam to or slavery to those countries?
That's easy because they are the ones that came down.
That's easy. Can I respond to that? The Mamluks who were buying slaves in Egypt were not necessarily Arabs. The Mamluk were Turks. Some of them were European Muslim. Some of them from Turkey. They were involved in slavery. They were not necessarily Arab. They were Muslim. So what I'm trying to tell you here, this is Sahih Muslim from the Hadith. Now I'm giving you authentic Hadith. Sahih Muslim 1836. A slave, the Prophet said a slave must obey his master. This is the Prophet.
Please Muslim. Read the verse and read it for us. Read it.
Okay, let me read it out very clearly. This is Sahih Muslim. So I just gave you the quotation now. 1836 Sahih Muslim Hadith. Slave must obey your master. If you find it anywhere is contrary to that, you can debunk my source. And I will go to the Quran too. Let me quote Quran now for you. Suratul Nur and Nur 24:33. And those who seek contract, okay, mukattaba, that is a contract, from among your slaves, ibadikum, your slaves, then make contract with them if you know there is good in them. That is, if somebody wants to make your slave get some contract outside or the job, and then you know that your slave, you can trust them, they will come back home. You can be able to make contract on their behalf. They must seek your permission. You are the master. So Allah is telling Muslims how to do things with their slaves. He didn't tell them stop it. He's telling them how they should regulate it, how they should do it, how they should see. In fact,
did you say
in fact, another surah.
Did you say Quran 24?
Yeah, let me give you.
Did you say Quran 24:33?
No, Quran chapter 24, verse 33.
You just misquoted that verse, right? So I don't know where you read it from. I don't know.
Quran chapter 24, verse 33.
Hold on. You misquoted that
verse. Okay, read it.
I give you Quran 24:33, right? He said, and let those who find not the means for marriage abstain from sexual intercourse, right? Or till Allah enriches them from his bounty. Are those who seek a contract from among who your right hand possess. They make
that is ibadikum, that's slave.
Hey, listen. Right. Don't rush me. Hold on.
Don't interrupt him, Shika. Just let him finish.
This guy, he doesn't.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm done with you. I'm not going to argue.
No, go ahead. Go ahead. Read it.
You asked just.
Is it okay if I jump in? Is it okay?
No, not yet. Tony,
can you read it? Don't make commentary. Read it.
Just give me a minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Come on, this is going to be gone. I don't want to.
I lie, so I want you
to read it. Just give me a minute, for fathers. Just 1 minute.
Can you allow him to read it, please? Let him just read it. Please read it again.
AY, please read that. Finish reading that so Tony can speak.
AY is not explaining it properly. Let me just give me 1 minute. Let me just explain it. Why are you? Just let me explain it.
You have your time.
I don't.
Please, AY, read.
AY, can you go ahead and read it? Because ibadikum, you can speak, you can read Arabic, right? The word ibadikum.
You know your problem, right?
This guy is just mispronouncing a lot of things. He's not saying anything right. He said, "Hold on, AY, let me just give me 1 minute."
Know what he's talking about.
Tony, say what you want to say. AY, leave it now since you don't want to respond.
Yeah,
those who your right hand possess are your slaves and your captives.
He doesn't understand.
Check it anywhere in the Quran.
Listen, we can always make every.
Tony, please go ahead and say what you need to say, please. You're muted.
Yeah, I asked AY a question. I asked him, I said, was Ibrahim, that is who we call Abraham in the Bible, was he a Muslim?
Okay.
And I asked that because Ibrahim came before Prophet Muhammad.
Yes, Ibrahim was a Muslim.
So there was Islam before Muhammad.
No.
Yes. Anyway. Okay, so this is how it is, Tony. So everything we always have to use it as a learning experience, right? This is why we say Ibrahim. See, he's going to interrupt me now.
Hold on. See, I just want you to let you to understand what I'm about to do. I'm giving you a chance to speak for at least 5 minutes so I can have chance to respond to whatever you need to respond, and even maybe more. So please go ahead.
You could do that. Let me just continue because I know you're looking for every excuse to kick me out of here. So listen, I'm going to speak to you as someone that understands theology and someone that is an historian. And I'll tell you with all due respect, Shekau, you need to learn more because you have absolutely no idea most of what you talk about. You pretend you do because you're a very good speaker and you have better oratory skills than AY, for example. But if I was to grade you, I would absolutely make sure you fail because the pretense is nauseating and disgusting. For example, you started off by saying, you keep saying Sahid Muslim. That alone even shows you have no idea what you're talking about. It's not Sahid Muslim, it's Sahid. Then you're there talking about Lafri African, you just mumble, thinking people didn't know what they were talking about. Valhalla was trying to correct you, forefathers was interrupting him. Lakum dinu kumwaliyadin is what you were looking for. What call you're coming on here pretending Hanafi, Sufi, this the Mamelukes, the Turks, you don't know anything about what you're talking about. Now, let's start with this. With Tony, you said, was Ibrahim a Muslim? And I'm going to still go back to Surah 24:33, which of course, as usual, you misquoted. And I don't think you misquoted it. I think you're just a deceitful person. And why do I say that? You guys have a tendency of doing something. You pick out one line, pretend that is what the whole subject is about, forget about the preceding verse, forget about the following sentences, ignore it and pick out one thing to say, look at them, they practice slavery. And look at them, they believed in this. And AY again is trying to correct you. That look at it. From the start, it is about agreements. And if the person cannot write, if the slave does not know how to write, you should help the slave. You picked out one section. Yes, nod your head, open it up. AY was reading it to you. Don't pretend it's right here. I can read it to you. 24. Oh,
I still have it here.
I will open it directly because he's trying to pretend like that's not what it is. While all he's saying, and let those who cannot find a match keep chaste till Allah give them independence, and such of your slaves as seek a writing of emancipation, write it for them. If you say yea, are aware of all of what is good or is of good in them, and bestow upon them of the wealth of Allah. It's even saying, give them wealth.
Yep.
Which he has bestowed upon you. Give them even money that you have earned. Give it to them and help them write this agreement so they can get married. But you picked out deceitfully one section of it to lie to people. What does that make you as a man? It makes you less than a man. Because there's enough confusion in this world today based on this kind of lies, bumping people's heads together when we could be learning from each other. And I won't even waste my time going to the rest, because I came in from dinner with my wife. We went out and I was like, oh, they're still on. And she's laughing. She's like, of course, they're still on. That's all you always say when we come in. Now, to Tony, what you asked is Ibrahim a Muslim? I would hope that you would try to listen to me, because I see that a lot of y'all get antsy when it comes to Islam. Why do Muslims say Ibrahim was a Muslim in the Islamic context? If someone was to ask you, Tony, what does Islam mean? What is your understanding of Islam? What do you think the word itself means?
You tell me. You are
good. So you don't know what the word means, and let me now explain it. So what does it mean, Tony? So what does it mean? So what does it mean? I'm not trying to fight you. I'm not trying to fight you. I'm trying to explain and teach right now.
No, I'm listening to you. You have
so you don't know. So you don't know what it means. So Islam. So tell us, Tony.
I studied it in school.
So tell us, Tony. What does it mean?
I studied you from the things I'm saying.
Tony, just tell us. Do you know or you don't? You don't.
Just go ahead.
So Islam and being a Muslim simply means one who submits to the Almighty God. That is all it means. So how do we look at people like Adam alayhi salam, Noah, which you call Noah, Dawood, Sulaiman,
Musa,
Isa, Musa, Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam? How do we look at them? They submitted to one God. They prostrated. This is why, for example, the Jew will, and I showed you these guys' videos, of course, forefathers hid them, never played them. The Jew will look at a Muslim, a Jew can pray in a mosque. He will never go into a church. The Jew will tell you that only himself and the Muslim worship God. And he will tell you equivocally that a Christian is a pagan and an idolater and an idol worshiper. A Christian cannot go. I know you want to argue.
There are Jews that are Christians. That's a lie.
Rabbinical Christian Jews. Hold on, please. Rabbinical Christians make up less than 2% of the Jewish society. They don't count. So a Jew will definitely not choose Jesus as his God. You're not going to tell an Orthodox Jew, which is 98.7 or 98, almost all the Jews, the Orthodox Jew, you cannot tell him to believe in Jesus. Those are rabbinical Jews you're talking about. And they are the extreme minority. They almost don't count.
You cannot tell the Orthodox Jew to believe in Muhammad.
The Orthodox Jew will tell you, hold on, Tony, the Orthodox Jew will tell you that 99% of Jews will tell you today that them and the Muslims worship God, only them and the Muslims.
That's a fact.
Rabbi, they will not go in a church. Never. A Jew will never go in a church. And a Christian cannot go.
Paul was a Jew. Paul was a Jew.
I'm talking about 2025. Tell Paul to go in the church today. A Jew, a Christian cannot go. Can I finish, please? Or is it you want to shut me up and pretend it's 5 minutes?
Sorry about that.
Actually, it's more than 6 minutes.
No, it's not. No, it's not. I'm looking at the time here. I'm also looking at the time. But if you want to shut me down, feel free. I know you hit it. You want to shut.
I gave you.
I'm looking at the time too, sir. I'm looking at the time too.
No, you are not.
He's telling me I'm not, because I knew you were going to do this.
Because I have the
So,
time.
okay, can I finish? Can I finish?
1 minute. 1 minute.
So, yeah, of course, 1 minute. If you 10 seconds later, it's going to say it's 1 minute. So, a Jew, yeah, because you're not a good person. I used to think you were, but you're not a good person. So, a Jew cannot go in a church. He will not let a Christian come into his synagogue. You cannot worship. I've worshipped in synagogues, and Muslim Jews have come into the mosque, because a Jew will tell you, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi will tell you, Mamaidonis, which is who they follow, it's in there in the Sanhedrin, that the only two people that worship God is Jews and Muslims. This is why they will tell you that they worship Allah. They can also say La ilaha illallah. They probably will not have Muhammad or Rasulullah, because it was before the Talmud and the Tanakh was completed. But they'll say it easily, La ilaha illallah. So let's not come on here and start misrepresenting things to people. You can't, all of you guys on here talking about the worst slavery on earth, where my people came from. You're telling people that, oh, well, this slavery was good, but Arabs are bad. Are you serious? White slavery was good to who? To who?
Okay,
Africans?
Thank you.
Can we respond? Can I respond to this man, please?
Yeah, it's only fair to give
Can I respond?
Okay, you
No,
want to
10
say
seconds before
Shaka
Shaka
can respond to two of you.
10 seconds. 10 seconds before Shaka. Do you know
Let
why?
me respond to this man.
Yeah, no,
Shaka,
let
give me
AY
10
speak, then you can respond to all of them.
Do you know why I actually stopped reading that chapter? Because I just discovered that Shekau is deliberately misinterpreting what he's reading. Because that chapter Tunaja read now, it was basically to help the slave. The freedom of slave that I'm still talking about. It was about ever helping them, provide them the financial support if they are not able to marry, get them married. This was what that chapter is talking about. So I want to check out. I don't know, maybe you're gonna bring another weird stuff now. Let him go ahead and let's talk.
Okay, please.
Yeah, I think you guys are so emotional whenever your religion, your book is criticized. I understand it. I used to be.
There is no emotion. Just be straight.
I didn't
I don't
talk.
deal with emotion. I deal
And
with
I
facts.
thought right now when you guys were talking, you see the difference? You see the difference? I have discipline. So I have discipline. So that's the difference. I was listening. You called me name. The other guy here, he was vibrating. He went down.
Shika, your audio is breaking.
Can you hear me?
I think
Oh no, it shouldn't break up.
Yeah, you may want to go out and come back.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, I can hear you.
Oh my God. It's still happening?
It's better. Go ahead.
Okay.
No, you can't hear. You need to
So,
go out and come back.
oh my God. Okay, let me go out and come back.
There's a delay. Yeah, go out and come back. So at the original point of the debate was about the violent reactions due to
Eccentric is still here.
Yes, is a violent reaction due to perceived offensive behavior by non-Muslim or even Muslims that results in loss of life. Because somebody says something wrong, then they lose their life because of it. And I don't think that is compatible with this modern world that we live in today, whereby just because somebody says something about your religion, that is not even by the standard of what is said about Christianity.
I thought we tried that out already.
No, because that is the original point. That is the premise that Shekau's submission was made, saying that the way Islam is practiced today is a problem to the world. It needs to be reformed.
Fafa, let me ask you a quick question.
Who are you?
What would you? No. I mean, it's okay. Like,
the reason why we are saying Muslim to reform it.
Let me ask you. So, if you say
when the whole
reform,
world gang up against you, then you will know how far.
Nobody can gang up.
The world is already ganging up. But let's say you want.
Islam is still
Can I ask my question, please? Please. Forefathers, if you wanted to reform Islam, what would be your reforms be? What would your response be?
What would my response be is that don't act violently when non-Muslims and even Muslims say something about the religion that leads to loss of life of that individual. Don't do that.
All right. So let me ask you again. I ask you, what would the reform be? So let's say, wait, just 1 second. So let's say that you think Muslims just kill people if they just say anything about Islam. How would you prevent that on an individual basis? Is the question I'm asking.
How I will prevent that on an individual basis is to teach Islam in such a way, like the way other religions teach their religion, in such a way that don't lead them to react in such a violent manner.
Yeah, like what? Like what? Give us an example.
Like saying, if somebody says something about Muhammad, you shouldn't take it that because it's blasphemy that you have a right to take their life.
So you think? So do you think? So do you think? Hold on, please. So I don't lose my train of thought. So do you think that? I mean, now we're trying to pretend you're the controller of Muslims all over the world. That's what we're doing now. If you haven't understood what I'm doing with you, so now I've asked you what reforms you would take. Oh, I'm going to teach them how to do it, and I'm still asking you. Knowing that these people are individuals, I know AY hasn't killed anybody for blasphemy, and I know for a fact I haven't killed anybody for blasphemy. So let's say there's other people out there, out of the 2 billion of us running around, maybe 5,000, 10,000 that will kill people for blasphemy. How do you intend to control these 10 people or 10,000 people from killing people? Let me answer. You can't. So what you're instead asking Muslims to do is to fashion their faith, because we agree it's a problem. AY agrees it's a problem. You say it's a problem. And if you be honest with yourself, we say these are individual actions that are not consistent with the teachings and beliefs and the practices of the religion. But what you're trying to do instead is to say, well, a Muslim did it, all of you are to blame. So I'm asking you, how will you do that? Oh, I'm going to teach them. Basically, I'm going to turn Islam. If it becomes Christianity, that's fine with me, because there's no way you're controlling individual actions. You can't do it. You can't do it. So I hope you guys listen to yourselves and realize how preposterous some of the things.
Let me
don't interrupt, please. This is not the time to interrupt. Let me start. Oh,
I'm not interrupting. Let me talk.
How are you doing, Steph?
I am back. I'm here. Start this now. Can I just get the point across?
Okay.
Because this point is very important that he's making. When you say individual actions cannot be controlled, that is a fact. However, there is an envelope of behavior that we know other religions practice. You see Hindus, there's an envelope of behavior that they don't react that way violently to killing people. Even if it's 5,000 of them, they don't come out and start killing people because somebody says something about Shiva or Krishna, or somebody says something about Christianity. Even in the Vatican City, that they will just come and start murdering you because of it. That's not going to happen. Individuals in those other religions are not.
Hindus will do it. There's recorded incidents. There's recorded.
If it was Christians that did it, they are not going to do
anything. I didn't say Christians. You mentioned forefathers. You mentioned Hindus, and I said Hindus will do it because there are recorded incidents of Hindus killing people that violated their religion. For example, someone killed a cow. The Hindu will kill you.
They'll kill you.
Yes.
They have killed.
I told him.
Then he started talking about Christians.
No. Yeah. If you kill a cow by accident, generally they don't go about killing you just because.
Come on, Fafana.
I said there are recorded incidents. If we sorry to cut you off. Sorry. I just want to say, do we agree whether it is one isolated incident or 10 isolated incidents? There have been recorded incidents.
No.
I haven't finished, forefathers. No what?
You are trying to say, you are trying to put all of them in the same basket.
No, that's not what I said. No what? What was? Why did you interrupt? No what?
Because you are trying to put all the religions.
No.
To,
no. What was the question I was asking? I did not say Christians at all. I said exactly, but there you go. You get antsy because you're not.
I was one talking.
But I asked you a question, and I asked for permission.
This is what I don't like.
No. I asked you.
From them.
I didn't take over. I asked you a question, and I said, I said, let me just explain. Pardon me, let me interrupt. This is what I said. We can have. Listen. Let's not disrupt. I don't know why you use this tactic all this time. Let's not disrupt the conversation. So there you go, forefathers. Now you're getting tested. Now, are there incidents? We're talking about individual basis. You know where I'm going. That's why you don't want to hear it. Are there incidents, like AY said he has already previously told you, and I'm telling you, but then you agree, then you want to take it back. Are there isolated incidents, whether 1, whether 10, whether 100, whether 2, where a Hindu has killed or maimed someone as a result of what he felt was a violation of his religious tenets?
Yes, there must have been, even Christians.
So what do we argue?
Hold on. You see, that's exactly the game he wants to play.
It's not the game.
Like I said, hold on. Christians have done it. Muslims are Hindus have done it. Maybe even Buddhists have done it.
I don't care about those. We're talking about the Hindu.
Can I finish talking? In very, very rare occasions, they do that. However, when we talk about the practitioners of Islam, they do that quite frequently. There's a difference there. And generally, if Hindus are going to do that, it's generally against Muslims because they have a serious aversion to Muslims right now. They have a serious aversion after multiple terrorist attacks. My point is that if you look at Nigeria today,
oh my God, here we go to Nigeria.
The people that are losing their lives because of infringement are non-Muslims, and even Muslims are also being killed if they did the wrong thing. If you look at Bangladesh, that happened recently. If you look at the Middle East, everywhere around the world, the ones that lose their temper and kill somebody because of religion, they tend to be.
How do you intend to stop it? We get it. You don't like them. You keep bashing it. How do you intend to stop it?
Asking you that question. Why is he asking you that question?
And I've told you that it's the way to teach people your religion that will make them.
Why are you even answering that?
He has to answer.
Christians are not busy killing people. The
Christians
why will he answer for something that you should be answering?
No, let me talk.
Because I'm trying to tell you how
he's trying to put me in his own shoes.
No, but that's very wrong. He's
exactly. So
it's fair for him to do that.
This is very wrong.
If I was him,
no, it's not wrong.
If I was him, the way I would train my people is for them not to take human life.
But how? Like, what would you tell them? You keep saying I'll train them. I'll build a rocket. How?
Can I answer you that question?
Please, can I?
So they should become Christians.
And my network went off, and you guys took my time.
So that it's not such a passionate defense of a religion that leads to killing people.
Let's pretend you're the king of Muslims. Give us a 1-minute speech how you would do it.
Let Takao finish, please.
Of course, Tony doesn't want to hear it.
I just told you that you train them in the religion in such a way that doesn't lead them to be.
Yeah, but teach us how. How? Give us an example. Give us an example.
Are you asking that question?
Tell you how to teach Islam now.
Yes.
You don't tell me in such a radical way. Let me put it that way. You don't make it radical enough for them to want to kill people when somebody says something wrong.
Yeah, but how? Is AY radical, for example?
Okay, you want to ask me how?
Wait, let's go. Is AY radical?
Hold on. You want to ask me how?
Yes, that's what I keep asking. No, how are you going to do it for Muslims? I don't care about the other religions.
I don't know how to teach Islam. I don't know how to teach Islam.
So if you don't know how to teach Islam, hear me out.
Hold on.
How can a victim? You are asking a victim, how do you stop your oppressor?
I'm going to get the answer out.
No, I can give him the answer.
Hold on now, people, please. Let me just get this answer out. The answer simply is you teach them the way other people teach their religion to their people. They don't teach them in a way that they will say kill anybody if anybody says anything wrong. They don't teach them that way. You teach them like that.
So you
because
think
people, if it carries on, there's going to be a massive war against them.
All right, so this is what I understand. So you think you think Muslims are being taught in their religious houses to run around and start killing people? Hold on, there's isolated incidents of these things happening. Let me ask you, in Christian America today, there's laws, at least I've worked in places, there's wars against, I'm not getting into the semantics with you. So forefathers, 1 second. We agree they're killed. You've bashed them enough. 1 second. So in Christian America today, drugs is against the law. We have class A, class 1, class 2, class 3, or whatever categories, right? You're not supposed to sell drugs. The average drug dealer today in the United States, and I'm speaking from professional experience, is a Christian. Are we then to say that every Christian in the world is a drug dealer and maybe the Pope has to talk to American Christians or Christians all over the world and teach them in their religion? Maybe they need to start selling drugs that kills people, fentanyl and all kinds of opiates and all kinds of crack cocaine. Is that what we should be doing?
That's one incident.
This is gaslighting.
It's really
you don't even know what the meaning is. Keep quiet.
You're not even taking accountability for.
He's very angry. This guy is a very angry.
I'm not angry. Don't.
He's very mad.
I'm a behavioral analyst. You're not even on the level to play mind games with me. Like if I was to play mind games with you,
what do you have that I don't have?
I went to 8th. I graduated 8th grade.
Don't worry.
What is a stop crying, man? Wait for me to talk. Don't go away.
Wait.
Forefather, can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead, Chicago.
Okay. So this is the problem with these. You can see the extremism is hidden in this guy, because whenever you mention their book and their prophet, the venom becomes to come out. This is where it comes from. Let me speak. Let me speak.
Like a responsible person. Don't
You can. Let me speak, bro. When you guys were talking, I listened. Don't relax.
You need to stop.
Now you are trying to sabotage.
No. I'm not. You don't even have information. You talk a lot of trash.
Let him finish speaking now.
So just listen. If I don't have information, why is it hurting you?
Be matured. I want to have discussion with you.
Okay, then be silent. Allow me to speak.
Don't do this. Don't do that. You can't be stopping people from talking.
This is.
To be fair, this stuff, I don't want to get passionate about it. People are dying. Let's not pretend as if they're not killing people. And Christians are not doing it. It's people that practice your faith that are doing it. And you are pretending as if you don't know.
This is what I'm telling you.
I don't know why human beings are like
it's this. The hypocrisy.
Doesn't mean you don't want to hold it accountable.
Forefather.
Why
it's a hypocrisy of Muslims.
Sometimes I just feel like
for the problem of
put
it on millions.
Forefather, let me finish. Let me tell you, I have to. You know why they are angry? They don't like to see ex-Muslims.
I condemn it.
Angry with you. Who is angry with you, guys?
You are very mad right now. You guys are boiling inside.
Shekab, are you an ex-Muslim?
Wait, when is it my turn though?
Yes,
when is it my turn?
Okay, so let me finish my point, Forefather.
Be quick so that
Shekab, you're ex-Muslim.
So this is the only religion.
You were never a Muslim. Stop lying to yourself.
Now, can people let him speak?
Yeah. I was not. So you just be silent for a minute.
Was this drunkard Muslim?
So
never.
Right. So
how many?
Please go ahead, Chicago.
You can see that is the Islam in them. So what you need to see here is that the only religion that try to mix governance, politics with belief. Today on this planet, in most countries of the world, is Islam. They want to build a theology. They want to build theocracy in countries. In your secular country like Nigeria, they want to build Sharia. In a secular federation, they want to build a theocracy with Stone Age law. And when you build a Stone Age law, what happened? You create Stone Age thinking people who do not know what criticism is. They can't take criticism. They get angry when you talk about their book. They think they speak logic, but they don't even understand even the basic fundamental of logic. They get angry when you try to speak, when you try to criticize what the people in their religion do. They will either tell you those people don't believe or those people are not following the religion. But if everybody who practices your religion, majority of them turn out to be terrorists, or most terrorists on the continent turn out to come from your religion, then the question we should be asking you, what is in that religion that is turning people into terrorists? Okay? It is something in the religion that is turning them into terrorists. It is that thing we are trying to examine. So I will go back to the issue of slavery. When I quoted Surah chapter 24, it was because the brother said that Muslims did not own slaves, was Arabs. So I said, no, the Muslim owned slaves. In fact, the slavery was institutionalized. There was control. There was how it should be done. So I quoted that surah where it clearly stated that believing people had slaves, but it was telling them how to deal with the slave. In fact, there's Surah chapter 23 here where they are told to even sexually violate slave women. I will read it here from Yusuf Ali, translation of the Quran Surah, because they keep saying, oh, I'm quoting things out of context. No, I'm not. I will read Surah chapter 23 from verse 1. Let me start from verse 1 so that it will not be out of context. So it says here, in the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful. The believer must eventually win through. Those who are humble, who humble themselves in prayer, who avoid vain talk, who are active in deeds of charity, who abstain from sex, except they abstain from sex, except with those who are joined to them in marriage, or the captives and slaves. They put there in the bracket those whom your right hand possess. But when you go to the commentary in Yusuf Ali, he tells you that those who your right hand possess are the slaves. Why will you have sex with a captive and a slave?
I could also no again. You misquoting stuff.
Wait. It's hurting you. Wait.
No, I'm not hurt. Well, what's wrong with you? Are you okay?
If you're not hurt, then be quiet for a minute.
Because you're lying again.
Be quiet for a minute.
Again, you're lying.
Please, let's not try to insult.
But it is my turn to speak. Why don't he? Can he?
Yeah, but listen, but you cannot keep misquoting and lying. That makes you less of a man.
What am I misquoting?
Okay, so what do you mean your right hand possess automatically means slave? That is blatantly.
Can I read it?
Okay,
wait. Better than Yusuf Ali, the tafsir?
Oh, I know better than you. Because I'm reading Arabic and I speak it, your right hand basically means people that you take care of.
He's lying. This is the context.
Your right hand.
Context. No, wait. Can I read it right now from the scholar? Because you are not a scholar. So I read it directly from the scholar.
Do I sound ignorant?
Of course you sound ignorant.
No, you definitely don't know what you're talking about. You can pretend.
But he needs to keep quiet and wait for me.
Please read so that other people can speak.
Right. Whenever you hear those whom your right hand possess in the Quran, it is a figurative speech. It refers to the captive and slaves. If he say he's doubting me, let me read it from the commentary from Yusuf Ali, one of the greatest translators of the Quran, and let read what he says here. I'll go to Quran chapter 24. Let me read it, because you will say that I made it up. This is what they keep saying. Whenever you see those whom your right hand possess are captives and slaves.
Chapter 24, what's the verse?
The surah I read here that talk about having sex with captives is Surah chapter 23 from verse 1 to 6. Surah chapter 23.
What were you reading now? Because what you were reading now.
No, I told you I don't want to reply to him.
Anymore.
I don't want to reply to him. He does not know what he's talking about.
What?
He's very ignorant about what
I think what he has read.
Yeah, these people, when okay, if someone is under you, why do you have sex? Why will you have sex with people with your right? You said your wife is not under your control. Why does it distinguish? No, wait, you guys. This guy, let me tell you, this is the hypocrisy.
It's not
this is the hypocrisy of these people. That's why even when Deborah was killed, I came on a platform. Some of them were saying, "Oh, those who did it were not Muslim." Those you that came out to stone that girl, you say we're not Muslim. That's what they are doing here. You read something in their book, they say that's not what it means. You are ignorant.
Ignorant people, they are not busy killing people.
See, for father, you need to understand the difference. Islam never said if you
listen to that. Listen to that.
Wait.
Yeah, I know it never said it explicitly.
It said it.
Are you telling me that? Hold on. Are you telling
people
me
are acting on emotions?
No.
Forget about all that ones you're talking about.
Hold on.
Forget it.
That there's something going on. If it was only Nigeria, I would say, okay, fine. Maybe it's the Nigerian content, not Islam, that is causing it. If it was not only Middle East, you say, oh, it's just the Middle East and Nigeria. But it's everywhere Islam is present, especially when you are majority. You do this sort of stuff, you are going to lose your life.
Father, can I finish this area? Let me finish this area right now. Let me finish this quickly. So, yeah, let me finish that quickly to this issue of those. No, let me finish. It's my turn. AY, let me finish. When I finish, I don't interrupt.
For example, if
AY, can I finish?
This year alone,
AY,
more than 20,000 dead.
AY,
a Muslim.
AY is not your turn.
A Muslim name, that is when you hear.
Father, you cannot mute me. It's my turn.
Hold on.
When 20,000 people kill people, why don't you call them Christians then? No, nobody will do that. Say no, Christians are innocent. But when it's a Muslim,
they were not doing it in the name of Islam now. That's the difference. They didn't do it in the name of Christianity.
How do you know? How do you know the Muslim that did it in the name of Islam?
Because they are saying that's why they are doing it.
They're not saying it.
Oh my God.
The offense is blasphemy. For crying out loud, are you so much in denial?
I said
the offense is blasphemy itself.
Listen. They are ignorant. There is no reason.
Oh my God! I you know what?
I forget about all that. Forget about all that.
Just leave this and some other time.
Let's go.
Can I finish? Can I give my source? Can I finish?
Wait, Shaka. Let me just interrupt for one.
No.
That thing you said.
No.
You're wrong. So in the Bible, in the Bible, oh, you don't want to hear. You don't want to.
Can I finish? Forefather, you are not protecting me.
Others need to speak soon.
Let me finish.
Yeah, but let him finish.
I have 1 minute.
Yeah, give me the 1 minute.
1 minute.
So now, I'm reading here. I'm showing my source. This is Yusuf Ali translation of the Quran. I'm going to Surah 24, verse 58, where it says, "Ye who believe," it's talking to you now. "Ye who believe, let those whom your right hand possess, and the children among you who have not come of age, when they ask you for permission before they come to your presence on 3 occasions, before the morning prayer, and go on and on." But what I want to emphasize there is, let those whom your right hand possess. So I go to the commentary. Yusuf Ali said, this will mean slaves in the regime of slavery. This
all right, but let me, Father, please.
Yusuf Ali.
It's enough. Let's move on. Eccentricals, please have your say.
Leave what you
don't
know. Leave what you don't know. You're fooling yourself online.
So what I'm seeing right now, right? It's of course what I mentioned earlier about cognitive dissonance, right? We all go through cognitive dissonance, right? Shakal, I don't know if you agree with that. We go through cognitive dissonance, and it's okay. It's normal. It's a natural thing to go through cognitive dissonance. There were slavery in Arab, pre-Islam Arab world, right? There was slavery, very brutal slavery. You know, the most of the victims were Caucasians, and of course the Greeks and North Africans, right, Ethiopians. And when Islam came, Islam did not abolish slavery. I mean, did not abolish slavery. What it did was it kind of reformed it. It didn't abolish slavery. The abolition of slavery happened later, right? There were Muslims called abolitionists who worked with the British to abolish slavery. Of course, it makes sense. It makes sense that something that was ongoing that has an economic basis to it will not be abolished by a religious, someone that will come in and write a religious text and say, "Hey, abolish this system." You cannot abolish a system like that. Just
thank you.
Right away. It has to go through a process of reform, right? And that's what Islam did. What it did was it reformed slavery and kind of gave right to the slaves, but it didn't abolish that. So I agree with Shaka on that, and I agree with you. I don't think you guys disagree with that point.
More slaves?
Say that again.
Did they acquire more slaves?
No, actually, you're wrong. You're wrong. You're right.
Hold on.
Not the one I was asking.
Slavery was
Islam arrived. Did they acquire more slaves for thousands of years?
Of course, slavery was.
Yes,
no, they didn't.
Hold on. Calm down. It's okay. Slavery, it has economic basis to it, right? It didn't abolish slavery. It wouldn't make rational sense to say that a religion showed up and this act just totally stopped. No, it
didn't stop, but they did abolish it. Hear me out. You don't know about
it. It was never abolished.
It was never abolished. Exactly. Yeah.
And he encouraged people to release these free slaves.
Exactly. Listen, Islam, when it is laws, right? Wait. Just 1 second. So it was based on laws, right?
Calm down. It's my turn. It encouraged.
But you're saying what you don't know.
Right. Hold on, what are you talking about? Calm down, dude. It encouraged people to.
He's very emotional.
I'm not. If I hear wrong things, sorry, etc. But
yeah. Listen, man. Listen. Okay. Here's the thing. This is where Shakal is coming from. He's a traditionalist like myself. He's an African traditionalist. He's coming from a Pan-African perspective.
No, he's a Christian.
And this is what we believe as Pan-African is, right? We believe that this foreign religion should get the hell out of our continent. That's his baseline, right? So you got to give him that grace from that perspective, all right? He's not your enemy. He's coming.
No, you can't give him any grace if he's attacking. I've been on here 1,000 times where I promulgate going back to African spirituality. I do this all the time.
He's not attacking you.
When he attacks one section, this is my problem with people that attack Islam. They put my life at risk. And I'm not going to stand for it.
You want to debate? Do you want you and I can organize a debate? You want to debate?
You're not smart enough, sir.
I'm not smart enough.
With all due respect, you're not smart enough.
Condescending. I have a
very, very condescending. I say
very ignorant.
No, don't mute me like that.
Hold on. I can organize a debate on my channel. What the hell? I can organize a debate on my channel. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Let me bring in.
Wait. I'm not done. What are you doing?
Can anybody Google my name and see the debate I do? Whether this guy can do it?
Shika, don't do that, please. Don't do that, please.
I've listened to you a lot of times. You're not smart. You debate with people that are ignorant.
Backstage, do I need to start putting people backstage? We need to have other people speak. I said it, guys. Finish your submission.
Let me finish my submission. Yes. Anyways. Of course, listen, slavery, Arab slavery in Africa was brutal as hell. You just leave that alone. It was brutal. It was terrible. It was really terrible. All right. Anyways, the question Forefather asked, about something, about something in the religion triggering, acts of violence and whatnot. It's a very interesting question. It's something that we need to examine. Okay. We are living in the 21st century. We are living in the modern world. We can examine all this ideologies, right? It's something civilized people could do. You know what I'm saying? That's what thinking man can do. We can analyze these things logically and then find answers. That's how we can reform these systems and perhaps make it fit into our own tradition, right? Instead of allowing it to overshadow our own traditional beliefs, because we had our own traditional beliefs before the Arabs brought in their religion. You see what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is Shakal is not the enemy here. I know where he's coming from.
I want to be the enemy. I don't care about radical Islam.
No. Check out. No, what I mean is like you're not.
I want to be an enemy of radical Islam. I'm ready for
Exactly.
that.
I agree.
He is the enemy.
Check out. Yes, I agree with you on that. We are same here. I'm an enemy of radical Islam, radical Christianity, any radical religion. I'm an enemy of that, right? I'm just saying that as Africans, we're not enemies here, period. And if you're enemy of African, you're my enemy, period. You know what I'm saying? That's my Pan-Africanism talking about here. Anyways, let's come together on that point of view. We're not enemies here. We all united by one thing. We are Africans, okay? Let's debate this. Yeah, let's debate this. As civilized people, intelligent people, take emotion out of it. And it's okay to have cognitive dissonance. When you're on your own, just think about all these things and see how you can deal with the cognitive dissonance. And
the Muslims are not ready for dialogue. They do not want to self-critique.
Boy, Centricast, do you agree that before you make...
See, okay, I appreciate your submission. I really appreciate it because for me, I don't mind radicalism as long as when you are radical to go and maybe wear white clothes, or even if you have to eat grass, but don't kill human beings. That's my issue. Don't keep killing people and say because you're a radical. All right.
That's a good point. That's a good point. You see how accepting you
Not a good point if he doesn't blame George Bush for going in the name of Jesus Christ to go kill over 2 million.
Welcome, Steph. Steph, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Thank you. Sorry about the delay. There was a bit of kerfuffle. So please go ahead and make your submission.
Man, you guys already wear me out. When this conversation started, I'm really surprised I was dragged to this level. Because
it's AY's fault.
Lots of my friends that
you want to blame me now?
They ask you simple question, you refuse to answer.
I'm going to blame you, AY.
It's you.
The context was simple. And I don't know, we are ready to drag it to this level. Even in the midst of the argument, we accept that this thing is actually, there's an element of truth in it. When I started being part of this, I'm not blaming all Muslims for anything. And then somebody talked about some scholars or whatever. If there are scholars or one or two in Islam that holds like an extreme view, or that is actually being misinterpreted by some people that are doing this thing, how are we not seeing it as a problem? How are we not seeing it as a problem? Is it wrong for members of a sect or a religion to self-critique itself? I said so many horrible things about Christianity here when I was making my speech earlier on. Does it take anything away from me? I don't know how people approach religion. I can vouch for the things that are happening in Christianity. It has nothing to do with my own faith. And I call it out all the time. So many of you have said so many things about the prophet. Some of these things we're even talking about, he's not the one that expressly stated any of them or said people should do it. I don't really understand. What I'm saying is that there is no society that holds an ideology that can be eternal, that will live forever, without carrying ourselves retrospection, critique it, know if it is still in tune with modern realities. I mean, even if I don't send my family members to go kill somebody that's criticizing members of my family, but I heard that somebody did it and the person is perceived that the person did it in the name of my family, I know that I have a job to do tomorrow. That's just what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with whether I'm the one that asked him to go do it in my name. Perception is everything. That's what I'm saying. we could say, wow, since people are saying that this is happening, it's actually happening. That's true. I think we should do something about it. I know that there are some religions that have had the darkest past. I said it earlier on. But over time, some of them at a particular point decided to say, this is a problem, we have to reform it. It may not be all of them that agreed when some particular sect among them started reforming it. But over time, others will begin to see reason in it. So I'm just looking forward in our own context, our own country. I'm looking forward to a particular sect or scholar that is really making wave, trying to point it out that this thing that you people are doing, I know that people are doing it in the name of my religion, of our religion, but that is not what our religion says. And that it should stop, that is wrong.
For where?
So that it will become a popular view. Okay, whenever we say it's okay, there's a particular followers of so and so scholar that is always going against it, drumming it in the ears of their supporters that shouldn't be part of it. That's what we're saying. Or rather, me, I'm saying.
They will kill the person.
Thank you. Thank you. And let me bring Tony in then next, Ugwa. Tony, have you got anything to add to the discussion? You have really been patient here, Tony, for quite a long time. You are muted, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Can you move over to Ugwa because he just came and he hasn't said anything.
Gentleman, Thank you. Next, Ugwa. Yeah, thank you for joining us. So what do you make of the conversation? As you can see, the question was mostly about, the loss of life that as a result of people saying things about Islam. It doesn't necessarily mean it's only non-Muslims. Sometimes Muslims get caught up and lose their life because they said something wrong about the faith. So, the question was asking was, is there something that can be done about this to stop this kind of loss of life? So please go ahead and you can comment on everything else you've heard.
Yeah, thank you for fathers for having me. To be honest, I wasn't in the mood to join the discussion, but when I heard that it became a bit heated and they wouldn't allow Sekau to talk, that's why I came on. I'll start by saying that I don't have anything against any religion. In fact, I've got lots of my families that are Muslims from my maternal side. So I've lived with people with Muslims, and it's nothing new. I know what this is. Well, my biggest issue is why we can't tell ourselves the truth. I think the bane of our problem in Nigeria and generally all over the world is the fact that people try to be politically correct without coming out straight up and telling people this is the problem, this is why it is. I'll begin by giving you a quote of Al-Razi. Al-Razi, right, is one of the major um, uh, what they call them, scientists, polymaths during the era of the golden age of Islam. And this is what he said. He said, if the people of this religion are asked about the proof for the soundness of their religion, they flare up, get angry, and spill the blood of whoever confronts them with this question. They forbid rational speculation and strive to kill their adversaries. This was Al-Razi during the golden age of Islam, back in the 10th and 11th century, I believe. So there's no need to beat around the bush. There's something wrong with it. Christianity went through that period during the period of the Spanish Inquisition and all, and they've come out of it. So it's important that we tell ourselves the truth. The facts are there, they need to be laid down. And if you go back to Quran, you discover that there was a point in history when the prophet slept with one of his slaves in the matrimonial bed of his wives. And the wives came in and saw that, and they weren't happy. And he made a covenant, an agreement with them that he wouldn't do it anymore.
Can you refer us to the Quran, please? Can you refer us
Don't
to
I
worry.
think he
Don't
meant
worry.
hadith. It's hadith.
No,
Read it,
there
please.
is a I'm coming. There is a passage in the Quran. Don't worry.
This is how you guys come and you just make
Just
preposterous statements, and then if someone wants to defend it,
No,
you
let
say,
him.
"Oh, you're angry. Oh, you're upset," because you just come and you just make up nonsense. Like,
Bro, you are the most least informed person on this panel. You don't like
oh yeah,
yourself.
yeah, okay, you,
Just relax, man.
Mr. Afric Leading, Afric Leading,
You
get the
think you
fuck
are an
out of
Arab?
here.
You are not an Arab.
Leave him. Let him read it, please. Let him read, please.
So
at least let everybody listen. Oh yeah, Quran what?
Don't worry. AY, I'm going to ask you for a favor. I need you to remain
AY,
quiet.
I wish you can organize
while I make my
debate
contribution.
with this guy with me.
All right. So the hadith explained that quote from the Quran came from when
which chapter of the Quran, please?
Relax. I'm going to bring it up before I finish my discussion.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not to
No. Bring it now. We got to listen.
So
I want to hear.
He also married his adopted son, ex-wife.
Yes, he married Zayd's wife.
Very disgusting.
So see, I'm not here to criticize him.
Give us the verse of the Quran.
Okay, Shikal, don't do that.
You need to hold this guy accountable. I'm serious.
Don't do that. It's not nice. It's really not nice. Let's not cross a line here. Okay.
Yeah.
Listen, they come on here, they pretend, oh, I'm not against Muslims. I'm not this. Look at who he's quoting. Al-Razi was not Muslim. But if you're, anyway, please let me land. But if you're listening to this guy right now, you will believe that Al-Razi was a Muslim. That's what you believe. Yes, he did. Yes, he did. He kept mentioning that Al-Razi was a foremost Muslim during the golden age of Islam during the 10th or 11th century. What do you mean he never said that? My job is to listen to people and memorize what they said. This is what he said.
A scholar.
If anybody was listening to him, would you assume?
Hold on, calm down. Look, are you looking at?
He never said he was a Muslim.
Looking at the screen, and you look at the screen. He said
polymath during the golden age of Islam. He lived in Persia.
And my question to you is, if anybody was listening to you, will they assume? Let's be truthful with ourselves here. Will they assume, based on the name and the way you framed your opening statement, that Al-Razi was a Muslim or not? That's not my point. I asked a question. If anybody listening, would they have reasonably assumed that Al-Razi, that he was speaking about, based on the way he framed his statement, that Al-Razi was a Muslim or not?
Can I answer you?
Feel free to answer.
Okay. The reason why I
yes or no, Steph, would you have believed Al-Razi was Muslim?
Okay, don't do that now. There's no point. Oh my God. See, okay, why did you interrupt? Hold on. This is what I don't like now. This is what I don't like.
The reason why
did you interrupt him when he was telling
the
truth?
I knew that the person he quoted was not a Muslim.
They stopped showing that
if you allow these people, if he's a Muslim, he wouldn't say that.
This neg is. Yeah, this neg is a...
Forgive me, Steph. Forgive me, Steph. I didn't mean to come at you like that, please.
Now, when you know he was lying, that they slaughtered them, they bring them to hospital, they cut their head, they chop their hand.
Hold on, hold on.
Popala, can you organize debate? We and this
people.
Steph, I apologize.
Hold on for a second, Steph. See, what Neg was talking about that even I thought was a little bit outlandish and everybody was saying he was crazy. But look at it here. I asked, was Muhammad of Islam ever caught sleeping with a slave that offended his wives? He says, yeah, there was an incident that occurred that he distressed his wives. That's what it was said.
So you took something from Gogo, you actually believe it.
So this is wrong.
Okay,
this is wrong too. They gave the surah.
They gave the surah.
I think that
so now this is what we do. Wait. So now we're moving on from intellectual discussions to continuing the bashing. See why I said you guys are insincere?
Hold on,
you guys are very insincere.
See, they don't like criticism. They don't like
No, that is not within the context of this conversation.
If we are insincere, then it's Google. Google is ganging up against you too, because the question I asked was very straightforward.
Fathers, you know the context of this conversation when it started. I think we should narrow it down if we really want to go somewhere.
We've already. Okay, good. I think what I'm going to do is everybody take 1 minute to summarize. Then I'll just have my own, because it looks like this. We need time to take a breather. Then maybe some other day, maybe even in the new year, then we can maybe return to something like this again. And when people have had time to digest information, I will advise AY one brain cell, and I'm sure Shika knows what he's doing to find ways to be able to answer this question in a more.
The guy does not know anything about Islam, bro. He misquotes. He doesn't know anything about it. He doesn't. He doesn't. He pretends like he does.
Afraid of me than anybody on this panel.
I've called you out at least 4 or 5 times. You misquoted. You don't even. You come here pretend laughing at Sahid Muslim. Who is Sahid
Don't bring
Muslim?
this topic for discussion anymore.
Who is Sahid Muslim?
Yeah, maybe I will. Maybe not.
Debate with what? It's like debating a war.
Debate whether Islam is a violent religion or not. Let me give my proof.
No. Let's not.
Does that even make sense? Like, does that even make sense to you?
Because you are ideologically confused. You don't even know
you don't know this man.
It is an indoctrination. That's what it does to people.
The way we are ending is not good. The way, excuse me, gentlemen.
Came here to blast lies.
Gentlemen,
when I knew this guy was
forefathers, please. With this platform, we're supposed, some of us come here to learn, and this thing has been very contentious. I don't think that is what those of us who have stayed late. So it's after 2 here, and I'm sure for you guys who are in the UK and in Nigeria, it's early morning. I don't think we're all men here. I don't think, and everybody here, from the way they have spoken, are very intelligent people. We may disagree on issues, but there are basic things that we have to agree on. Okay, so, and if we just can't agree on even the very basic things, not trying to denigrate any religion, I think we really have a problem. I think we have a problem, because if we can't put, it means that when we're dealing, even in politics, when we're dealing with things that touch us, that make us very emotional, we tend, we are unable to draw a line between sentiments and reason or logic. And that's very, very sad. That's what I've seen here in this. There are certain things that are very like that we shouldn't even be arguing about. But you see, I think that for you too, I think there has to be a way where we can avoid this type of
You blame me now. You blame me.
We should not, and maybe when you see that we are veering off and we're going beyond what the topic, the main topic that you have said, and what you really want to, you can correct us and say no, you're going out of so that we don't have this type of discussion.
Let me add to what.
So that's my.
Okay.
Let me add to what Mr. Tony said.
1 minute.
You see, what I will tell you, right? I know it's deliberate. I want to discuss this topic. Ordinarily, me, religious, tribal topic, this year I started discussing. I don't like discussing those topics because people say things they don't understand. Honestly, if I see somebody that is knowledgeable in Islam, that is willing to learn, I have friends that are Christian, non-Muslim, that we have this discussion genuinely. Most of them, when people come with hate, say things that are just wide, that are just unnecessary, without evidence. They don't have evidence. They just keep. It's just like when Christians tell you, "Oh, if you die, commit suicide, you get 70 virgin." If you ask them where is the proof, they tell you, "Oh, like they don't know. They are just idiots." So most of those times, that's why I don't listen to them. Like somebody like Ned that is bringing this kind of idea, they come from South Africa that are very hostile to Muslims. So you don't expect to get anything good from them. But if you are willing to have discussion, have discussion with you on this platform.
You are a very ignorant man.
You shouldn't have called him out, though. It's
But you are very ignorant that come here pretend to be a stupid doctor.
Don't do that. No, don't do that. It's not nice. Aesthetic as 1 minute, please.
This short idiot.
1 minute. Hey.
Yeah, 1 minute.
You're calling me short. I'm taller than you.
Shut up there. Look at
Jesus Christ. Oh boy,
Nigerians are getting hot today. It's like
man.
AY is just being mischievous now. He's not really causing this problem because he don't want to have straight conversation with people.
I know a problem. I will send him Christmas rice. I will send him Christmas chicken. Calm him down.
Oh
And a,
my
and a
God.
bottle of vodka if he takes vodka.
Forefather, this man, I mean, I agree with Shakal. You know, Islam needs to go. It has to go through its own evolution, of course. Oh, it's. I mean, what I experience is here is cognitive dissonance. So obviously, like I know religious people. It happens to them. Sometimes I try to deliberately bring up something that's religious, and I see how people react, and I just let it go because it's like they're not ready to have those type of conversations. I'm honestly, I don't know. Like if that, honestly, I would say children should not be allowed to be religious at all. Children shouldn't be allowed to be religious. I didn't raise my kids in a religious environment. You know what I mean? For this reason, if you're not able to, like, there are things that you can talk about, like for instance, if let's say a white person who I know has ulterior motive start to talk about like what black people do and start to quote statistics to make faulty generalization, I could react in a certain way, almost the same way. What's his name? Two Brains. I forgot. Man, damn! Stop thinking your name. Yeah, so I could react the same way, right? Because I know the motive behind it. You see what I'm saying? It's not coming from from an honest point of view, right? But honestly, I think we need to like have conversation with ourselves and kind of evolve our own internal principles. Try to question ourselves, like what kind of beliefs do we hold so much that we are willing to go out of whack over those beliefs, right? Yeah, here's the thing. Your religion doesn't define who you really are, actually, as a person. Like there's AY, I haven't met AY in real life, but I know he's a good person regardless. Tony, same thing. He's a Christian pastor. He's a good person regardless. You know what I mean? Shakal, same thing. But this type of topics makes everyone look pretty terrible, right? But I know that's not who we are. This is not who we really are, right?
Nah, that's how some of us are, though.
I think that's all of us.
Can I just buttress some of the things you're saying, if you allow
Some
me?
people are vile, some people are liars, some people are hypocrites.
So my Pan-African brother, I just want to thank you. And I think I agree with most of the things you are saying. Some of us, look, I debate with atheists. I debate with, in fact, one of the last debate I had was spirituality and science, whether they are compatible or not. And the worst people I ever have discussion with usually are Muslims. Because the problem, Islam, the ideology itself does not accept self-critique. This is what I'm telling you now. Christianity went through that revolution in Europe. I said I will never be a Christian. I'm not a Christian. I know Muslim, when you attack them, they assume you have to come from a Christian background because they think they are in some type of competition with Christians. I'm not a Christian, but I'm telling you, Christianity have gone through several revolutions within the church itself. Then after that, the European political system separated the church from the state. That's a fact. That's why all European Western constitution it proceed with secular law made by men that can be edited, that can be, we can vote on it and we can change it. But you can't change Sharia law. You can't wake up and say that what Allah said or what they believe to be the sunnah of the prophet, now you want to change it. No, it's divine. So that's why theocracy is something that must be abolished, because it's not compatible with modernity. It's not compatible with secular thinking and democracy and things that we want on the continent of Africa. So these are things that we are talking. The reason why Muslims tend to be very emotional and violent, and they are usually argumentative when you try to tell them that your religion is not helping our community. We are not against your 5 daily prayer, your fasting, the 5 pillars of Islam, for example. Okay, the Kalimatu Shahada, the 5 daily prayer, the Sahur Ramadan, fasting Ramadan, your zakat, We don't have problem in your Hajj. You can give the Saudi millions of dollars per month. That's economically is not wise, but that's okay. You can do that. We don't have a problem. But what we have a problem with is the ideology that seeks to conquer other people, that try not to accept multiculturalism, where people of different faith can live together, they can critique your faith. Muslim scholar can come out every day and say Jesus is not God. Jesus never died, he never resurrected. Do you know that that is the core faith of Christianity? If Christ did not rise from the dead, for Christian, their faith is vain. But Muslims say that 5 times a day, and no Christian attack them. But stand on the street of Kano and say that Muhammad was not a prophet, he's a false prophet. If you come back alive, I will give you $1,000. Go on the street of Kano.
That's good.
This is where you know what religion. Go on Lagos. Okay, let's go to the east of Nigeria where most people are Christian. I'm not supporting Christian, but I'm saying Christianity has reformed. Go there and say Jesus is not the Christ. My brother, nothing will happen to you. Go stand in Sokoto or Kano and say that Muhammad is a false prophet or he's not a prophet. If you come back without anything happening to you, then we can know that that religion is peaceful. I'm asking you on this panel now, if you're sincere to yourself, will you get the same result?
Well, see again, this is wait for father. Let me yeah, you're gonna shut me down. You're gonna shut me down.
That's an interesting.
This is where I say, see, this is why I say the deceptiveness, the insolence, and the uneducation comes in. Quite frankly, it is idiocy. And you even invited me to a debate when this is your premise, just smacks of stupidity. And I say with all disrespect, because eccentric as this is to you, I see you nodding and saying, I'm not asking for an answer. I'm just saying this is. Wait. I'm just saying, I'm not asking. Yeah, exactly. And of course, you would agree because you are not informed. Now, I'll ask this brother.
It's not criticism to yourself. It has nothing to do with you.
Right. Listen, no, I'm not. It's not a criticism to you either. I'm talking about what he said. It's not to you. So this is what he said. This is what he said.
Yeah.
Let me just continue, please. I already made anybody here knows that I'm not feeling you at all. So, essentially, this is what I'm saying. He comes on here, pretends like he knows. He comes on here like he pretends and like he knows what he's saying. I think this is fundamentally where my angst is coming from. Like, if you knew what you were saying, I have no problem saying, well, you know, if I have to push back, I'll push back. But not when you're coming on and you're saying things that are entirely wrong. For example, look at what he said the last time. He said 5 times a day, Muslims will say Jesus is not God. Where do Muslims say that 5 times a day? Where? So you know, when you make preposterous, when you make okay, wait, please. When you make preposterous, when you hey, wait, please, can I please land? So when you make preposterous statements like that, this is where I get upset. For example, he came on here and he took things out of context. We can go to Numbers 31, 17, 18. Because he wanted to defame they mentioned Zaid, and here you have this guy from the Kaduna, wherever he's from. So Numbers 31:18. Your Bible is there with you. I used to be a Christian. Okay, this is my Bible. I still have Christian text, right? If you go to Numbers, if you go to Numbers 31:78, you're a Christian or you have a Bible or whatever. What does it say there? Your own God, which you guys say, no, thank you, which you guys say is Jesus, is encouraging you to take little girls as spoils of war and rape them. In your Bible. Clearly. It says that in different places of the Bible. So when you point one finger and there's 4 pointing back at you, and you want us to pretend that these things don't exist, you want to denigrate one religion over the other one. Write what you said about slavery. You were right. You were right about slavery being not being fully abolished because of the political situation on the ground. And you rightly said, it's just like the United States. You cannot just come into a system where they tried to kill the prophet multiple times. He was constantly fighting for his life for 23 years. So of course he's not going to say, well, this is your this is the means to your economic well-being. Let's stop it. It has to be systemic. But what do these deceitful people do? This is the same prophet that was encouraging people in the Quran. He would buy slaves from the slave merchants and free them. But you have these deceitful, ignorant people now. They come on here and say, look, it says slaves. What the fuck do you expect to be there? Aliens? It was part of their society at the time. Now, if Saudi Arabia or Mecca or Medina was still selling.
I think you took. I didn't get your numbers.
This guy is completely lost.
Numbers 31. Numbers 31. Numbers 31, 17 to 18.
Okay.
Okay, Forefather, can I address all the rambling that he just did?
Let me say this within a second.
Let me say something. No, sir, you spoke here already.
Just within a second.
Yeah, but he just went all over the place. He didn't address anything.
Of course I did. It's not for your slushy brain. Go ahead, Steph.
Ad hominem attack. Control yourself.
Because you're not worth it. You're not worth it. You irritate me. That's why.
Because your religion doesn't teach you discipline.
All right, we are done now. We are done. Let's move on.
Let me say something now before
no,
you
there's
go.
no hold on in. There's no moving on in. There is no on in.
I am here to irritate you. Radical Islam. That's what I do.
Please.
All right.
Yeah, what you said.
Me now, let me say.
I just want to quick response to this. The one you quoted, let me give you a response, please. What you said, I have not read it, but if it is there, it points us to what I said. If it happened a particular time in the past, even if that.
No, this is what it says. Now, therefore, kill every male among the little ones, kill every woman who has known a man by sleeping with him, but all the young girls who have not known a man by sleeping with him, keep alive for yourselves. What do you think they want to do to those little girls?
What I'm saying that even if it was said by God himself, due to the reformation that Christianity have taken, that Christians today will say, no, we're not going to do that part of the Bible. That's what I'm trying to say.
Really, Steph? Is that why bishops are constantly raping little boys for the last 2,000 years? Really?
I speak the truth. What you are saying, it wasn't Jesus that said it. Because that's not true. That's not right.
Numbers is in the Old Testament or New Testament?
It's in the Old Testament. It is not, and you have to understand the context in which that thing was said. Is blatant lie.
A person who said he's informed is quoting Old Testament to judge Christianity, and he said he's so informed.
You see how Christians are jumping around?
Okay, you see, can you see what they are doing?
Hey, look at that! Get away from this religion.
Tony, man, Tony, you on the.
Okay, hold on, guys. Hold on. I need to say something.
No, there's nothing to say.
Please, Forefather, please.
There's nothing to be said.
You see
they are fighting over their holy book.
Hold on, oh
boy.
We know it's a simple fact now. Next on. Let's allow next.
Okay. It's not the same. I'm saying it's wrong.
Look at that.
We are looking for peaceful coexistence.
That's right.
We are looking. That's what we are looking for.
That's right.
Our is not to be against anybody. We are looking for African coexistence.
That's right.
Ideology and
let's give next his turn to speak. Let's not do this now. Come on.
For fathers, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm not from Kaduna, but if they insist that I'm from Kaduna State, there's nothing wrong with Kaduna people. Two Niger and Ewa are also from Niger. They are not Nigerians, if that's what they intend to say. My point here is that it doesn't matter whether your Quran said something or not, or whether something happened or not. It matters what you are doing now. That is the most important thing. We have seen over the last few years how radical Islam has ravaged through Africa, the Middle East. We saw the atrocities committed by ISIS. We saw what Boko Haram is doing. We saw what ISWAP is doing. We saw what radical Fulani people are doing. We saw what they are doing in Mozambique. We are seeing what happened in Australia. We are seeing all across people burning Christians in Bangladesh, in everywhere. So nobody is coming here to say, wait till your religion did something now. Yes. The fact is, this is what is happening today. And we cannot run away from it. All this political correctness has to end. It doesn't make any sense for us to continue to lie to ourselves. If not, we will all be consumed. That is a fact. So if people have decided to hijack your religion and they are committing atrocities, it's the onus is on you to speak out, to fight them wherever you find them. Because at the end of the day, they are distorting who you really are. That is the problem. So all this era of saying they are not real Muslims, that era has passed. Nobody wants to listen to that nonsense anymore. You live all the way from where you are in Africa or from Middle East, and you go to Texas and you say you want Sharia law. Does it make any sense? Or you come here in the UK where they've been benevolent to you and they've accepted you, and you say, oh, okay, this is what I want. It makes no sense. Absolutely no sense. So this has to end. Absolutely has to end. If not, they are just creating more and more enemies for themselves, and people are getting tired and fed up with this crap. That is my submission.
Forefather.
Thank you, man.
Forefather, you see, I know you are usually you when people.
Sorry, we are done with everybody now. We are done with everybody.
No, you didn't allow me to speak now.
You have spoken now.
No, I did
not.
not.
One of the first to speak.
I did not. I did not.
I told you 1 minute.
No, I did not.
Okay, 1 minute then. Just
so,
before.
One minute.
I know usually when you run a search show, you try to verify people. Today, because it's religion, you don't verify people.
No, I did verify quite
I
a lot.
was actually shocked when you made mention of something. Mr. Tony said something. He said, oh, that was contest. That is what I've been trying to explain to this guy. Like most of the things you see in religion book, they are based on contest. Whatever you're going to say, you can say whatever. A lot of you have, Muslim, you went to school with Muslim, you saw good Muslim. If you choose to pick the one bad head, I said, oh, this one represents Islam, that is your business. I know where everybody stands. It doesn't matter. Islam, to be honest, when people tell you, oh, Islam was spread by this, was spread by this, I'm asking them, even today, all over the world, what is spreading Islam? Do you see Muslims carry God, you must accept Islam? How many times Muslims come to your house and knock your house, you must accept Islam? From America to Africa to Asia to everywhere, Islam is, you can't stop it. It's not about.
You can't stop it. That's radicalism.
Shut up, Meg. You talk too much. Shut up. Hold on. Let me finish my talk.
All right, you should have finished more than 1 minute now.
Hold on. You see, they interrupted me. Anybody that feel, honestly, no matter the attack against Islam, to be honest, Islam is growing wide everywhere. It's not about, you need to accept it. That's just the.
I don't know why it's growing wide.
You know, so I'm not gonna. What Neg was saying is just Neg is a hater. I have seen him talking nonsense about Sata Kaduna people, blah blah blah. Let's leave this hate and love ourselves and live in peace. That's my wish.
That's right.
Can I do my 1 minute and go?
No. We've everybody have done their 1 minute. You have done your 1 minute. Don't do that. Why is it that everybody want to do 1 minute twice now?
Okay.
Let's not start that nonsense.
Okay, it's okay.
Let's not do 1 minute twice now. Thank you all, gentlemen, for coming.
Thank you.
Steph, you did 1 minute just now.
I wanted to fire AY.
When I was shouting on my,
I'm waiting. You want fire again? I'm ready to debate with you. If you are gonna be civil,
AY, I can send you my email. You want to debate me?
Push it to me. If you are ready to have a proper discussion,
yeah, we can organize it.
No problem. I'm a very cool guy. I can debate you. I have no problem with that.
Civil and be objective. Look at issue critically.
I'm against radical Islam.
Allow them to speak.
I will debate you because
Steph to speak. We can arrange it. Please go ahead, Steph. 1 minute, please.
1 minute, and I'm sure that Ken did not take 1 minute, but I will not speak for him. Anyway.
That is the second 1 minute now.
I go, Steph.
It's one minute. Nigerians are trying to twist it. It's okay.
Steph, go, Steph Curry.
Yeah, what I'm saying is this. I know that when we begin to, enlarge the scope of this conversation, we're going to lose out on the main issue that we started with. The main issue we started with is specific, the one that is causing the loss of lives. I don't know how we begin to expand it. And the main point that I want anybody that listen to take home is that this is not about popularity context. What I'm just saying, in my own opinion, is that as the times are changing, no matter what your Bible, your Quran recorded how many centuries ago, that you think is now a problem to the modern society that you live in, as a Christian, I will not hesitate to tell you that I am not comfortable with this part of the Bible. So why is it hard for any other person to do so? What made you think that any religious book that was given to you 500,000 or how many million years ago cannot be open to scrutiny when there is an inherent danger that somebody is complaining about it? I don't think so.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Steph.
As you close,
thank you, Steph.
As you close.
So, Tony, you were the first one, right?
No.
I just
as you close, what is going to be your how are you going to summarize
the way I'm going to summarize it?
I can summarize, man. If you don't want to, I can summarize.
Let me summarize it. I think it's very, very simple, really. I think it comes down to that statement I made. One of the last comments I made, I said, you can be radical all you want. Don't take human life.
I agree with you.
Because of your religion.
I agree with you.
And also the religion that is actually responsible for most of the loss of life that is occurring, they have to take accountability. The idea that, it's just radical fringe that is doing it, it's not good enough.
It's capitalism, man. Capitalism.
It's going to result, and one of the problems I see, because I always see it from the context of Nigeria, it is coming for us. It's a problem for us in Nigeria because people are losing their lives. I just showed one that in September this year, the lady was she lost her life because of this again.
Breaking news. Let me break this news for you. Netanyahu is making comment now. He's saying that the Christian genocide in Nigeria needs to stop. The same Netanyahu that was bombing Christians in Palestine.
I know that.
You know that, right?
Like I said, the Abrahamic religion. Come on, let me tell you what I'm saying, please. That's Abrahamic religion. Like I said, you are all the ones that are still practicing it. I'm willing to.
You are not practicing. You don't.
I'm not.
Aren't you a Christian? Aren't you a Seventh-day Adventist?
Not my forefather. He's deceiving himself.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're a Christian.
Oh my God, he's giving me a religion.
You're being told us. Why are you lying on here?
Oh my God, I've never told you that.
Forefather that said,
do backstage. You told us.
No, not me.
And the Jehovah's Witness, one of those little sects, one of those radical little sects. Okay, what were you? What were you?
I was never a Christian like you.
What were you?
I don't need.
Now you're lying.
I don't need my privacy.
You either Jehovah's Witness or Seventh-day Adventist or something. You're being told us that in the back. So I don't see why you're lying now.
The day I knew Forefather is a Christian was the day I said Jesus was not a Christian. Forefather almost killed me. I said,
I am not. If I was a Christian, I would tell you. Why
were you fighting me that day? Why were you fighting me when I said Jesus was never a Christian? Why were you fighting me?
Because if you are telling something that is false, why should I challenge you?
It's a fact. Jago
that
told
Jesus was
you.
never a Christian.
Jesus,
no, because
was a
hold on. The idea is that
oh my
God, hold on. For somebody to be Christ-like, Christian is supposed to be Christ-like. Christ is the original Christian.
But Jesus was a Jewish man.
Yes, he's a Jewish man. Oh,
Judaism was his religion.
You see what he's doing now? You see what he's doing? Let me close out and let's have a good Christmas.
But he's right. Like, what don't you like about that?
You want to go
yeah, there you go. I don't see why they be lying, son. Like, they just be lying, son.
No, I'm not. I see. Why would I lie?
You know what? Why would I lie? Christmas giveaway. Don't mind this guy.
Forefathers, every time, and happy Christmas to everybody. But every time a person starts off with, I'm not a Christian, but they're about to start lying and it's attacking Islam.
Oh my God.
All of them. They start off with, I'm not going to defend Christianity But Islam is the devil. Islam is this. Islam is going to kill us. Islam is going
Since I
Why are
mentioned
they
that
trying so hard to give people
I'm telling
religion
you,
just to judge their motives?
you are trying to drag me into Abrahamic religion. You are the
Yeah,
one practicing it.
all the religions are
They
fake.
are very
Islam is fake.
violent,
Christianity is
and
I'm
fake.
not asking him. I'm telling him that he's a Christian. He can lie all he wants. He's a Christian. He been told us. We know. Just like he won't tell you where he's from. We know where he's from. We know his religion. He just like to lie. That's the
No sound person to be in religion.
Let me finish my own submission.
Let me ask you a question.
Don't make me put you backstage. I need to finish my submission so we can close out. There's no point.
Okay,
We've been dealing with this issue for how many this thing.
I've been here for over 5 hours.
You would have been now. Look at 7 hours.
You guys will start saying
we did 3 hours on the main topic. Then suddenly this one just catch fire, and because let's not point fingers.
Honestly, I'll be here for 5 hours.
Let's move on. Like I said, if you want to be radical, wear white clothes, hug trees, love people, whatever you want to be radical at doing, be radical. But don't take human life while you are doing those things. And the ones like in the case of Islam now, where you are seeing so many cases occur, I feel a little bit apprehensive about saying Muslims should have to account individually for it. But in terms of the way they teach Islam, there's something there that is causing this problem. And that needs to be addressed. Because there are lives at stake. Sooner or later, others are going to react. Hindus, when I was growing up, were one of the most peaceful people in terms of the way they interacted with other religions. Now they become radicalized and having to defend themselves. Christians in Nigeria have become quite docile. If they start waking them up, and mark my words, Christians are waking up. Because in America right now, the number one figure is Candace Owen. What is her key word? Christ is King. When they rise up, this is not going to end well. And there's a reason why sometimes tolerance is important in life. We are too dangerous to ourselves right now. We have so many ways of doing harm to ourselves. And if we go into an all-out conflict, it's not going to end well. And it's not going to end well in Nigeria too, where you see some people thinking that they are being smart by half. They want to get one over their own fellow Nigerians. Don't do that. You are not going to get away with it. We are all just going to get poorer for it. And that's why I really wish people are a little bit more honest when we're having this conversation. And I think we are going to revisit this type of conversation some other time that gives people time to think about it a little bit more, because we have to evolve past the way we are operating right now. It's not going to end well if we carry on like this. Thank you all for joining me. I really appreciate the way you guys handle it. Some big people came in. Short, some of the best minds came in today. Tony, AY, Steph is here today. Steph is a philosopher. He really thinks deep about stuff. Shikao, one of the best. He has a little bit of a grievance against Muslims. You should take it easy. You should take it easy.
Honest,
I speak the truth. Very good too.
They don't like me.
A little bit too hot. So these are some of the
nobody
best
hates you, to be honest.
I'm not hot. I just listen. I am versing these things. I am factual. When I hear he couldn't tell me anything I just debunked about him is wrong. He can't. So I 100% said I picked them out. You're wrong here. Everything you said was wrong. It's my issue. To Netanyahu, and this is how I'm closing out. Let's not use Netanyahu as an example. Netanyahu, forefathers, I said this for months, when I was telling you about AIPAC. They know that they are losing the young votes. They are losing how the young people view Israel from the ages of 18 up to 57. People, how they used to feel about Israel is down almost 30%. They are using Nigeria as an excuse. I told you, go look at it. Netanyahu released hundreds of millions for propaganda against Islam. That is why you go, they change all the algorithms. This is why Larry Ellison, they try to buy CBS. This is why Peter Thiel and the rest of them try to buy TikTok. They are buying up all this media because even Netanyahu said it on video. The only way we can change the narrative against Israel right now is to push out propaganda against Islam. This is what they are doing. You go on X, they are fixing the algorithms. I told you about Grok 1, 2, and 3 when Grok started calling itself Mecca Hitler. I told you all these things. You were laughing about it. There is a concerted effort to start anti-Islam, a wave of anti-Islamophobia all over the world. They are doing, and they are succeeding. For example, in Australia,
don't do this. We are closing now.
Fofana, can I ask you a question before you close? Just one question, Fofana. Can I ask you a question before you close?
Yeah.
With this talk now from Netanyahu, do you believe there is an agenda in Nigeria, probably because Nigeria kind of like supported the Gaza in some ways? Do you think there is an agenda? Trump pronouncing genocide of Christians in Nigeria, Netanyahu pronouncing genocide. Do you think there is something going on, or you don't see
there's something going on now? They want to distract attention.
Period.
If they can use that at the same time to get some things from Nigeria.
Yeah, I still like you. At least you talk through in other stuff. The only way you don't talk through is when it comes to when it's about Islam.
But
one day you will become Muslim. One day.
You completely
AY, but you said AY, but you said that the Jews are closer to what is it, to Muslims than they are closer to. How is it now that
Netanyahu not Jews?
All right, let's
he just say Zionist. You know this more than me now. Why are you telling me?
I need to thank. Oh my God, I forgot. I almost forgot. You guys, please, let's just not talk again. Let me thank the people that donated to us today.
Did I donate?
I don't see your name here. Hearts Valiant, 2,000 naira. Thank you for the donation, Hearts Valiant. Oscar Blackbone, I really appreciate you. Thank you for the donation to Oscar.
Oscar is always donating.
Very generous. Nice man.
All the one where they insult us for comment section, they will never donate.
Yes. Now the more they insult, the more they
all these
Oscar Blackbone. Thank you
for the like Tracy Jacobi.
Exactly. Hasbelian is here too for 1,000 naira. Another Hasbelian for 2,000 naira again. Hasbelian.
We're supposed to be clapping for these people, though.
Yeah, we have to appreciate them.
Honestly, the one that donate from Nigeria, they need
another Hasbelian again. Yeah, from Nigeria, donating like crazy.
I'll be seeing Nigeria. To be honest, you gotta give it to them.
And like, share, and subscribe. The viewers there is at least 95.
You know they donate.
Don't run. You see that they are running. They are supposed to be like, go and click the like button because I saw only 9 likes. That is not fair. When sometimes there were more than 150 people watching, it's only 9 likes.
Fofana, tell them is Christmas period. They need to be generous. Let them donate.
and this is Christmas. I know they have all bought presents. What have they done for Dr. Damages? We're having honest conversations here. And even if our people, we struggle with the denial syndrome, but we still try. We try to have an honest conversation about issues here. Look at how long, 7 hours straight.
I can't believe if I tell you the work I wanted to do this night.
Exactly. Same here. I just thought, okay, let me just branch into this topic as a sideways. Then suddenly exploded. It got out of control.
Papa, you are the one that caused the problem. Why you go bring this type of topic where they scatter head?
He will not blame me. He will say
next time you want to have this conversation, I'm going to resist the temptation. You will not see me. I promise you that.
You see this topic and cyber topic.
Suddenly went out of control. Thank you. Or let me try to call out some names. Chukwe
Meka Udochukwu. I thought you were Igbo. Yeah.
Look at that. Chukwe Meka Udochukwu. Chukwu, I see you there. Thank you for that too.
Offer is our adopted brother.
Umaru Gabawale. Thank you for joining us. Boom Boom Ray is also there. And it's also on the panel. Thank you for joining us, Boom Boom Ray. I'm sorry I didn't let you in. You see, that's why I didn't let him in because I thought.
No, you are too hard on Boom Boom Ray.
No,
you guys need to know. You guys need to do better, to be honest.
it's when only two of us are on the panel, things will go smoothly. Let's see. Who else is there that I've not named? Yeah, Fumi, Info is there. Who else is there? Emmanuel. I think I'm sorry if I cannot name everybody. I've already called out all the ones that donated. So thank you all for joining us, and I really am proud. Okay, to an extent of the way we had this conversation, it could have been better, but at least we tried to get to the bottom of that key question from the beginning to the end. And we also remain disciplined in the first segment where we discuss the positives of Nigeria. We remain disciplined up to 3 hours straight. So I really appreciate
How
you all.
can you forget Pansat?
Pansat. No. Who can forget the Pansat? Eh? Pansat was one of the first to come in actually to discuss. The moment I mentioned Dangote, he couldn't resist. He had to jump.
Pastor, when you hear
How
Dangote,
can anybody mention Dangote as a hero? No way, that's not happening. It's not a good thing.
You know what? Pansat is born again now. I think I like I like the way he's doing.
He's doing better. The person that was praising me today saying, "Why you are speaking my mind?" It's redundant. That's why I left.
So yeah, thank you all for joining us. Let me play this. About 30 December. Then from there end the channel. So thank you all. Till next time, we'll catch you all again. Bye.
Yeah, now I have to drive through that. Why is there traffic? Why is there traffic to go from here to the end of my headboard there? Please, I am tired of it. I've had enough.
You see, dear brothers and sisters, this life no balance at all. Before it was don't go to Nigeria, from there to dirty December, from there it became insecurities here and there. Even with the same insecurities, there are so many IJGBs and so many other foreigners landing in Nigeria for dirty December. Currently, some Nigerians are complaining. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, where you are at the moment.
Forces move, chance it goes, we move.
I beg, what is happening? This Christmas period is getting really crazy, especially in Lagos. Not just the prices of things, because there is inflation everywhere in every nation, with or without floating the currency. But it is the population and packed roads, as well as activities, not only on this Lagos Island. All right, this traffic is becoming crazy. Yes, Lagos is synonymous to traffic. However, this one, nope. This is something else. And some Nigerians are already agitated.
I just got back. At this point, you people have to go back. What is all this? Everywhere is blocked. There is no road. I don't know. You guys just came. Don't be so na carry money come. You come empty-handed, still come block road. What is all this? Please go back. Go back, I beg. I've missed my nails appointment. I've missed hair appointment. Now lashes. Now I pray I don't miss my lashes appointment. Yeah? Just carry big cars. Come back. Empty pockets. Go back, Ijare. Go back. Go back. I didn't buy Chicken Republic plan. I saw hunger for finish me. Huh? Hey, last month. Jesus. Go back.
Now, as I'm talking to you, as I'm making this video, we have batch E and batch F already landing. And already the tickets had been booked, like booked. Dear brothers and sisters, there is this info online. Please kindly read along with me. So the flight is overbooked and Delta is offering $800 plus a hotel stay for anyone willing to give up their seat. Tell me why my fellow Nigerians are suddenly looking the other way. Fast forward, $800 became $1,000 and now we are at $1,700. Oh, nobody is about to compromise their dirty December plans. I beg.
Guys, I have arrived back in Nigeria, dirty December, day 2. If I tell you the time I've had, I'll be in big trouble. This is not a real place. People that think London's where it's at. Nigeria has everything you need. And I think to myself, why haven't I moved here? People greet me like I'm a king. The girls here are beautiful. They have everything you need. If you have money here, I promise you have the time of your life. You have the time of your life. Don't let anyone lie to you. Have money in Nigeria, you're living like a king. And I'm thinking to myself, this is where I need to live permanently. Forget about UK. All these Nigerians want to move to UK. Forget. Nigeria has everything you want. And I promise you, 30th December, you owe me nothing. Day 2, you owe me nothing. I could go back to London, I'll be a happy man today. That probably shows you how much I've enjoyed in the 2 days I've been here. But if you're here, Nigeria, Lekki, you're going to have a time. You're going to have a hell of a time.
So I'm back home. I'm back in Nigeria. So this is the zoo that we are in. You can see the lion is chilling right there. Let me show y'all. You know, people were asking, where do y'all eat? Do y'all have kitchen? There's no kitchen. You have a, hold on. So you can see where we eat. You can see the bushes. This is where we eat. We don't have kitchen at all. Like, we don't even have stove. I'm going to get the stones to come and cook. You know, that's how the place looks. Oh, let me show you. I think the lion might be sleeping. So the lion should be upstairs. The lion should be upstairs sleeping. Should I even wake the lion up? No, I won't wake the lion. Let me just leave the lions, okay? But yeah.
And one of the celebrities screamed, "This is crazy. Everyone should stay home. The traffic in Lagos is becoming horrendous." Hey.
You guys, please. I want to say something very important, please. Everything you've heard about Dirty December is a lie. It's not true. It's not fun. It's not fun. Please don't come here. I'm telling you the truth. It's not fun. Okay? Okay, it's just there's nothing happening. There's nothing special happening. There's nothing special happening. All we do is go to restaurants and go to the club and go to beach houses. Literally, there's nothing extra apart from those 3 things. And it is the same 4 clubs. It is the same 5 restaurants. Don't you have restaurants where you're coming from?
Lagos right now is crazy, especially on the island and some parts of mainland. However, some Nigerians are also complaining that the only thing their people sabi do na to build house, you know, not to plan for recreational sports that will attract entertainment.
See as island fine. Everybody don't decorate Christmas. But Ikorodu, Ọdún Orò, Ọdún Eégún, ayé ti bàjẹ́.
One day, water go rise and go cover that VI. You see that VI, that Ikoyi, one day, this ocean go rise and it go cover am. All the events this Christmas, na VI Ikoyi, VI Ikoyi, VI. One day water go rise and it go cover that VI. Only VI, it go cover am. Nothing dey happen for Sangote Edo, nothing. Na only Lasafa Park na don set DJ. VI. Wait. I not see blame una for that VI sha. You see when big man dey construct city, he put place for playground. Poor man, real estate. Do you know you can own a home? Poor man begin own a home. From Lekki, own a home, go reach Ekpe. Do you know you can own a home? Do you know you rich people, they make things easy for themselves. They make things playground, VI, everything, VI Ikoyi, and everything they want street. See a rich man, we have access. This Christmas is not for me in this Lagos. You want to avoid me. Because they all sang, but not seeing the apple. I never hear expensive. When they do party, and now we be Lagos vlogger. Now they gather Lagos for one place. Now we they vlog for Lagos. Now they gather Lagos for inside one. Now they do fertility. Now go they advertise only people where they VI for our vlog. Who days ago said that Ogun State today now? Now Ibadan Lume with their village. Una never post anything where they happen for Ekpe. Una never post anything they happen for some hotel though. Una never they post us. Once you pass that Orchid Road, the rest of us be like Nama. We be like cattle. If I will be cattle, we be home. Nothing una. I don't blame una. I blame una. Do you want to own a land? Do you want to own? No fun. Nobody feel live in small space. Thank you, Lafa Sabina Lasafa. No worry. Now your side will say bubble throughout this Christmas. Rob, all the Oyibo people, and so all these rich people, they don't make basic amenities for themselves. You know, VI, one day the ocean will rise and it will cover VI. No worry, Mona better. Get around my front, wicked souls. I remember not involve me. I pray me they open the coastal road, may I feel maneuver. If they don't open that coastal road, say I not feel maneuver. Member not involved me. Now me and Latafa and Emu Resort. If I not go Emu Resort, I'll go Lafasa for you. Finish. Thank you and God bless everybody. Merry Christmas.
This is an eye-opener for businessmen in Nigeria. It is not only about real estate here or there. Create recreational centers too. Let it spread across the entire states, not only in a particular local government or area. I also want to let people know that there are many other recreational centers in other local governments in Lagos and so many tourist sites in many states. Just stay safe out there. Now, from Monday, Lagos will gradually be a bit calmer. Okay, because a lot of Nigerian residents in Lagos State will likely go home, especially on the Lagos mainland, via air or land. In fact, the ticket has already been booked. I don't know, things are getting crazier because of insecurity issues. So many people opted to go via the air. And our airlines, let me be honest with you people are not doing well at all. Why are we greedy in this nation? You know, you are just skyrocketing a lot of things just to make your own money. They will likely go to their indigenous homes for Dirty December. Since I was born up through now, Dirty December had been a thing in Nigeria. Nigerians do not joke with it. We didn't call it Dirty December then. Then it was called Festive December, Ekeresimesi, Onwa December, Carnivals, until 2004. That is 21 years ago, when the Calabar Carnival, the biggest African street party, was launched, and many international celebrities, models, artists, actors and actresses, musicians stormed Nigeria to witness and enjoy Calabar Carnival. I would like you to watch that video in 2016.